Absolutely.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie, and welcome to my Greenland Quilter channel. So we are starting just a tiny bit late because I had a little couple technical issues I needed to resolve. And
I was late.
yeah, well, I wasn't going to say that. I was just going to say you were having a little bit of tech trouble too. And but anyway, we're all good now. Neither one of us hear echoes that we can tell. At least I don't hear any. So yep, we got that fixed. So anyway, welcome to Saturday Night Live. We're going I'm going to spotlight Shonda here. But before I do that, I know that my thumbnail had me, Shonda, Sherry, and Janice. Janice is down really sick. She wrote me an email telling me she's very sick. She sometime this morning, I guess. So y'all keep Janice in your prayers that she heals quickly and doesn't get stuck forever being out. And say a prayer for her. And um, then Sherry just contacted me a little less than a half hour ago to tell me that her technology for her Wi-Fi out in the trailer park is not working. So she will not be here either. So it's me and Shonda running the zoo tonight. So Shonda, why don't you tell everybody about yourself a little bit and about your channel and what you plan on working on tonight?
Hi, everyone. I'm Shonda. My channel is Under the Needle Quilting and Crafts. I basically do quilting projects and crochet. I show the types of stuff that I'm working on, the types of stuff that I buy. I do unboxings. It's really just a place for me to share what I'm doing because I don't have anyone in my everyday life that shares this craft with me. And so I had to find my own community. And so here we are.
What do you plan on working on tonight?
Tonight, I will be working on some projects from the Open Gate Quilt subscription box.
Oh,
So I
yay.
plan on, this is one of the projects that we got fabric for. So I do want to get this pressed and cut, but I don't know if I'm going to sew on this today. And we also had some smaller projects, these two small projects from this month and last month. So my goal is to get these done and that get this pressed and cut. That is what I would like to get done for today.
That sounds like a good plan. I'm excited to see how they come out. I've been watching your uh, videos along with Tiffany's because both of you do that same box. And I have to
Oh
say
yeah.
that a lot of the things that come in those boxes are really cool looking, and I really appreciate that. That I get to see it, learn about this particular um, company.
Yeah, and it's a small business, it's husband and wife do this together. Uh and I just like the things that they come up with. Monique, I was following her before she ever started this subscription box. Um, just because I saw patterns and I started to recognize her name. I'm like, oh, that's the same person. And I was like, okay, well, I like her patterns. I like the stuff that she designs. And one day, I was looking at a pattern and it was only with a kit and it wasn't available separately. And so I reached out to her and I was like, hey, is there any way I can get this pattern? And she was just really nice. The answer was no, because it was, it was licensed to someone else for a time, but she was so kind. And I just really appreciated that. And so I've been a fan of hers for a long time. I've purchased 3 or 4 of her classes that she's done through Missouri Star and from Craftsy. And I have a couple of her books. I'm just a fan of her work. And then when she came out with the subscription box, I saw it and I was like, oh, I watched the very first unboxing and I was like, this is right up my alley. And I've been getting it every month ever since.
It's been fun watching you and Tiffany do your boxes because they're pretty amazing, and a lot of the fabric's pretty. I wouldn't have,
Yeah.
given it any thought about, buying. And of course, I don't even know she ships internationally. I haven't checked on that, but I don't know, maybe one of these days I might buy a subscription for a short amount of time and see what happens with it. The only thing is I don't make bags or anything, and I'm not, because I do not think I have the patience to make bags.
I think there's only been a couple of bags the entire time
Mm-hmm.
that I've been getting it. For the most part, they are table runners, placemats, wall hangings, table toppers. That seems to be like 80 or 90% of the larger projects. There's only been a couple of bags.
Oh, well, that's cool because I really like those. I've noticed with most of them, they've been, smaller projects like what you said, table runners, table toppers, like mini hanging quilt things kind of deal. And I
Yeah,
like that because it's something you don't have to spend a ton of hours trying to do.
and that's why I've really been focusing on those types of projects this year. Um, I was always making full size blankets, or not full size, but like twin or throw size quilts.
Yeah.
And they just take so much time. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to force myself to do that right now. I'm busy. I'm going through things mentally as we go through different parts of our life. Um, and our hormones change, our moods can change, and I'm going through that right now. And so I just don't really have the desire to work on anything big. I just don't have the
Yep.
desire to do any large projects. I really just want to kind of keep it small, where it's, even if I don't work on something all the time, I can still get it done in a couple of weeks, or a month at most. And that's really kind of what I want to focus on right now, is just
Okay, that's
snack
really
size
cool.
projects, snack
That's
sizes,
great. Yeah, that's great. Speaking of mental health, I don't know if you were aware of this, but Danny and I have been doing a once a month mental health live on a Sunday. If it's not too sensitive of a subject for you to talk about your mental health, you can join us. The next one's scheduled for, um, hang on. I'll be right back, Shonda. So we skipped May because Danny had a lot going on, and Myra's been joining us because she has a college degree in this kind of thing. She's not a doctor, but she does. She's a social counselor. That's what she is, and
Okay.
so she's worked with people and families. Her main thing has been over the last I don't know how many years has been working with veterans and their mental health. So anyway, we normally meet on the third Sunday of the month, but we pushed this one to the fourth Sunday, which is the 22nd of June. You're welcome to join us on the live if you want.
What time do you do that?
I normally start at around 4:30 Eastern Standard Time because she's
Okay.
on.
And you said
I
it's
think
the third Sunday?
fourth Sunday for next month, which
Fourth
would be
Sunday.
June the 22nd. But normally we do it on the 3rd, but she couldn't do it on the 15th.
Let's look at my calendar real quick.
And I can send you a Zoom link and everything for it. You're welcome to come on and talk about it because you and I both are up in, well, I know you're younger than me, but as you mentioned, hormones come into play and stuff, and it changes the way you feel and stuff. So, and it's basically what we've been doing is we don't talk about doctors or I mean, you can talk about the medicine you're on, but we're not a pharmacist or a doctor. But we do talk about it's a safe place to talk about your mental health. And if you want to open up and discuss whatever, anyone who comes to join us, that is a safe place to talk about your mental health and why you're in the state that you're in. It's okay to do that. There is no rules that says you cannot talk about why you're depressed.
I mean, I
So,
wouldn't mind that. I mean, because I mentioned it briefly on my channel, but I try not to talk about it a lot because that's
yeah,
not what the channel is for.
yep.
Um, So yeah, I wouldn't mind having a dedicated space. Now, right now, I don't have anything on my calendar that I know of for that weekend, for
Okay.
that Sunday. Um,
Well, I decided to do this because some of you know that have known that I had a trigger with my PTSD 2 Octobers ago because of a trampoline thing crashing into my house, and it triggered my PTSD stuff. And one of the biggest things I've noticed on YouTube is people think it's a taboo to even bring the subject up. We're human beings, for Christ's sake. It's not just about our physical health, but our brains contribute to that too. So I got to talk, and I got to talking to Sean about it. And Sean says, Danny's pretty open about her mental health. I'm like, she is? He says, yeah, you might want to hit her up and see she'd be interested in starting a once a month thing like what you're talking about. So I messaged her, and we got on Messenger and talked for a bit. And she was open to the idea. And so once a month since February, we started it in February. We missed May because of graduation and things going on for that. But oh, there's Sherry. Maybe her internet fixed. I don't know. Anyway, so we started doing that, and we put it out there so that if you want to talk, we want it. A lot of times we don't have someone to talk to, right, Shonda? And
that's right.
sometimes we need to talk to someone. And so what I'm trying to do is create a small community so that people know how to find me, know how to find Danny, and if they really need help, because I'm really trying to promote this so that if someone is so low that they need to reach out, they can reach out, and one of us can talk them through the bad period so that they don't go do something that later will be a bad thing. And I'm not going to bring out the word, but you see where I'm going with this. So it's a safe place.
Absolutely.
And once a month, people might be, that month that we're doing a live, they might be having a bad day that day, and it's a way for them to air it out, and we're all there to help each other. We're all there to send virtual hugs to each other, let each other know how much we support each other and we care about each other. That's what this is about. It's a safe place. So yeah, now I'm off that little soapbox. Hey, Sherry.
Hi, my
Hi, Sherry.
hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, it's a little crazy. Cellular data came back on. But when I went to get my stuff together for my projects, I left my project box at home.
Oh no.
I can't find it. I went out in the car and looked again. So it's just my English paper piecing is my hand one. I let my husband help me get the stuff out to the car, and we forgot, I'll say we because I didn't check, my stand for my iPad and my project box. So, but
here, let me spotlight you so you can tell them about your channel a little bit.
Okay.
And show them that EPP you're working on.
Well, let me find a few. I'll show. This is what I'm doing. I'm going to make this into a blanket. And so I'm putting the white or the neutral colors behind it, around it. There's a blue one. There's a green. Right, I start out with this size.
Those are super cute, Sherry.
Yeah,
Those
look
are
at there's
cute.
there's a batik for you, Katie.
Yeah, I see that batik. Them are all batiks, right? Put it back up there again.
All of them on this
It
one
looks
is.
like all of them are batiks. Oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
And then I don't know. I just got some different ones that I've just done. So this is sort of like
looks like batiks too.
this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Batiks. Those
Yeah,
are batiks. Those are classic batiks. I know one when I see one.
There's a few in this one. Not all of them, but
yeah. I bet I could pick out the ones that are batik and the ones that might not be.
So anyway, this is kind of what I do on for hand sewing, or unless I am doing hand stitching, like quilting. And yeah, I do have a channel, and I go live every Tuesday at 2 o'clock, and I like to share my quilting world with everyone.
Robin wants to know if that's the grandmother
that I have
flower
made.
garden. Huh?
Yes, it is. It is. Yes, it is. And I think that what's cool is that oops, sorry, I'm going to have some of them like this, but the ones that's going to go on the right or left is going to be offset, so they'll end up
Oh, nice.
being like that.
It's going to be really cool.
Yeah,
That is going to be cool.
Be pretty. And then I want to hand quilt it.
Oh,
why not?
Oh, you guys are so brave with your hand quilting.
So it'll be a complete hand quilting piece.
Yeah, I says, will anybody appreciate it when it's done?
Yeah,
you know, but yeah, I thought, you know, this would be perfect. I could do simple quilting on it, and I'm anxious. I'm excited. It takes a while to do each flower, but you know, it's not the finish that's important. It's the process. It's the time to take to slow down and be mindful and just relax. That's what the purpose of I think that's what the purpose of all hand stitching can be.
I agree.
Unless you have to hem a pair of pants.
Well, you know, it's kind of like those of us who crochet.
Right.
Well, this is like when I'm doing long haul flights to the United States, which is long hauls when you're flying from Denmark to the US. I take a crochet project with me because I not only do I usually this is what I do. I have earbuds that I put in my ears that have noise canceling to cancel out the noise of the jet itself, because I got spoiled flying on Norwegian Air, and now they don't have long haul flights, so it's back to flying with Delta Air, and their jets are noisy. Wow. And and so it cancels out that, and I always fly in front of the wing, not behind it. And I also need to keep my mind busy and my hands busy so that I don't have a meltdown on the airplane. It's not flying that's the problem. It's people touching me that's the problem. Well,
you're in close you know.
Yeah, people don't say whatever happened to if you bump someone. Oh, sorry, excuse me. They don't do that anymore. It's just mow you over and keep on going.
I think one of the worst things is getting in and out of your seat.
Yep. And
we're flying back to Ohio June 26th for a few days because my youngest grandson graduated high school, and they're having what they call an open house where they invite their friends and family, and they have food and things like that to celebrate that time. So we're going to go back. I haven't been back for 5 years, so it's time for me to get back there.
Yep. Let me say hello to everyone in the chat because I haven't done that yet. Robin was the first one in the channel tonight again. Congratulations. So hello to Robin. And we also have Carrie here. Welcome, welcome. And that's all I see right now. So I don't know if anyone else is in here or not. Yeah.
Plus 16 is in here. Let me see.
Did you see someone I did? Oh, Bud Files is in here too. Welcome, welcome, Bud Files. I see him now. But
yeah, they're after they have their dinner time, then they come and pop it in.
Well, it's only 5 o'clock your time right now, isn't it?
Right. So it's about time that they, you know, and you know the Americans, we eat early.
Yeah. Just so y'all know, I'm running a long live tonight. Now you guys don't have to stay, you and Shonda, but I'm going to run a long live tonight. I need some watch hours.
Okay.
So I'm going to run it until I have had enough of it.
So yeah.
Which means,
is Nikolaj gone? Isn't he have something going on tonight?
He is in the bedroom gaming.
Oh.
He'll probably come in here at some point. he'll come in here at some point and say hello to everyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, now he did say he would, when I ran the live past the regular hour, he would probably come and help. By logging on.
Yeah.
But right now he's in there gaming. So, and I'm not going to
Well, that's his downtime. That's his
we kind of
de-stressor.
Yeah, it's his unwinding thing, and that's why you didn't see him on the live other than he came and said hello and stuff like that the first week and a half.
Yeah.
During lives, and it was because I never ever put any kind of pressure on him to do something as soon as he gets home.
Yeah.
Because, when you're stuck on a boat with a bunch of
guys,
and some of them are problem childs.
Shonda, what are you doing? What are you working on?
I'm about to start ironing some fabric to make this table topper right here.
That's gonna be
pretty.
Fun. It's very pretty. Oh, darn, I can't show you, darn it. Yes, I can. You just won't know what it's for. Check out my fussy cutting and my directional. Hang on, let me go find the thing.
I have never fussy cut anything.
Well, I did this one because this fabric is Modern Maker fabric. And yeah, don't say nothing because I have a video for this. But I want you to check this out. It was all directional fabric, number one. Number two, I'm like, what do I do with this? Because I'm not going to make it look messy. But check out these chickens.
Oh,
and the fussy cut flower in the middle.
I love your fabric.
But
that is pretty, Katie.
And I made all the chickens go in the same direction and everything because I thought, why not take the time to just get a little fussy?
Yeah.
Even the flowers inside these corner ones, they're all one direction too.
Wow.
So I just the color is pretty like this. Anyway,
it is a pretty color.
Yeah,
it's very pretty.
That flower in the
middle. I know. I like that.
Because usually I don't even bother. I have some horse. Well, like right here. Let me show you something. I have two layer cakes that are like this one, and I also have 2 layer cakes that are horses, but they're colorful like this one is. And I'm thinking about, maybe I could fussy cut some of this. Like, look at this. Who wouldn't want to fussy cut that?
Oh yeah, that would be perfect.
That would be fun to fussy cut.
And you love horses.
Yes, I do. So I actually have 2 layer cakes of this and 2 layer cakes of the horse one, and it's also the horse one's very colorful. Like, look at this dark one with the black background.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
It really pops those horses.
Yeah, so I figured I would pull out all the ones that has this style on it. Fussy cut those. Yes, I know. I'll be wasting.
When I see that, I think Lisa Frank.
No,
I don't know if you remember Lisa Frank, but she used to design like pencils and notebook holders and trapper keepers back when I was in school, and that's what those prints remind me of.
Yeah, I remember I used to have, until my dad took it all away. I had a box in my closet because I shared a bedroom with my 2 sisters. And so I used to draw all the time, and mostly what I drew was horses and unicorns. One day I came home from school because I was in the mood for drawing. My box was gone.
Aww.
And so I asked what happened to my box, and my dad says I threw it in the burn barrel. That was the last time I did any drawing.
Aww.
He says, yep. You worship them horses too much. You're supposed to be worshiping God, not that.
That's God's creatures.
Right. I agree.
It was just saying, he did a lot of it. I think the reason he did it is he was just a mean human being.
He was miserable. He wanted everybody else to be miserable.
Well, sure he did. I mean,
sounds like truth to me.
Yep.
Yeah. It was like growing plants. When I figured out it was my superpower, he took them away twice. The first time he took them away, I had over 300 of them.
Wow.
And he didn't have to do anything to tend them. I was tending them. I was covering them up during the winter months. He didn't have to do anything, but he resented that I was outside all the time.
Yeah.
Or he was just jealous. I don't know.
Controlling.
Hey, Vicky Bush, welcome, welcome. Hey, Andrea, welcome, welcome. Did I miss anybody?
Hi, Andrea.
I just posted a video on my channel talking about why I can't seem to get finished. Says, that's Janice. No,
that was me
that was
responding
you,
to Robin.
I don't know why I get YouTube's channels. Don't ask. My brain is.
I do the same thing, Katie. I have to say that I get Quilting in the Country and Quilting on the Bluff or whatever. I called them each other's names.
Yeah, ask Shonda how many times I've called her Denise.
Yeah. I hope they forgive me. They did not mention it. I've realized it.
Yeah, or I'll call Denise Shonda, and I'm like, oh, crap.
I know.
But I do that to my kids. I'll call Lynette Chris and call Chris Lynette.
Yeah.
I do it to my kids all the time. That's why I don't say anything when you do it, and then I have a sister that's younger than me. So between my sister and my kids, I call them all the same interchangeably. I mix up their names all the time.
You call roll.
Yeah.
I don't know why I do it, but I definitely do it.
Yeah.
And sometimes and it gets worse when I'm tired. If I'm really, really tired, it's just crazy. I don't understand it myself. And that sounded very Southern of me, the way
the brain just is fatigued. It's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much.
I remember my grandmother, she used to do it to me all the time because my grandmother kind of raised me, but she had 3 daughters of her own.
Mm-hmm.
And so sometimes she'd run through all the names before she got to me. She'd be like, Shonda. I'm like, and I used to laugh at her. I'm like, you can't remember my name, Grandma? And now here I am doing the same thing.
I know.
Yeah. I think we just get fuddled sometimes.
We've got too much knowledge in our brain.
Yeah, our brain doesn't know what to do with it. Okay, so we're going to do this color this side. So what I want to do...
Shonda, Robin wants to know if you got the star crochet done.
No. So Robin, what had happened was I was working on it and I realized that I had made a mistake. And so I went to go take that mistake out and I had to undo like 4 hours worth of work. And I haven't been able to touch the project since.
Aww.
You just got to get past that, huh?
Yeah, it hurt my feelings so bad to be so close to finishing it and then have to take 4 hours worth of work out that I'm gonna try to work on it tonight though. I'm gonna try to do 2 hours tonight.
That'd be good.
Y'all because I'm going to run this live past the usual time. If either one of you want to stay longer, you're welcome to.
Okay.
I might take a dinner break and come back because I'm going to need to eat something.
Yeah, you're welcome to do that. That's fine with me, because I need watch hours. So I'm going to let this live run for a while. I need a little extra time. Okay. So let's see, we're going to have that side on that side and this on this side and then this on this side. Yeah, I think this is going to work. I forgot to tell everybody what I was working on. I am working on my woven star for Star Climber. I decided I wanted to do something where I didn't have to think about what I was doing. I still have to think, but you know what I mean.
You've done it. You've done enough of them that yeah.
I'm not, and I've got everything pre-cut pretty much. So as far as, the size I need and everything, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm definitely going to have to cut some more half triangles of the white, but I've already cut the strips to cut the triangles from. So that won't take long. And I could do that actually on this live and it'd be all right.
Yeah.
Was someone about to say something?
No, not me.
Okay. Hey, Mary, and hello, Tampa Creek Homestead. Welcome, welcome. And hi, Cindy Good. Y'all that have channels, I have a command that you can type in here, and I'm going to share it with my little command. Y'all are welcome to share your channels. All right, bot, wake up. There, no. What is it doing? No, wait. That's interesting. Let me see what happens when I put, oh, there it is. To share your channel, type exclamation selfie. And I am going to share Sherry's channel because I think I have you already in the bot.
Thank you.
And I'll share
I think you
Shonda's.
do.
Come on. Boy, it's slow tonight. Or it's the internet that's slow. Or maybe me that's slow. Because I forgot to set that to live chat. That's probably my fault. Oh my gosh.
Hey,
Anyway,
it's not alive without issues.
Right,
yeah, that's right. 'Cause
exactly.
we started out with some tech problems.
Yeah, I did. Yep.
Okay, so I've shared Cherry's channel. If you have not subscribed to her channel, hop on over there real quickly and hit that subscribe button. And then later, when you have a chance, watch some of her videos so you can help her with her watch hours. And I've just posted Shonda's channel as well. Make sure you go over to her channel if you're not subscribed, because each of these people, each of these women have fantabulous channels. So go over and have a look and subscribe and do some watching.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Katie's always good at shouting us out.
I know. That's good.
Yep. I've been doing that for a long time. When I first started watching Becca, I was all the time doing super chats in her channels. Hers and someone else I did super chats all the time with. Because this does take work.
It does. It does.
It really does.
Contrary to what most people might not realize, it really does.
You always have to think ahead.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Now, only if we had a crystal ball that we could look in the crystal ball and know when something bad was going to happen right before a live, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I know that's silliness, but
it's sort of like you just go with the flow now when it happens.
I feel like I've gotten better about not freaking out as much.
Yeah.
Any ranting that goes on usually goes on before the channel starts.
Oh, that freaks me out before. I can handle something. Sometimes I handle better during the chat than I do during the live than I do.
Yeah.
Like, oh, the time's clicking. It's going.
Yeah. Especially when it gets close and you're like, oh my God, I'm not ready yet.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I broke one of my resin hooks.
Uh-oh. How did you break it?
It's so thin. It's a H hook, so the little tip just broke off.
Oh no. Do you have a backup?
Oh yeah, I don't even use these. They're just pretty.
Have you ever seen these hooks, Shonda? Where's my I meant to bring these up the other day. These supposedly have lifetime warranties on them. They're Addy hooks.
I haven't tried the Addies.
So
I don't.
They're actually ergonomically nice to crochet with because I hold my crochet hook like this. Now I don't know how it's going to be when someone holds it like a pencil. I hold mine like
I have a knife hold, but I have a unique way of holding my
yeah.
hook that I don't think would be compatible with that style.
Probably
Because
not.
I tend to use my fingertips only, and I tend to roll my hook.
Oh, okay. Because see, I put my thumb right here on this curve right here when I'm holding it. And now these are supposed to not be breakable. I have broken mine right here with my thumb. Smacked it right in half.
Yeah,
but it's not worth the effort of mailing it to them because, you know, it's just
Yeah.
They said that I was there when I contacted them a long time ago when it first happened, and it was a really long time ago actually. When I contacted them about it, you're the first person who's broke one of our hooks. What did you do? I said I didn't do anything. I said it just snapped when I was sewing with it or crocheting with it. And it was probably because of the way I hold my hook, more than likely.
Yeah, that's the reason why I can't use tulip hooks. Um, because the way that I crochet, the
Mm-hmm.
the tulip name is raised up a little bit.
Yeah.
And so as I'm twirling my crochet hook, it keeps scraping against my palm and it drives me insane. So I
It
can't use
aggravates you.
tulips.
These
Hmm.
are the ones I love using the most. They're bamboo handles.
I like my furls streamline metal and I like the Clover Amours.
Yeah.
Those are pretty much I've tried so many hooks at this point, and those are the two like mainstays that I tried Prim. I didn't like them. I tried I told you about the tulips.
Yeah.
I do have some We Crochet Dots hooks. I can use those. Those aren't bad, but I prefer the Clover.
I don't like the plastic ones because the yarn seems to stick to the plastic.
Those are Prim, and that's why I sent them back. Now the Clover Amore has some plastic ones once you get to the larger sizes, but
Uh-huh.
to me they move through the yarn like butter.
Oh, cool. Because I have a couple plastic ones and I'm not impressed. And I don't feel that I'm a picky person because when I started out crocheting, I was just using a metal Bates is what my aunt gave me.
Yeah.
And while I was
Hmm.
younger, it didn't bother me to use a metal one. But as I've aged, you know, your hand changes and you try to find more comfortable ways of doing it.
I definitely agree with that. That was one of the reasons I stopped crocheting was because it was so hard on my hands, um, that my hands would hurt.
Yeah,
And so that's what made me take up quilting. And
yeah,
then when I got back into crocheting, at that point, I wasn't quite as poor as I was before. And I had a couple extra dollars. And so I went and I tried one hook. I think I bought the J hook, the 6 millimeter Clover J hook. And I've
hmm.
never looked back.
Money definitely plays a factor in what you buy.
Mama J says she likes the bamboo, the ones with the bamboo handles.
Yeah, that's what
I
the one
haven't
I was
tried
just
those yet.
showing. I do have real bamboo ones too. Like this one here is a longer one. Shonda, look, see, it's a little bit longer than usual.
Hmm.
It has this just it's like um the woodworker did like woodwork on it. So only the part down at the bottom is like that. But to me, the hook is a bit long, but you probably could use this for like when you're doing intralec or Tunisian. It's a little bit longer, and the yarn slides nicely across the bamboo itself.
Yeah, so
But
I do have some of these Furls wood hooks.
oh, those are
Um,
pretty. Oh my gosh.
but they're so lightweight.
Yeah, they're very light. There's no
They're
weight
they're
to
almost
them.
too lightweight. I need a
Yep,
little bit of weight in my hook.
yep, yep,
These are beautiful hooks, and the yarn slides so well on these wood hooks. Like
yep,
there's no sticking drag whatsoever with these,
yep.
but they are so light that I can't if I need some weight. So I did
You probably
learn.
do what I do, drop them really easy.
I just it just feels like I need some kind of balance
Yep,
to the yarn, and
yeah,
these just don't give it. They're so lightweight. But I'm thinking, I don't know, if I live, long enough to be an older woman and I'm 70 or something, maybe I'll prefer the no weight. But for
yep,
now, I need a little weight in my hook.
yep, yep. I just think how we do things changes as we were talking about. You know, the older we get, the way what something felt good before, does it feel good? So you find something that does feel good, you know?
That's exactly right.
Why did that seem like it didn't want to go in there? That was interesting.
Oh, Andrea says that is for Tunisian crochet.
Yeah, it's a type. Yeah, it's Tunisian or Tunisian.
Yeah,
Tunisian, like the country
yeah,
Tunisia.
Tunisia.
Yeah, it's a crochet where it looks, when you're doing the stitches, as it progresses over time, it begins to look like you're knitting instead of crocheting.
Oh, cool.
And
Like
you carry
like the
multiple.
Afghan stitch does.
No, it's totally different. You carry multiple stitches on your hook.
Oh my.
Depending on the size you're crocheting, you can have some where it's got 10 loops on the thing at the same time. Or if you're doing a really big one, you can have hundreds of loops on.
Oh my.
Yeah, they're just regular. You can buy really, really long crochet hooks for smaller projects. And for the larger projects, you have a regular crochet hook, but then you have a metal cord to hold your stitches.
Wow, I haven't seen that. That is interesting.
And you can find, I do have a couple Tunisian besides that one there. I'm pretty sure that was a Tunisian. But I also have one that's longer. It's like this long.
Wow.
And it's a metal one. It doesn't have a special handle on it. So I actually think I have 2 or 3 of those. I don't know where I have them at, but they're really long. And but the thing is they're like the metal. They're metal, just like a regular crochet hook is, and it's a crochet hook too. But the problem is holding them long and with no kind of handle on it where you can grip it better. Your hand gets tired.
Yeah.
I do have a Tunisian project on my short list that I want to make. It's a scarf because I want to start with something smaller.
Oh, cool! I actually
So
think
I got myself a little cheap Tunisian set.
Oh, cute. Robin says that she likes to use the aluminum hooks.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she's
aluminum,
always used.
Yeah, those are the metal ones.
And I think the clovers are aluminum. They just have the handle that's not. But the regular Susan Bates that I grew up on, those are those made me abandon quilting because those are the ones that I just couldn't hold.
Yeah.
Because at the time I had a daughter who was 2, 3, and I used to do her hair. I used to braid her hair all the time, and so between the hair braiding and what that made my hands do, and then putting the crochet on top of it, like I thought I was when I was in my mid-20s, I was actually a little frightened that my hands were going to give out.
Oh my.
Because they were not holding up well. They were not holding up.
Oh, I know why I picked this up because I didn't write it. Me and a paper piecing is having a bit of an issue over here. Because I put this on the wrong side.
Oh.
Okay. I hate when I do that. That's why I didn't look. That's why I remember when you probably heard me make the comment. I'm like, what's wrong here? Was because I was sewing it on the same side I already sewed something on. And that's why it was being weird. Too thick of a stitch.
Yeah. Let me see. Andrea from Mama J's Enterprise says, Sherry, you and Katie inspired me to create a new quilt block. It's an applique block with hand stitching. Oh my. It is butterflies in a circle. And I just finished the first one this morning. Well, put me down for an order, girl.
We want to see it.
Oh.
Yeah, please share with us so we can see it. I'm hoping that we can, get many people more inspired to do the little things you don't think about doing when it comes to this.
Yeah, kind of go back to what you may have started out doing,
Yeah, yeah.
And that to relax and get your mind flowing or change up what you're always doing, you know?
I have to say that the hand quilting is definitely addictive. It's it definitely I'm trying to develop my learning curve with it, and I'm starting to kind of figure it out. I still haven't done the nut.
Well, that's okay. You can.
I still haven't done any of the fastening off.
Yeah.
So there's all these loose little tails hanging on the front of my quilt top.
Who was it? Now I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth, but it's on the Facebook group. It's on under Greenland Quilter, and she showed her big stitch, and she's a hand quilter, and she did it all. She did good.
I know, right? I don't remember who it was, but it was someone.
I'm trying. I could go look. I'm gonna look because she needs to have some credit there.
Yep.
Let's see.
I feel like when I learn, get the hand quilting down pat, I need to at some point learn how to do regular applique, and I know why, because I don't feel like this is me labeling me. I'm a beginner quilter until I know some of these skills.
It was Andrea.
I thought it was Andrea.
Andrea Gill.
Like, did I miss something?
It was on your Facebook page.
Yeah, she posted it on my Facebook page. Yep.
Yeah. That was.
Oops.
Sorry, Andrea. We were impressed. Just didn't want to say the wrong name. But if anybody wants to see that, go on Katie's. Go on Katie's Facebook page, and you'll see her Andrea's quilt that she did, and she has some close-up stitching. It's a cross, and then she has with a black background. She has close-up stitching, and it's beautiful.
There's
absolutely beautiful.
There is so many gifted people in this community.
I know.
There's talent everywhere. And this talent is being shared with all of us. And I feel like I've learned so much from all of y'all.
Yeah.
Especially those who took the time this is how you do this.
Yeah. That's what's fun about it, is that if you're willing to learn from others, you'll gain a lot. If you think that
that's right.
If you think you've learned it all, then you won't go any further.
Nope, that's right. Because I have this saying, I don't know if anybody else thinks this way. I have this saying, you never stop learning until you're 6 feet under.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right.
I can't go through life not trying to learn something new, because I think that as long as we keep our brain busy learning,
yeah,
maybe we have less of a chance to end up in somewhere.
Yeah, I like the fact that, you can be explaining something. Like, let's say I could be explaining something, and someone makes a comment on how they do it, and like a light bulb goes off, and it's like, wow, that's a good idea,
Yes, like ding, ding, ding.
Yeah. So,
exactly.
I'm not ever insulted by somebody either saying there's a better, I found an easier way or anything like that.
Yeah. Because a lot of times when someone shares something like that, and then you go and you test it yourself, you're like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what the community's all about, is
you have this aha moment going on.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't remember what it was. It was probably my sugary do. When someone finally stepped up to help me with that Delta row, because all y'all know that I'm angle challenged. And when I did it, and it came, and the way they told me to do it, and I did it step by step, I followed what they told me to do. And when I did it, and I opened up those 2 triangles, I had this aha moment. I'm like, that's all I had to do, and I couldn't get that my damn self. What's up with that? But it was, it was really cool that two older women who were older than me took the time out of their busy schedule to write me an email with a step-by-step on what to do.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that really is.
It wasn't Irena or Irena's teaching on her video that was the issue. Sometimes when you're doing a teaching moment and you speak another language besides English, sometimes your words don't always come out the same. Like when I'm talking to my husband and I ask him a question and I get a random answer, I know I didn't ask it in the proper way.
Yeah.
And so that was what was going on with her walking you through to do it. I was missing a key component that I couldn't visually see her do. And that was what was the obstacle. I couldn't see what she was doing.
The guy that sews is on. No, the guy's craft 2. He's on. He was glad he was able to catch a live, Katie.
John.
What's his name?
It's either John or Russ.
Russ.
It's either John or Russ. I always get them backwards. Anyway, good to see you.
Yeah, I know. And then let me see.
We were just talking about this very thing about getting people's names backwards.
I've been seeing a lot more men quilting and men doing crochet on my timeline lately.
I think that's fantastic. John,
I've been loving it.
I got it right to start with. Hey, I've been missing sewing with you, John. We need to sew together. I know you're busy and stuff. And I just put him on the hot plate.
Yeah, Andrea has worked in many fiber arts. She said she's tried it all until she finds which one she likes and what's works and what's don't.
John missed a real treat on Thursday night, didn't he, Sherry?
Oh, yes. Yes, he did.
You missed my live on Thursday, and it would have been a real treat for you.
Unless you watched the replay.
You need to go watch the replay.
Nikolaj was so calm and cool about it.
Yeah, he's just totally relaxed, not getting even when the machine was giving him a hard time, which that machine's really good about doing when what was happening with the thread coming out.
Yeah.
That's what would irritate me about it.
Yeah.
And I've been on this bigger machine for so long that when I went to thread that one and clean it up and get it ready to go, I'm like, oh my God, you went from what seemed like a big space to you're all squished up in this little tiny spot. He says, should I be a little scared? Oh, I don't know. Go have a peek. You'll love it.
No, he makes it proud for the men.
Yeah, my husband did good. He makes y'all look good. Because he definitely, I tell you, I didn't expect it to, that for it to go that way. I mean, I was nervous that it would turn into a train wreck.
I figured he would do good. I guess it is his calmness and that,
He just does. The only time I ever see him getting overexcited and bad words coming out of his mouth is when he's gaming a race game, like Grand Theft Auto.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, you really should not play that game because it makes you really angry. And he accuses the game of cheating him.
Sometimes you wonder if the computers get smart and in the games, and they know they'll do something.
Are they designed to actually do that?
To challenge you? Yeah, because if you could just go through each level so easily, you wouldn't like it. But when they know that you're getting good, but then there's a certain point that it doesn't matter. They can't do anything. You've gained too much.
What used to irritate me was my son.
Yeah, don't like you to beat him.
Yeah. We when I first got interested in games, it was me and my first husband bought a Super Nintendo. And
Yeah.
it took us about 2.5 months to beat Super Mario World. But that wasn't us sitting on it 24/7 either. But my son was 6 when he was watching us play. And when we got close to finishing the game, he says, Mom, I want to learn how to play that game. And I'm like, well, I'll walk you through it, but I don't know that whether you're old enough to play it or not. Because it didn't occur to me that I already knew he was advanced in putting Legos together for a 6-year-old because I had to buy him adult Legos. So I was buying him Technics because anything below that was too simple because he would put it together within 30 minutes. He'd just look at a picture, all the pictures in the book, and then put the darn thing together.
Yeah.
And that gets expensive, let me tell you.
Yeah.
So, and I said, okay, I'll let you play. And I showed him how the controller worked and all this. And then he got through the first quarter of the first level, and he got to the magician's castle, and that castle is a pain in the butt. And he says, Mom, how do you do this part? And so I tried to show him because it took me a while to figure out how to do it. And then I walked out of the room. I showed him what I needed to show him, and I walked out. About 20 minutes later, Mom, come here. Uh-oh, he must need help. My son blasted through that one, and he was already in level 2. Within a 2-week period, he beat the entire game.
Wow.
6 years old, beating Super Mario World. So he also saw us playing Super Mario Kart. Now, me and my husband didn't even know there was an ending to Mario Kart. My son found it. So I started, every time he would beat another game, I'm like, dude, $65 a whack for a game is expensive, and you're blowing through them more than I can afford them.
They did get expensive.
Back then, they were very, I'm sure they are now. I mean, I haven't bought
They're
one. They're
still expensive. My son he has the Xbox, so he just gets the Xbox annual pass. Okay. And I tell him, get that money from your dad because I'm not paying for that.
Yep.
I'm not a video game person. I bought the console. I'm not paying for the annual subscription.
He's along with everybody else waiting for that Nintendo Switch 2 to come out. He's been saving his extra funds because for a while there he couldn't do anything because he was homeless.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's been he's doing really good with his money. I'm really proud of him. He lets me see what he's doing in his bank account, and I give him advice from time to time, like, you really should cut out this little thing and don't be spending money on this because it's a waste. And if he listens, he listens. If he doesn't, then he's still doing it, Yeah. Like, I don't understand why you want to pay $13 for a cup of coffee.
Oh
no.
Really good.
I mean, really?
I mean, if it's an occasional treat, maybe, but that's a lot.
And to me, that's make your own damn coffee.
Must be a big one. Big coffee.
Yeah, and I will say I did have a Starbucks problem at one point in my life, but when I moved out here in 2015, and there is no Starbucks near here.
No.
I have to drive 20 minutes to get to a Starbucks. And so that kind of broke my habit.
Well, I did Starbucks. Now what I do is at the grocery store, over in the refrigerated section where the milk and juice is, they have the Starbucks in cold brew.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I'll buy that, put a little milk and a little bit of the caramel syrup in with a little bit of ice, and it's close enough to a caramel macchiato that I'm happy, and it saves a lot of money.
I just ended up getting a Keurig when I moved out here. Yeah. So I use my Keurig, and what I do is I did the stirrups for a while, but sometimes what I'll do is since I don't really like to eat breakfast in the morning, I'll use protein powder.
Oh, that'd be good.
And so I'll put like caramel collagen protein powder or just regular vanilla protein powder, and I'll put that in the shake. in the coffee, and it kind of gives it that latte feel, but
Hmm.
it's kind of healthier.
Yes,
I get some protein in, so that's what I've been doing for the past few years now.
that's a good idea.
So you got some of you know this, some of you don't. Me and Nikolaj don't drink coffee.
Really?
Ah,
No.
really?
Out of my entire family, I am the only one who doesn't drink coffee.
I was raised on coffee.
My kids got addicted to coffee because of their paternal grandmother.
Me
She would
too.
make
My
coffee when
my
they were
maternal
babies.
grandmother.
Yeah, because I didn't buy coffee. And then when they started drinking as teenagers, Mom, will you buy us some coffee in a coffee maker? And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Because I can't stand the smell of it in the house.
Oh,
Oh
really?
God, I love the smell of coffee.
Yeah, coffee.
No, we lived with
Yeah.
someone for a little while that drank coffee excessively, and the house constantly smelled of burnt coffee.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Dark
I
coffee
just
is
brew two
good.
pods in the morning and that's it. I don't drink coffee all day because I won't
But
be able to
have I
sleep at night.
have I drank it? Yes, I'll tell y'all a little story. When I went to New York, I think it was the first time actually, or it was the second time. I don't remember which. Um, I went from I stayed a little bit in Brooklyn, and then some friends came and got me and took them home with them to New Jersey because I was going to spend a little time with them too. And I went during a time probably it was bad for me to go because my asthma had already started giving me trouble. Because I think I went in April, and oh my God, the weather, every time a cold front rolled through New York, I was having bad asthma trouble. So anyway, Blue, and their name was Blue and Tammy. Tammy was an asthmatic, so she knew all about bad asthma. And so when we got there, I was having some difficulty, but I was not thinking anything about it. And 3 o'clock in the morning, I realized I could not get my asthma under control, and I was in trouble. So I went to and I couldn't talk. That's how bad it was. So I'm banging on their door, and they find me not laying on the floor, but sitting on the floor at their door. And Tammy takes one look. She's like, "Uh-oh, we have a problem." And Blue already knew what to do. So Blue was making coffee, which I didn't know anything about at the time until they come in there and
Yep.
start forcing me to drink the coffee. And I'm like, I don't drink coffee. She says, listen here, young lady. You're going to drink the coffee. You're going to do the nebulizer. You're going to get in bed with us, and we're going to deal with this tonight. Otherwise, we'll have to take you to the emergency room, and that's going to be expensive.
That's
We were
true.
really-
Coffee being a stimulant.
Yeah, the coffee opens up the blood vessels, apparently. So they were feeding me coffee and giving me a nebulizer every 3 hours, and finally we got my asthma under control.
Wow.
I know
She's
about
like,
that
"Why did you wait?"
nebulizer.
Yeah, the nebulizer's a blessing. She says, why did you wait to tell me? I'm like, because I'm in your house. Because I don't know, because I was in their house, and I didn't want to
Try
be
not to be a bother.
I didn't want to be a bother because some people don't understand what it's like when you can't breathe. I knew she did, but it was their house. But she told me, she says, you never do this again. If you're at our house and you're in trouble, you come tell me before it gets out of hand. Yeah. When the inhaler doesn't work anymore, something's wrong. Because I was doing the inhaler like every 30 minutes, and the more I did it, the worse it got. And I had a prescription inhaler, so I knew I was in trouble. And I couldn't talk. And when I can't talk, that's a problem. Last time that it was like that, I was 7 months pregnant, ended up in the hospital.
Wow.
Oh no.
Me and Lynette almost died because it was so bad. And it was because it was cold outside. It was like below zero in North Florida. My husband invited some friends over to eat with us, and they smoked inside the house because it was too cool to go outside and smoke. And so I had been breathing their secondhand smoke. And then my husband the next day went to work, and when I didn't sleep well the night before because I felt like I couldn't breathe properly. And by the time he got home, I had this big piece of paper. I need you to call the doctor. he says, you can't do it yourself. I'm like, I can't. And I had to write because I was crying, and crying makes your asthma worse. And what I was crying about was because I couldn't feel Lynette moving. She wasn't moving in my belly. And she was a very active baby. And so he called the doctor, and the doctor says, you bring her here. And when I got there and he checked me out, he's like, you're going to ICU.
Wow.
I didn't realize how much danger I was in.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, that happened to my son once. That's how, because none of my kids have asthma except for my son. That was my last one, and I've never had it. So I wasn't really familiar with it, didn't really know how it worked. But his asthma presented in ways that I hadn't seen before. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like, oh, he's exerting himself and then he can't breathe.
Yeah.
His is induced by allergens.
Yeah, it's he probably has asthma like I have, where it's not just exercise induced, probably environmentally induced.
Mm-hmm. So if he comes into contact with like one of his bad allergens, like cats or mold, those are off the charts for him. It's going to automatically trigger the asthma. And
Yep.
then also if he catches any kind of cold.
Yep, that worsens it.
And but other than that, he's fine. But as long as he doesn't catch a cold or come into contact with allergens. So
Does he
we keep the nebulizer for that.
Does he have trouble when he catches the flu with it? Because I did. I ended up
He
with
has
pneumonia
never
when I
caught the
became an
flu.
adult.
We get a flu shot every year. We get a flu shot every year, not just him, but I used to make everyone in the house get it because his asthma was so bad from a cold that I honestly felt like if he got the flu, it could take him off this planet. I felt like it could take him out.
It
That's
would.
how bad, like his when he got a cold when he was maybe about 4 or 5. And like I said, we didn't even know he had asthma at that point. We didn't really know what was going on. But I took him to the doctor, and the doctor called the ambulance because his pulse ox was like 60%. And they was like, your kid can't breathe.
Yep. Not getting enough oxygen in the bloodstream to the brain.
Yep. So it was a scary time. And so I had to learn about it and how to manage it. But it really got better once he got older and his lungs got larger.
Mine got worse as
mine got
got worse. Yeah. Mine got worse as I got older.
Now his might start to get worse again as he gets right now he's 17. But I think as he, enters his 40s and 50s, I'm sure it'll get worse again. But it's definitely more manageable now, him at 17 with larger lungs than when he was like 4 or 5.
Hopefully he'll be able to not get pneumonia, because when I got my first bout of pneumonia, then I ended up with pneumonia a year later, and then a year later that, and then they started giving me the pneumonia vaccine because my asthma, what was happening is I was, because I lived in North Florida, which was very unhealthy for me, between October to March, my asthma would be at its worst. I mean, it would literally just turn into this raging hot mess.
That's him, October to March.
Yeah, it was the worst during that time. During the summertime, I could control it very easily, and it didn't matter what I was doing. But during that time frame, I couldn't hardly control it. And then my first year at college, right before the spring semester was supposed to start, about sometime between Christmas, because we had winter break, and so I had caught the flu, and I had been sick for several days. And right before spring semester would start, I told my husband, I said, I think I need to go to the hospital. He says, what's the matter? I can't breathe. And I said, it feels like it did the first time I was hospitalized with my asthma. So he took me to the hospital, and I had waited a long time before I ever went. And when I got there, and the doctor, they called some doctor, and the doctor came, and he's like, how long have you been like this? And I told him, and he says, do you know you have pneumonia? No. And they hospitalized me. And the next day the doctor came in, and he says to me, he says, young lady, we've been treating your asthma for blah, blah, blah amount of time, and you've already been hospitalized once before. did it not occur to you that there was something more going on than what it was? I'm like, no, because I just thought my asthma was being ugly because of the time of the year it was. And I told him that. He says, well, here's the deal, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Your asthma is really out of control right now. You have pneumonia in both your lungs, and we're going to treat it as harshly as we can, but this could go either way. And that scared me when he told me that. And I don't know, I think I spent about 2 weeks in the hospital, and I was worried about college. And so I contacted my advisor, told him I was in the hospital with pneumonia. And I said, am I going to get kicked out of my spring semester classes? He says, no. I said, and then he said, would you mind doing your classwork in your hospital room? I'm like, no, bring it. Because I couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
So they brought me all of my classwork to the hospital, and several of the teachers came and checked on me and brought me more school work, and I got it all done, and they'd come pick it up. So I never did get behind on any of it. So when I came back to school, I had like 3 exams to take, and I took them on a scheduled date because they wouldn't have been with the class because they'd already had their exam. And that's how they handled it. And then I didn't lose any credit or anything. I didn't lose anything.
Well, that was a blessing.
It was a blessing.
He's had pneumonia, but we caught it. We caught it early. So he has had like pneumonia. He hasn't had it in both lungs at the same time, but he's had it in one lung. And they, gave him all the meds and the steroids and blah 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 to treat it. And then it just like it came right back. So then they had to treat it even like more harshly. But then after that, it didn't come back a third time. So he has had pneumonia, but we've caught it early.
And I bet your son will tell you that the pneumonia felt like he was having an asthma attack because it feels the same.
It feels like somebody's sitting on your chest.
Yeah, you can't really tell the difference because it feels like that is an asthmatic. And I used to tell people that asthma is the most misunderstood disease back then, because a lot of people back then still thought it was in your head. You're just making it up.
Well, I grew up in a time where they knew it was real.
Yeah.
So
my father thought it was all in our head.
I remember somebody when I was in grade school, very young grade school, that she was asthmatic, and she was, they didn't have the treatments like they do today. And she was the one that would have the, she would breathe like that.
Yep. And y'all probably notice sometimes I do that when I'm on a live.
But see, my son never breathes like that. He never looks like he's never doing that.
With your
but
son,
he's not moving any air. So we have to do a peak flow. The only way we can know if his asthma is kicking in is if we use the peak flow meter to see how much air he's moving. Like that's the only way we know.
Is he a wheezer or a cougher?
He's a cougher.
See, my mother trained me not to cough. As far back as I can remember, at some point I stopped being a cougher and I became a wheezer because coughing makes asthma worse.
To me, like especially when he was young, I needed the cough because I needed
so it would
a physical
indicator
indicator that something was wrong. So I was glad for the coughing. I didn't want to stop it.
I think she was just doing that because she thought that was the best.
And it might be.
But the thing is you think about coughing, you're getting the secretions.
With the asthma doesn't have secretions.
It's just dry.
Okay.
So with asthma, what asthma is when you inhale, as a normal person, you inhale and you exhale air. As an asthmatic, our bronchial tubes get clogged up. And when you're pulling the air in, you can't bring the air back out again. So you always feel like you're suffocating. And when we say we can't breathe, what we mean is we can't get the air to come out so we can breathe new air.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's why I call it the suffocating thing, because it's very suffocating.
Let's see.
You know, and I've had it from birth. I mean, the minute I took my first breath. My mom had asthma, and I can remember when I was younger that her asthma was bad at times. But then when she hit like 50, I think, her asthma became much milder. Mine, I'm 63 and mine's still bad.
I guess Rita has asthma attacks too. Has asthma.
Yeah. Rita says, you have an attack. The inhaler does not work because you have to be able to breathe to use the inhaler. Yeah. And the nebula, you know, some people are funny. I heard someone make a comment, I don't know when it was, a couple months ago, that you get more medicine from your inhaler than you do your nebulizer. That is incorrect.
I mean, technically, it might be more, but you're not actually getting all of it.
No,
No,
you're
people
not.
don't. Not everybody uses their inhaler correctly.
Yeah, and even if you did use it correctly, when your asthma
And if you can't breathe,
yeah, a nebulizer will get the medicine into your lungs a lot faster than an inhaler.
I only know these things by proxy because my daughter is a respiratory therapist.
I know I should have became a respiratory therapist because I
Yeah,
know
that would have been good.
Yeah, because I know so much about it in the medicine.
Yeah.
By the time I had been hospitalized about 4 times with it, I should. I
You
knew the dang drill. The other thing is when you're in the hospital, they come and they don't. The first 2 or 3 times I was hospitalized, they would come in and draw blood in a strange way.
Yeah.
Because the vein that they would get into,
yes,
measures your oxygen level at a more accurate rate.
Right. It's in the wrist.
Right up here, down inside here.
Oh, in that side?
Yeah, right down in here somewhere. And oh my
It
God,
hurts.
it freaking hurts.
Yep.
And I'm like,
they didn't put him through that. Maybe because he was a kid. I don't know. They didn't put him through that.
Well, they probably didn't, because I know with Thomas, because he had breathing problems. He got where they would have to strap him down to even put an IV in him, and usually ended up in his foot because he would just be crazy.
Well, that's the kid. Oh, oops, that's the kid in him. Kids don't like shots.
Well, you know, when I he was in the hospital so much with the breathing because from the minute he was born, and that explained when I finally found out what was really going on, it explained a whole lot of things, like why he never slept, why he cried so much, why he would stop breathing when he did go to sleep. And when the doctor did the MRI, ears, nose, and throat doctor did an MRI on his head, they come back out there and he says, you know, your son's an asthmatic, which I know you already know, was blocking 75% of his airway. Can you imagine what that's like?
Yeah.
That's why he wouldn't sleep and why he would cry so much. Because I learned not to sleep because of him. But his asthma now, he has like mild asthma now. And quite a bit of problems with allergies. Been hospitalized since, but he missed a lot of school during that time frame, and that breathing problem is what caused his learning disability.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, somebody has to help him read things, what he's reading when it comes to like business and stuff. Hold down a job, pay his tax. I'm teaching him how to pay his taxes and doing all this kind of
work. Shirley from Alaska's here. She says hello.
Shirley.
Hey,
welcome,
Shirley.
welcome.
Yep. She's been popping in. Shirley, you've been busy.
I like that we have someone from Alaska coming to visit.
I do too.
Because her weather is similar to mine. All right, Shirley, tell me how many hours of daylight you got And I'll tell you how many we have because it's getting longer now. And then I'll tell y'all what time we have sunset tonight. They're going to be like, wow. Because I noticed that it was daylight this morning at 5 o'clock in the morning. Or it seemed like it was around 5-ish. Because, yeah, I was still awake.
We're doing pretty good, Shirley.
Yep, we're doing good here.
We're just yakking away, talking about different things.
Yeah, we're having all kinds of conversation today.
I know.
Okay, so let me see here. Sunrise was at 5:17 a.m. this morning. And sunset today will be at 10:44 p.m.
Wow, it is getting.
Jeez.
Yep, so we're trudging along. Before long, it'll be 22 hours of daylight. Shirley's gonna look. She's looking to see where they're at on hers.
That has to throw your body off
Well, it does when you're
when you're a visitor.
The biggest joke between me and my husband is him being out to sea, and he'll be calling. I don't know how he knows I'm not at home. And he'll say, "Where are you at?" Down at the harbor. And then I realized, wait a minute, he's calling me. And then as I'm realizing that, he says, "Do you have any idea what time it is?" "No. It's 1:30 in the morning, honey." And I'll be down there taking iceberg pictures. This is before I started trying to do videos.
I imagine there's a lot of people there that are up and around at different times.
Yeah, the one thing I find the most disturbing is the kids who are out at midnight that should be in bed.
Yeah.
Young kids. I'm like, where's your parents at? I don't ask them that, but I'm thinking that. I'm like, where are their parents? Because you don't see no adults with them.
Mm.
And to me, it's a recipe for disaster. It's the same thing as sometimes I've taken a walk and I'll see kids down here, little kids, like 3-4-year-old kids, down here at the lake swimming. And there's not an adult anywhere to be seen. And I'm like, what if one of them falls down and hits their head on a rock and drown?
Katie Shirley says it was 5:06 and tonight sunset is 10:47. So they're very close to you.
Yeah, we're very close together on that. Wow. That's crazy.
Now, how many hours of sunlight where Shirley's at does she end up getting it? Where, does she go through the dark period then too?
Probably, I would think so.
I think they do.
I bet she gets about the same amount of hours at summer solstice as she does at winter solstice. Because those are the two main days that you can determine the longest and shortest days. Did we lose John in here? Are you still in here, John?
Let me see. I know Andrea was going out to work in her yard a little bit, but was going to keep it going for watch hours.
Awesome. Hey, Laura. Who else came in here that I didn't say hi to? Anyone I didn't say hi to, hi.
I think Laura was one. Crystal, you got Rita, right?
Yeah, I got Rita. Yep. Rita, I have a question for Rita. Do you have an email where I can email you? If you have an email, can you email me at my email? Because I want to ask you a question.
Email me at
email me. Shirley, so you have 24/7 sunshine where you're at, Shirley? Because we won't. We'll have 22 hours.
Wow.
She says December we get about 5 hours of daylight. By winter solstice we have 22 hours of darkness. Yes, lady, still here lurking. I'm in the cutting room and I have to go to the other room to chat. Okay, gotcha. You got any new projects going on, John? Okay, what colors do I want to use now? Let me see here. We need to see what's going to go where. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm still working on the star. See? Fixing to decide on colors right here.
Oh, she's Rita says, yes, you have emailed me. I think Rita, she needs an update because she don't know where to look for your email address.
Tried to find your email and I couldn't freaking find it for some weird reason.
I know. I've been trying to. If I get something, I've been putting them in my contact list.
Yeah, I need to make a contact. Phone. Yeah, that's something I need to work on, is making a contact book, because I haven't done that.
Yeah,
I'm lazy.
Well, you know, I don't have a lot of email address. I mean, I might get some physical addresses. Then I realize I don't have their email address.
The problem that I like to use email is because if you send a messenger, people don't answer you. And to me, how do you communicate with anyone if they won't either A, answer emails, or B, answer messenger?
It probably depends. I think that some people, they have their email, but they don't open their email much. You know, I have to do it every day. I have to go through, or else I'll have 20,000 emails.
Yeah.
I mean,
I check mine several times a day.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm always checking my email. It gets checked at least every 3 or 4 hours in case, because sometimes somebody might need to get in contact with you.
Yeah.
All right. What colors do I want to use here? Let's use. This one will work for that one. Now I need a different color for the other side, which needs to be darker than that one. Well, not too dark.
So John says he's at the moment trying to finish several things and trimming so he can bind them and off to start some more. Well, the good thing is that I think a lot of people this month is trying to finish things that they have started, because I think it's over the winter we start a lot of things and then we don't get them done, and
well, some of my projects are kind of stretched out a little bit on purpose.
Yeah.
But the other thing is I think there's at least, I'm hoping to finish my magnolia, say by June, the end of June. I want to have that finished, so that'd be one project done. But what I mean by finishes, I actually think that once I get this next row on it and decide on a border or get the borders put on it, I think I'm going to quilt it on a live, because it's small enough to quilt on a live.
Yeah.
On the machine, I think I'll be fine with that. I might not get it finished quilting on the live, but at least I'll have quite a bit of it done. And then then I'll just finish it off on the side, you know, and because I want to finish it.
I'll be finishing my magnolia is piece. The top is done. But
you got it done?
Done.
What size did you decide on?
I think it's like I don't remember it. It's like a twin kind of. It's not real big, because I went until I did, as long as I had the fabric.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of excited about doing that because I didn't put a border on, but I did a cream background. And so I'm going to, my lattice was in the tiny floral. So I am binding it in that same. And I think that'll just be so pretty. And I'm either going to do, I think I'm going to do flowers with hummingbirds on it.
That sounds like fun.
Because of the lattice, it reminds me that, flowers climb up the lattice and that.
Yep.
Well, I could put magnolias on, huh?
Yeah, you could.
Let's see. Robin says, oh yeah. Sure. Robin says, Sherry, I'm working on a hex hexagon EPP quilt. Oh, it's 12,000 3/4 inch hexagons. Okay.
She's got what I think Nikolaj did the math and said she had about a third of it done.
Wow. I don't know if you've shown a picture of it anywhere, but I'd love to see.
Yeah,
a
we would
picture
like
of
to
it.
see. Definitely, we would like to see. You know, the other day when we were talking on Discord, that was the strangest thing with Discord. Were we talking in a chat or were we talking on a channel?
We were talking. It's a server. It's a chat, but what we were doing was open for other people to see, but I can message you.
Because I was confused. I thought that was where you post things. I didn't know you could actually hold a conversation in it.
Oh yeah, you can hold the conversation, go back and forth, and you can do a message where it just goes to the person. It's just you and them.
Okay.
Yeah. And then they'll have different rooms at times so that you know that if you want to share your channel, you can go there and people will go in there and look. If you want to share a pattern or you found a good video on something, you know, or even cooking. They have some of the channels will have cooking and gardening. So if you're gardening, so when you start gardening, you need to post it. I think it's Mona that has the gardening spot, so that because people will ask questions.
Speaking of gardening, I have a question for all y'all. More than likely Sunday, if the weather is good. We shall see, because I can't promise nothing. I'm going to get outside with a chainsaw and get a hold of trimming some trees. One's going to get cut down at some point, but I'm going to do tree trimming on Sunday. Y'all want to see that on a video?
Well, you be careful, girl.
It's a small chainsaw.
Oh, you use
when I mean here, let me show you.
It's a small chainsaw that can make big cuts.
I
know. And if you're going to film it, you better have somebody else film it. So Shirley, you're working on making on 5 and dime blocks. I'd like to see that too.
Oh yeah.
So I was gonna trim my Arctic willow trees, and to open up. What I like to do with my trees is I like to make trim limbs that are growing into the tree this way, because it's multiple. Yeah. Right. And I like to remove all those inner branches because it makes more light come in.
Okay.
And I can do it with this little doohickey right here. When I meant little, I meant little.
I know. Now somebody else is gonna film me.
That is a small chainsaw.
First, how do you turn it on?
Hey girl. Have power tools.
Like
is Nikolaj gonna be
he's standing right here.
I mean, is he going to film you?
Yeah, I was thinking I'd get him out there and film me trimming the trees and then share it with you guys.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And he, because I don't want you to be
you don't want me to get hurt
cutting and filming at the same time.
He'll make sure. If I know him, I might get to do it for all of 5 minutes, and he's like, "Let me do it, and you just tell me what to do."
Yeah.
This is the battery to it.
Wow. What's a baby?
Yeah, it's just when I meant tiny.
Well, good. You won't be doing any big branches.
No,
the only thing that we have to worry about is that you cut your finger, but we don't have to worry about
you shouldn't have to worry about any bloodshed going on.
I guess if you can run a rotor cutter, you can run that.
Yep, definitely. No, but I thought y'all might get a laugh out of that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rita, for sending the email. I'll answer it after the live.
But Rita says that it's an electric trimmer.
Rita says, I never use a chainsaw to trim. I don't have access to hand clippers. And so that's the next best thing right there. And I keep forgetting every time I go to the United States to invest in a pair of them and bring them back with me. For some reason, I think I might have a couple in my storage unit.
Can you transport those?
I could transport anything I want to in my suitcase as long as it's not
Explosives.
as long as it's not on that list of you cannot have in your suitcase and stuff.
Okay.
And you know what I mean. I wasn't going to say it on live because it might get me.
Oh, gee, sorry.
You
I mean,
know
it's
what
an
I mean,
actual
right?
word, though.
It's just a
The
word.
B
but
word?
someone-
The B word?
Yeah, the B word. I don't want to use it on the live and then get, because I don't know what you'll get pegged for and what you won't.
Mm.
You probably noticed that some people call their G word the freedom stick. And it took me a while to realize what they were talking about. And it was because I guess they've gotten nailed on YouTube for using the G word.
Oh, wow.
Which is stupid because the person who calls it the freedom stick does hunting in the winter months for deer with his daughters. So why would you call it that? And YouTube doesn't penalize him for showing the videos of his kids hunting deer.
Yeah, the algorithm doesn't make sense sometimes. What it allows and what it doesn't allow doesn't seem accurate sometimes.
Yeah, I think it doesn't understand the difference between,
Rita says that she scissors work and also serrated knives work.
Yeah, I'm not doing it like that.
For
I
tiny.
want a clean cut on these limbs.
Yeah.
Because of where I live at. I don't want sap running out of the tree.
You don't want to damage the branch.
Nope. Shirley says, call it paw paw. Wait, pew pew. Oh, that's the first time I've heard that little analogy.
Pew.
Oh, pew pew. Yeah, okay. I get that.
Makes sense. Pew pew. Everybody would know what that meant, huh?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I did not know that. That's the first time I've heard that term.
Really?
I have. I just never would have thought to use it.
I come from a literal world. What can I say? Sorry. I'm not being a smart ass, but
It's like all those. You didn't watch Pepe Le Pew then?
No, I haven't.
Oh, really?
Is it a show?
It was a cartoon as a kid.
I never watched cartoons I wasn't much of a cartoon user because I spent most of my time trying to stay outside so I could avoid certain things.
Okay. Yeah, I was a little TV watcher.
I wasn't. I was too busy being outside. That was my safe spot.
Remember when Sonny and Cher was on and I watched them?
Oh, I remember them.
I know my mom would say, she's so vulgar. And
what was vulgar about her?
I can understand today why she would really think that.
She would really think she's vulgar now then.
I know.
Especially when she was doing that song on the aircraft carrier.
Oh, that was terrible.
I didn't think it was terrible. I just thought she was pretty darn brave.
It was because she was showing her belly button.
I just see nothing wrong with that. I don't understand this thing about you show your belly button on TV, but Miss America contestants can be on stage wearing bikinis.
Yeah.
That is the most double standard I've ever seen.
I think it's changing now. I think anything goes now.
You can do whatever you want these days.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. But I try not to judge any of that because, that's their way of expressing themselves and it's none of my business. Would I dress like that? No. I mean, not now. What I mean is, would I have dressed like that when I was younger and I looked good? No. I was too shy.
Yeah, we had to be, we were taught modesty.
Yeah.
I mean, and you know, I taught my daughter modesty too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And she was almost like, okay, you can wear something other than baggy jeans, you know. It's like you gotta
When we
figure, show it off.
when we were in the church, when I was in the church, and we, you know, like we would go to young people's camp or whatever and spend a week down at camp. We swam in, us girls swam in culottes in a shirt. We weren't allowed to wear bathing suits. So
Oh,
anytime
yeah.
any of us did wear a bathing suit, it was somewhere where the boys wouldn't see us or anyone else. We would sneak out somewhere that, like, there was this place that we loved to go into. It was called the Lime Rock Pit. And the reason it was called that is because they dug a big hole in the ground and they hit a spring when they did it. And
Oh,
so there was this bottomless water feature that was probably about 1.5 miles long by 1/2 mile wide, and it had no bottom in it because they hit a spring. And we used to go down there, and it was quite a drive to get down there to get to it. But rarely did you ever run into anybody, and you could actually wear a swimsuit and not worry about running into an apostolic who would go back and say, I saw them wearing a bathing suit.
Yeah, we didn't have, because we went to a public pool and everybody just wore a bathing suit or their swim trunks. But I grew up in New York and maybe it was just a bit more progressive. I don't know, but that was never something we ever thought about.
You know, I don't understand why they say in some public pools you can't wear cut off jeans.
Yeah, I don't
Probably
know
it's
either.
Because
I think it's the weight.
Okay. I
I think it's
why.
Yeah, because the jeans are very heavy. So you could wear like they preferred, like I think at the public pool we went to, they preferred if you wore swim attire that's meant for
Yeah.
swimming in.
Yeah.
But I grew up poor and there were a lot of people that didn't have swim attire.
Right.
So as long as they didn't wear jeans, they were fine. They would let them go in with their shorts and stuff.
Vicky
I gotta
said,
stand up for a few minutes.
okay.
My tailbone is.
Yeah, that's what this chair does to me.
That's
Vicky says, don't feel comfortable even if I had the body. And then she says, love my jeans and a t-shirt. I stopped wearing t-shirts about 2 years into living here. I got where I don't like t-shirts anymore.
Yeah. I like them, but I like them to kind of be loose so I don't feel like I'm pulling on it.
I think if the neckline was a V-neck or a lower roundness on the front of it, I would be more apt to wear them. What do you want? I'm busy. Go tell Daddy.
He's like, Mama, I don't care if you're busy.
Go tell Daddy. Go tell Daddy. I'm hungry.
What's funny is quilting in the country, I got this right. Lori, her dog will bark on cue. I mean, every single time, about the same time into her videos, her lives, it'll give a bark, meaning let me out.
Uh-oh.
It's funny, it's hilarious.
I think I cut something wrong.
I cut something wrong too. I'm just gonna have to make the best of it.
Oh wait, no, I didn't. It says 2 3/4, and for some reason I thought it was 2 7/8. Okay, so it should be fine. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, thank God. I didn't want to have to cut another strip.
I definitely made a mistake. We'll see how it turns out.
Can you fix it?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
Did that chicken get thawed out for her? They're still frozen? They've been out for a while. Oh, you put them in the refrigerator. How many? Let me see the size of those things. We're gonna have to watch her. I don't know if it's gonna upset her stomach or not. I noticed that sometimes when they do that, their stomach don't like it. Although I don't know what difference it makes because she's eating frozen fish and not had a problem. something about frozen chicken, and it is. It's weird. Frozen fish? Yeah, frozen fish. She doesn't seem to have an upset. She doesn't get an upset stomach from it. I don't know. Maybe chicken's different when it's frozen, half frozen. So is it all the way frozen or just a little bit frozen?
All the way.
She's gonna be busy for a while, and she's gonna make a mess in there.
Yeah, but let her. Remember eating with that fish, said?
I never knew dogs liked fish until you gave her her first taste of one. I never seen a dog attack fish the way she did. It was hilarious.
I ain't never seen a dog who didn't like all meat.
Well, I didn't know that they like fish. We all associate fish with cats.
Oh no.
Dog will eat it.
They love salmon too.
Yeah, especially salmon, definitely. And I have to be mindful about salmon, not to give them any. I discovered don't give them the belly part. Oh, you're gonna have a sick dog if you do, because unless you just like give a little bit, because it's so rich. And fatty.
Yeah. So I when I give it to my aunt's dog, I use the salmon without the skin.
Yep. Well, the belly of the salmon is fatty, and as far the top part of the fish isn't. And normally when we go salmon fishing and clean the fish, Torben's wife will take the belly off because she uses it in Thai dishes. But last year she sent us 2 or 3 packs of salmon belly, and I didn't think anything about it when I fed it to my dogs. And then when I saw them sick on their stomach, I'm like, uh-oh, that was too much oil, fat, and stuff in there.
Yeah, because I one time I just used, the frozen fish from the freezer. And so I had cooked up a salmon fillet, but it had the skin on it, and I mixed it with a hard-boiled egg because she had forgotten his food, and it was just too much fat.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, okay. So next time I'll just do it without the skin.
Cook it.
I mean, he's a bougie dog. He's used to his food being cooked.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't cook any food for her.
Too much fish for cats cannot be good for their kidneys too.
I didn't know that about that.
My father-in-law would go smelt hunting. They're tiny
Which is what
fish.
Amasat is. Amasat is smelt.
Okay, and he would give it to him on a daily basis. It ended up having kidney failure. I mean, after it took a long, in years for it to happen. But they said that's why. It must have created a certain protein or something. But they can have fish.
Yeah, they can.
You just can't be excessive with it.
Especially if it's a fish that's oil or fatty or oily or whatever you want to call it.
Now, how does Nikolaj like his schmelts? Does he like them fried?
Do you eat them? Well, the Amasat that we get our hands on here has already been caught and dried.
Oh,
do you eat Amasat, honey?
Yeah.
He eats it. How do you eat your Amasat?
Well,
like you do the dry cod with whale fat?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured.
I see them eating it with crackers.
No, well, they're dried here, so you can buy them dried.
You can cook them, or you can fry them too.
How do you get the? Oh, I saw fresh ones out there, didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, so you can get it both ways.
Yeah, you can cook them, dry them, or fry them too.
Okay. Yeah, my husband's family, my husband loves them. They would either fry them or they would dry them.
I didn't realize you could.
They
You've
go
never
up
bought them like that, have you?
Oh.
They went up to Canada and would do the when the smelts and when the salmon. They've done that. They says that's so interesting watching the salmons come down, flipping through the water.
So last year, last year, well, the year before last, they had the government said, please only catch this amount of salmon per fisherman.
Mhm.
And people comply with that. They don't send out game
That-
wardens to see if they're going to bust their butt for not doing it.
That's
'Cause
good because during salmon season, isn't it when the female have the eggs?
That wasn't the reason they did it. The reason they did it was there were scientists coming to Greenland
Yeah.
to study the salmon numbers and the health of the fish here in Greenland.
Yeah.
And they needed people not to catch so many of them so that they could monitor and document them.
Oh, okay.
And so people did what was asked. So when salmon was being caught last year, some of them were this long, Sherry.
Oh my.
They
Wow.
were humongous.
That's crazy.
They'd probably still be good this year. They're going to be big.
Yeah, we'll probably see some big ones again this year too. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they didn't catch all of them. The salmon here are pretty amazing because y'all don't know. Well, some might know this. Where the salmon that are here, guess where they actually migrated from?
No idea.
Iceland?
No.
Salmon.
So every year the United States sets free thousands of little tiny salmon into nature.
Okay.
Some of that salmon ends up over here.
Wow.
And they stay here. They don't try to migrate back to the US.
I think they like the cold waters or the cool
They
waters.
do.
Yeah, the colder water. Yeah. About
Yep.
to say.
What were you going to say, honey? You were in here looking at something.
Oh wow.
You want to show them the shrimp?
Have you seen it?
Not the big ones. Last time you showed them was the smaller ones. I don't think you've showed them the big ones that you got from the East Coast. Remember when he was fishing off the East Coast? What was it? 3 months ago, babe?
Yep.
Or 4 months ago?
3.
3 months ago. It takes a long time to fill a cargo hold up when you're doing shrimping on that side of the coast. But the shrimps are huge. Well, huge in Greenland standards anyway. And these are Northern Atlantic shrimp, so they look different.
Rita's very highly allergic to seafood.
Who is?
Rita is very highly. It'll cause severe seizures.
Wow. Sorry, sweetie.
Yeah.
I love seafood.
I know you couldn't almost go out to eat because you wouldn't know. I know my husband's allergic to mussels. He don't understand why he's had them twice and he's gotten very ill intestinally.
That's interesting that he got sick from it.
Yeah. And he says that, so now if we go out to eat and they have a seafood dish, a lot of times they'll mix shrimp, mussels, and different things. So he has to ask if they do, because then he don't order that because.
I'm going to spotlight while you're talking, Sherry.
Okay.
I'm going to spotlight Nikolaj, so keep talking.
They don't, he doesn't order that dish because they may use the same utensils of when they make it, even if they omit the mussels. Wow.
Yep, you're right.
Now what is that?
Oh, those are huge.
That's Northern Atlantic shrimp.
Those are bad. I love shrimp.
I would have thought they were crawfish.
Oh,
Huh?
they're not processed at all.
Yeah, now these have not been cooked. They're raw. So Nikolaj, so they sell raw prawns to Japan, China, Italy.
Yep.
Wasn't there someone else?
Yeah, mostly Asians.
Yeah, it's mostly Asian countries that this raw goes to. So when we run low or run out, he'll send another. These come in 1 kilo boxes for us. These are 1 kilo boxes, and they come in a box of 12, and he'll send them home for us. Italy buys 2 kilo boxes.
4.5.
No, 4.5 kilo boxes. These go to Japan, right? The 1 kilo.
Yeah, China.
Yeah, China and Japan get this size in
But
cases.
you cook them though, right?
Yeah, I'm going to cook them. Now he will eat them raw.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll eat tomorrow, right?
He'll eat the whole entire box roll.
Yeah.
Not me. No, thank you.
Yeah, no thanks.
I'm going to make shrimp scampi with them.
Well,
And
yeah.
I also will use them in. I haven't made gumbo in a long while, so them are pretty good sized shrimps for gumbo. So they'll be great in that gumbo.
Or just
Well, he would be able to survive for sure in the sea.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I said, honey. Shrimp scampi. That's a garlic sauce. That's why they call it that, I guess. I don't know. Rita says those are some big prawns. Yes, they are.
you never showed them the picture that I sent it to you, but when I have a shrimp in my hand.
I don't think. No, I don't
Picture like
know.
that.
Well, I'll have to find them and go post them. Post your pictures on the Greenland Quilter page
Will do.
because I don't know where they are. Remember, my laptop's down, so I can't even look for it.
I know where they are.
Well, I don't know where they're at because they're on my laptop.
Now, when Nikolaj is at sea, do they eat from the ocean, from the sea, their foods? Which I know the answer is probably yes.
Sometimes, like y'all killed, what was it y'all caught in the net that y'all ended up eating on board? Wasn't it a seal or something?
Sometimes, and fish too.
Fish, and then sometimes they'll do like what happened when we were sailing between here to Denmark.
Yeah.
One of the guys caught a puffin, and he comes out. He says, I'm about to eat this for dinner."
Oh, and your favorite too, smiley faces.
Huh?
Shrimp, the lamb head.
Oh, they grossed me out. Oh my god!
I know.
You can
I
show 'em
can't
what we're
have
talking
any
about.
fish with the head
There's
on
one
it.
in there.
What?
The sheep head, lamb
No.
head.
No fish with heads.
We
I
do
can
have
do
the
it. I
lamb
can
head.
do a whole snapper with the head. That's the only time. Like when they grill it. When
They made a
okay.
bunch of them one night, and they're like, "Here, try this," and they watch my face. They knew I was going to go throw up.
I don't eat the head, but if they cook it, because a lot of times, like in the Caribbean, they'll do the whole snapper. They'll do the whole red snapper, and they'll grill it, and then it'll be like in foil, and you open it up, and you just
Oh, that's good.
So I'll eat it like that, but I still don't eat the head part. But I will eat it.
Yeah, it looks like you can buy these in the store because the lambs are raised here. This is a whole head. It still has this one to have the eyeballs in it still.
Yeah.
It even has the eyeballs in it.
That's a no for me.
Like, no. I'm like, nope, not happening.
That's a no for me.
And they were having fun because they knew that I was going to, have a reaction because they're like, come on, come eat some with us. I'm like, no. I went to the cabin because I could not sit and watch them eat it. Because it brought back memories of my mom and dad eating hog head cheese.
It's
not eating that either.
Is it called blood cheese?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, if they followed the Bible, they weren't supposed to eat that in the Old Testament.
Golly, that's so gross.
Yeah, I'm not eating that.
Well,
I think
my mom loved there was two things and I get it because she grew up in an extremely poor family. I mean, they had
there's certain nationalities that will do that.
There was 13 kids in that family, and they were cotton pickers. That's what they did. They harvested cotton.
Oh wow!
And she would eat chitlins and hoghead cheese, and I'm just like, oh, it's so gross, Mom.
Well,
I don't eat chitlins either.
It fills my belly. What did Nikolaj say?
He says, you remember when I made the trip across the Atlantic on the boat? Yeah, y'all had fun with me, didn't you?
Yeah.
They had fun with me more than one way. It ended up, so I was fine until we hit open water. And it wasn't even bad weather, but the ocean was just choppy enough that it was making the boat rock sideways because we had something in the cargo hold, didn't we?
Full cargo hold.
It was a full cargo hold, so I can't imagine what it would have been like without one. And I'm walking around, I'm like, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh.
And Tordor, which was first mate then, he says, you're really having trouble, aren't you? I said, it was fine as long as we were doing this, but we're doing this. He says, so he ended up getting me some medicine, and I think it was the third day I finally got my sea legs.
Yep.
About the third day I got where I wasn't feeling sick on my stomach, because we were at sea how long?
A week.
A week, yeah, something like that.
Woo. Hey, we've had a few people that has joined. Vicky has come in. Tasha's here.
Hey, Tasha, welcome.
And
Tasha's gonna come.
let me see,
come
Vicky from Vicky Bush. It says she was talking about the t-shirts.
Rita says he used to make head cheese and eggs with sheep brain. So yeah, I agree with you, Rita. So bad.
Well,
Rita says,
Okay.
that's not all she said. She says, well, I think that ends my dinner. Ooh.
No way. Okay.
but you get to see how we work and how much we eat too.
Yeah. So here's something fun. Here's a funny story about while I was at sea with them. So how I got to be at sea with them was because they were taking the Kokoksiak to Denmark for dry dock, and the big boss told everybody, all the officers, y'all can take your wives with you if you want. So Nikolaj calls me, says, "You want to go to Denmark on the boat?" I'm like, "Wait, what?" "Yeah, I'll get an airplane ticket and you fly to Nuuk." I'm like, "Okay, I'm not going to turn that one down." So this is how they eat on board all the time. They have breakfast at 6
o'clock.
6 o'clock's breakfast. 9 o'clock
Coffee break
with food. 12 o'clock lunch, food. 2 o'clock coffee,
3 o'clock.
or 3 o'clock coffee break with food. 6 o'clock dinner. 9 o'clock coffee break with food. Midnight food.
Every 3 hours.
They're probably burning so much energy.
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
so by day number 3, I wasn't even showing up for breakfast. Because I'm like, how can y'all eat that many times a day?
Yeah, they burn so many calories because it's such physical work.
Yeah. And potatoes every flipping day.
It's because potatoes stay. They didn't know. Everybody didn't know this was the Discovery Channel.
I know.
I have so many stories that I can tell you about things that's gone on that we've done together. It's crazy. There's so many things that's happened since we've been together, and since my living here. Like we went on a big I think that ship that I forget what it's called, Prince Christian Hoy or something like that. And the company wanted Nikolaj to help the skipper sit at sea and let all these smaller fishermen come and unload their loads onto that ship. Well, it turned out that there was something wrong with the Christian Hoy, and so they stopped doing it. And then Nikolaj had come home. He was on leave, and then he got a phone call from the skipper of that boat and says, "Hey, I'm coming your way. Y'all want to go to the hot springs in the ship?" And Nikolaj asked me, "You want to do that?" I'm like, "Okay." I said, and I made the comment. I said, "I thought the ship was broke." "Well, it's coming down here to get some engine work." I'm like, "Okay." So we go to the hot springs, and then we hear that the weather's going to get bad. So we sailed to Naonotalik, and we're in port, and we spend the night in port. And like 3 o'clock in the morning, the weather came, and it was knocking the ship about. And we stayed there for a little while, and then for some weird reason, the skipper decided we were going to set sail anyway. And I'm asking Nikolaj, I'm like, why all of a sudden he wants to leave? I don't know. He's like, I don't know. That was his answer. I don't know. And so we set sail, and because the storm was so bad, oh my God, the water was crazy. And I was getting sick on my stomach. And I told Nikolaj, I'm like, and we had our dog with us, Ichi, with us. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go downstairs and lay in the bed and see if that doesn't help, because I'm going to throw up if I don't. And so I went down there, and I'm laying there in the bed thinking, oh, my stomach, oh my God, you know, I just did not feel good. And suddenly I heard this first I heard the engine speed up. Then I heard this high-pitched screaming coming from the bottom of the boat. And I'm like, what the heck? And then the ship just died. I mean, nope, nothing. It just quit.
Wow.
And I'm thinking, uh-oh, this can't be good, because there's no power. And about 10 minutes later, my husband comes downstairs and he says, you need to get up. I need you to come upstairs. I'm like, go away. I don't feel so good. And I gave him trouble for I kept saying, I don't feel good. I'm not coming up there. And finally he says, I want you to get your ass out of the bed right now and upstairs. And I'm like, he never spoke to me like that before. And I'm like, what is your problem? Just please do what I asked. I'm like, fine. So I got up and got the dog and we went upstairs. And I'm watching it wasn't just me and Nikolaj on board with the captain. There was a couple other men on there, the engineer and somebody else. There was 2 or 3 other people on board. And they're running around like chickens with their heads cut off. And I'm watching all of this progression. I'm like, what is going on? Because I had no idea that we were in danger. All I could tell you is I could see every time a wave hit us, it was moving us closer to this mountain that had an extending rock coming out into the water. And I'm thinking, we're getting mighty close to that. But my brain still hadn't comprehended what was really going on. And Nikolaj come out there and he says, I need you to put this suit on. And it's an immersion suit is what it was. And I'm like, okay. I didn't give him a hard time about that, because I still didn't really know what was going on. And so he helped me get the suit on, and I'm sitting there with the dog in my lap, and I didn't ask any questions because I could see that, you know, nobody was talking. Yeah, no one was talking. And when it got time, Nikolaj says, a boat is coming to get us. And I'm like, what do you mean? He says, we've got to get off the boat. And I'm like, why? He says, because we have to. There's no propulsion. And, you know, I don't know. I didn't feel not safe. I felt like whatever Nikolaj was doing was going to keep me and Ichi safe. And we got outside to get into the little dinghy because we were meeting another boat. And I'm looking at the water and I'm like, we're getting in that to go on that? Are you insane? He's like, we have to. And one of the guys told me I had to leave the dog behind. And I said, I'm not leaving my dog behind. My dog doesn't go, I don't go. And Nikolaj looked at him, you're not going to win this one. And so we got on the dinghy, went and met with the boat. So it wasn't until the next day that Nikolaj he says, he made a comment when we got, you know, we ended up back at Nanotalik, and they put us in a room. And Nikolaj says, you know, I'm very proud of you. I'm like, for what? Because you didn't have a meltdown where I was going to have to smack your face to get you to, you know, because a lot of women would be like, we're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die, you know. But I was not saying anything. I was just like, whatever, you know. It wasn't until we got home 3 days later did I have a meltdown and realized how much danger we would have been in if we'd have stayed on that boat.
Wow.
Because when you don't have propulsion in a big ship like that, and the weather was doing what it was doing, yeah.
Would it take on water or what?
Huh?
Would it take on water?
What happened was the engine blew up.
Oh.
And the skipper, it was the skipper's fault because he knew that the engine was faulty, and he should have waited until the storm passed and then us go ahead and go without him. But what he did is he tried to push the engine. And when he tried to do that, that's what caused the whole thing. So higher ups in the company were not happy because the captain abandoned the ship, so the ship was free game to whoever wanted to come and grab it.
Oh, that's expensive.
Because that's a maritime rule, I guess. If you abandon your ship, Anyone that comes along and takes it can have it.
Wow.
So they spent, I don't know, months in court fighting over that ship.
That's a lot.
We were, you know, I just, we've had some interesting things happen, that's for sure.
Let's see what's happening.
We're coming along on this. Let me see if I can lay this where everybody can see where I'm at on this block. So here's, I've got this one pressed. So what? Look at the other camera and you'll see it. But we've been out a lot, and we'll be going out this summer again with Torben and Ellie. I think we're going to get at least one boat trip in before Nikolaj goes back to sea. And when he comes back, we are actually going to go to Nanotalik so that I can go see the tree forest. There's a tree forest right up from it. And I talked to Torben about it, and Torben said he'd be happy for us to go and do something like that together. So we're going to do that. And right now, seal hunting has already started. So seal hunting's first, cod fishing's next, and then it's reindeer. It's either reindeer first or salmon first. I don't remember which one. See this?
Well, that's pretty.
It's coming on.
No, that's very pretty. Hold it up again a little longer.
Yeah, hold that up again. I missed it.
All right, let me stick a pin in it because
Get
it's
it,
got
yeah,
paper.
highlight,
me-
yeah.
Yeah, I'll highlight it and I'll also pin it so it don't fall off this design board
Okay.
because there's paper on the back of it. And so it won't stick to the design board. These little stars, as tiny as it is, I'm having fun with them.
Yeah.
All
That's
right,
going to be
spotlight.
for your granddaughter, isn't it?
No, not this one. She's getting the Tula one.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's the Tula one. Where's this? Oh, there you are. Here it is.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
Yep. Very nice.
These two need to be split apart, looks like.
Is that the 10-inch block?
No, this is 4 inches.
Wow. It looks bigger on the screen.
Well, it hasn't been trimmed down yet, so technically right now I think it's 5 inches. I'm going to switch this around and show it to you again and see if this doesn't look better. I know. It would have been fine probably the way it was. Uh-oh, I dropped a pen. I'll pick it up in a minute. Well, let me see if this... That still puts the dark side. Ugh. I need to get the dark away from it. Let's try this. This might work. Okay. That look better like that?
It looks pretty.
Yeah, that yellow's the yellow's more spread out. I like that better.
Yeah.
Now I'll sew them together and then you'll get to see how it really looks. Is that the twisted one, Katie? This is the
No.
woven star for Star Climber. All right, let's get them sewed together. Oh, and I need to unspotlight myself. Tattoos are a filler and can pretty much be taken anywhere. Potatoes. I read that wrong. You, Nora.
I thought it said tattoos too. I was like, I guess I missed something.
I did too. I did too.
Thank you, Robin. But what I'm going to try to do that, you know, last year, y'all saw videos of the ice cap, and we were on Torben's boat when we did that. Nikolaj will be home. Well, if we go out before he goes back to work this go around, I'm going to try to get some shots of, you know, really good shots, pictures and videos, I hope, that I can share. And, yeah. You know what? I have to trim this down before I go sewing it together, I think. I trimmed it once, but I got to finish trimming it to the proper line. Otherwise, this is not going to work right. Because I need to be able to line it up. Trimming two sides is all I'm trimming. I love how Kimberly took this paper and she gave you the measurements of the piece. You saw that looked like I was using pretty big pieces.
Yeah.
See, look how much of this, you still can use the other side of it.
Well, that's good.
So you're not, when she's giving you these measurements, yes, they're a little bit big, but they keep you from making a mistake.
Kimberly's a big believer in oversizing and then trimming down.
Yep.
And I'm with her on that.
Yeah, especially this kind of setup. All right, now what are you doing? Okay, we got that one trimmed. I'm making sure I trim them right so that when I get ready to line them up, they'll fall right into place.
Let's do that right. Oh.
So next week, I'm doing a pre-recorded interview podcast with make sure I don't get them backwards. Tasha for the 20th, and then I'm doing a pre-recorded podcast interview with Blessed to Crochet on the 26th.
Cool.
So, yeah, so I'll let y'all know. I'll let you know the dates of when I premiere them so you can come and watch.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I haven't done any interviews lately. It's getting harder to find people to do interviews with because I've done so many of them. John introduced somebody today this morning on a live that I've never even heard of.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't know who she was. But apparently she's been a quilter for a long time.
Do you remember the name?
No, but I can go look. Give me a minute and I'll go look.
I always like to find somebody new.
Yeah.
I am terrible with names. I'm sorry.
Oh, we know, Katie.
Yes,
yeah.
you do know. You do
yeah,
know.
Yeah. This is the fabric I'm using for this flower. It's psychedelic.
I love that.
Her name is Amanda from Stitching Life Together.
I haven't heard of her either. I'll have to check her out.
Yeah.
I probably have subscribed to her and just don't.
Well, I'm definitely going to have to go look at her channel because I've never heard of her. And I guess he's got a new guest coming on next week too that none of us have heard of, or I haven't.
Amanda. That's what Andrea says. Andrea's here with us again.
Hey, Andrea, welcome back.
Hi, Andrea.
Did you plant flowers, Andrea? You were working out in your yard. We need to know. I am excited about the new pattern that she's developing.
Who?
Andrea. Remember if you go back up for the hand stitching and the applique and things like that.
Yep, I can't wait to see what that looks like. I want someone to teach me how to applique.
I've been slowly teaching myself.
Yeah, I don't want to waste fabric and do it wrong.
What's nice is it takes little bits at a time, like paper piecing does, but I've done needle turn where you turn it. I've done the fusible.
Well, I have fusible.
I haven't
too.
done any of it for a long time.
Now I've done reverse applique, and I found that to be fun.
I think I did
Which
that.
one is reverse applique?
Huh?
Which one is reverse applique?
It's where you put the like you cut a hole in the fabric.
Oh, yeah, no, I've not
use,
done that.
You use interfacing. You sew in interfacing, and whatever size circle you're going to use, you draw on the facing, and then you pin it to the front of the fabric. You sew along that drawing line you made. Then you cut a hole in the interfacing and in the fabric, and you trim it 1/4 of an inch all the way around, a little over 1/4 of an inch. Then you flip it all inside, and then you sew along the edges. And that probably didn't even, that may not have even made sense what I just said.
No, it does. I know what you're talking about now. I just don't. Sometimes I don't remember which method is which. But yeah, I know what you mean now. No, I've never done that, and I don't think I ever will.
And it was easy too. So it's like you could take that would have. I was thinking about. I have some small hand crochet, or of course it's hand crocheted. Number 3 DMC. I made some little motifs, and they look like little flowers. Well, they're not flowers. Just the design kind of looks like a flower. And I thought about taking a certain size block, several of them, put the reverse into it first, and then sew those motifs onto another piece of fabric, and then mount it behind the thing. And then you'll have this 2D effect going on, and you'll have 2 different fibers on one quilt.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Because one thing I saw at QuiltCon is there was a couple, I don't remember how many I saw, but there was 2 or 3 of them that I remember had more than just quilting on it.
Andrea was out cleaning rabbit cages.
Yeah.
So she wasn't planting.
Here's this half of it.
Oh yeah.
Now let's get let's get the other
now that looks tinier.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, what's it about a 6-inch block?
Unfinished. It's supposed to, well, according to the paper, it says for 5-inch square pre-cuts and scraps. It makes 4-inch blocks, it said. Finished.
4-inch blocks.
It's 4.5 unfinished, but you see how there's a big expansion past the points?
Mm-hmm.
Kimberly likes to do, like you were talking about, make it bigger than trim down. So I haven't trimmed them down. So I have 2 other stars I've already made. I'll show them to you soon, that I haven't trimmed down. So they're not at the right size yet, because I'm just being lazy and haven't trimmed them.
Did I tell you that I ordered the program EQ8, the electric quilt?
I bought the software, but I can't figure out how to use the darn thing.
It's
because I have it too, and I don't know how to use it either.
I need to attend a class online where it walks you step by step on how to do the darn thing.
I used to have one. I had the older version on another computer, and it did take a while to figure it out. But then I figured it out because I used it when I taught classes. I would do it up for like their quilting 101, do up different blocks for them.
Yep.
But yeah, it'll let you do the reason why I said that is because foundation paper piecing, it kind of reminded me of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll let you pick a block, then you got to pick the size block, then you got to choose, do you want to rotary cut it? And then it'll give you measurements, but you also have to set in there at the very beginning if you want a 1/4 inch seam, or if you let it do its own thing, because it'll give you it can give you some weird measurements.
I do know the software is a lot like an AutoCAD program.
Yeah.
But do you know how long it's been since I've used AutoCAD? Oh my God, forever seems like.
I've never used AutoCAD.
I used AutoCAD in my landscape design class because we had to do both manual landscape designs, and we also had to design on AutoCAD.
I would just start with their blocks and make it a 10-inch or a 5-inch or whatever block and see, do the process. That's how you can learn.
Yeah. Andrea says no, she had clean rabbit cages. And then she
I was gonna say, Andrea, how many rabbits do you have? I've never had rabbits, but I'm a guinea pig lover, and I've had guinea pigs for a lot of my life.
Do you have any luck with the length of time that they survive?
Thank you, Shirley. I'll go over there and have a look at what you posted.
I think the last two I had, they lived. I think one of them lived 6 years. No, 5 years. One of them lived 5 years, but I got her from a pet store. The other one lived almost 7 years, but I got her from a litter.
That's good, because a lot of times, you know, like my daughter, when she was growing up, she wanted a guinea pig, and they just are a hamster, and they just did not want to survive long, you know.
I know I always got 5 years out of my guinea pigs at least. Yeah. I think the last set I had was I think I bought them in 2017, and then the time before that, I think I bought them in like 2003 maybe. So I went a while without one, but it's like
she has 14
I don't have any now.
14 rabbits?
Oh, 14? But she probably keeps them outside. My guinea pig stayed in the house. So I just had 2 because you got to keep them in pairs. But once one of them passed away, I was not gonna buy another baby to keep the other one comfortable.
That's probably why they didn't, from my daughters, they didn't survive, because there was only one.
They're social animals, so you're supposed to keep them in pairs. But my last 2 guinea pigs hated each other. They hated each other. And I honestly feel like the second guinea pig lived longer because the first one died.
Oh.
Because they never got along. But like the minute I put them in together, like they didn't fight, but they just did not get along. They didn't get along at all. The little one tried. The second one I bought was, you know, she was a baby, and so she tried to get along with the one that I had, but she just wasn't having it. She was like, "No, I was here by myself, and
I liked it." You know what? I think it'd be kind of neat to have, but I mean, it's those pocket squirrels, the ones that
I haven't seen those.
They stay. Well, you have to, when you get them, they're really tiny, and they live in your pocket, you know. But you have to carry them everywhere with you. But they basically stay in your pocket, and they'll. Down in the Florida Keys, I saw one that a guy had, and it was really cute.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to take something that small out into the world.
Yeah, I think it would be a little bit too.
Yeah, that would be a bit much for me. But I didn't want a dog at the time because I didn't want, you know, dogs are a lot more work, a lot more maintenance, a lot more time.
Yeah.
And you know, you got to come home to walk your dog and feed your dog. But your guinea pig, you can put food and water in the cage, and you can go away for a weekend, and they'll be just fine.
Yeah.
So that was why I stuck with guinea pigs. But once Mocha passed away, I was like, I'm done with the guinea pigs. But sometimes the rabbits do look tempting, but I'm like, nope, because rabbits are more work than guinea pigs.
Do you watch Joe Unfinished Style with Joe? Her channel?
No, I do watch some rabbit content, but I don't think I watch that one.
Yeah, she's a crafter, like, you know, she does a lot of she does work with fabric and all that. But she rescues a lot of animals. And there was a baby rabbit. I mean, you couldn't even tell what sex it was. And it was, they found it in a drain. And she took it home, had to feed it. It's growing now. It's doing really good. And she can put it in a piece of fleece and just hold it, just wrap it up burrito style and just hold it. It's domesticated.
They're like people.
Yeah. And
there's a family of them underneath my shed out back. I leave them alone, but
my friends that live in Syracuse, they the area that they live in, Syracuse, is apparently used to be maybe a forest or something, which is now full of houses. And one of the biggest things that they see is chipmunks. And they Michael was talking about how the neighbors are so hateful about chipmunks. So, and because he thinks that, you know, where's chipmunks supposed to go if you take over where they were, you know, where they're where was native to their area to begin with. So you know what he does? Sometimes he does it to be annoying. He'll sit out on his front doorstep because he's gotten where the chipmunks will come up to him and take peanuts from him. And he just does it right in front of everybody, and he knows it irritates them because they would rather see the chipmunk dead.
Yeah, but my father-in-law had a squirrel or a chipmunk that they would come up and he could end up feeding them nuts.
So they started feeding them. Yeah. The interesting thing is I asked him, I said, do they try to eat anything out of y'all's garden? He says, no, they don't really mess with his food that they grow. And he said, even if they did, he would not kill them over it.
Right.
I don't plant anything. We don't have chipmunks, but we have a lot of squirrels, and they will eat everything.
Yeah.
Every single thing. Even if you plant flowers, they will dig up your flower bulbs and take those too.
We have deer. We have squirrels too, but we have deer that will eat. But I says, hey, we built in their area, you know?
Right. Exactly.
It's like if you lose your plant.
I asked Nikolaj how come we don't see reindeer near our town. I even asked Torben that question because he didn't really have an answer either. The reindeer, because they run free here in Greenland, they have such good food where they're at because you have to go by boat to even go hunt them. And so they have no reason to be getting closer to where humans are because humans have not invaded their territory.
Yeah, we definitely have the deer as well. But I don't see them as much, to be honest, as I used to, because they've built more. So when I first moved out here, like literally you catch them running across the street.
Yeah, you still do once in a while here.
But not as much anymore. But also I'm not outside at the times of day when they would be out.
Yeah.
I found it interesting when I went to Catskills, New York. I stayed at a cabin on Amber Lake, and on our way to Amber Lake, there was deer everywhere, and I'm like, oh my gosh, look at all that deer! And the Jeff's wife says, haven't you ever seen deer before? I said, not like this. I said, they don't run. You don't see them all over the place down in Florida. You actually have to go hunt them down.
The most deer I've ever seen was in Georgia. I was going to like the Macon Warner Robins area, and I was on some highway. I can't remember what it is. It's the name of a person, a man. I can't remember what it's called though. And there were so many deer. I was terrified. I've never seen that many deer in my life. Like there was too many to count.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like you would look to your right and there'd be like 5, and then you look up and then there's 3 more, and then you look up and then there's another cluster, and it was just wall to wall. They weren't coming out in the road. They were staying on the side, but there was no barrier or anything to keep them from running into the road. So the entire time, and it was dark, and I was petrified that one of those deer was going to run out in the road. I've never seen that many deer. I played a game with my kids to see if they could count how many deer they saw.
What did I need to do with Facebook?
You need to, Shirley has posted 4 of the blocks that she was working on in your
You
page.
can't see. Oh, and you can't see it yet. All right.
And Andrea has posted on Facebook if you want to show it.
All right, let me go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that. Hang on a
And
minute.
I wanted to see the blocks, so I did request access to your group.
Oh,
Okay.
good. So you'll have to it.
Did you answer the questions, Shonda?
I did, but I don't know the exact year you started your channel. I put 2023.
Okay. I don't know if it's going to be persnickety or not. Let me go check. I'll be right back.
You're persnickety there, girl.
Sometimes that bot is weird.
It's like I would have no idea. She started her channel when she was ready.
Listen, I had to modify my bot because you want to hear something hilarious? Well, I don't think it's very funny. It's sad. You read the rules, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The rule says that you don't or our group, this Greenland Quilter group, which is a family, you cannot put things you're selling in the group. That includes freaking t-shirts, because the link that they're sharing takes you somewhere else that I have no idea is legitimate. So the idea is to keep the group safe. And people read, and in the rules, it says you cannot share a link that takes you somewhere else to buy something. I mean, what other way is there for me to put that rule? And still, people get on there and do it anyway.
And I think they forget.
And then I'll delete the post and then send them a notice saying you cannot do that. And then they do it anyway.
That would get on my nerves.
And all I care about is making sure that people who are in this group can be safe and not worry if they click on a link or something that they're going to end up
going to get scammed.
Cheated. Scammed, exactly. And I'm done with fooling around with this. If you don't want to follow the rules, I'll just kick your butt out of here.
Did you find them? Did you find them? Their blocks?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I'm going to show it to the group. So hang on a minute.
Okay.
I got to make sure I have this on the right page.
I'm stretching again.
All right, now I should be able to go. Yep. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to share the screen. Can one of y'all monitor the chat and tell me what's being said, because I won't be able to see it when I start this.
Yeah, we will.
It's no good. I can't do both at the same time. Okay, hold on.
Carrie Quilts has to go help a neighbor.
All right, sharing the screen now. Let me know when you can see it. And I need to move this somewhere else.
There we go.
I'm watching on Facebook. I'm watching on YouTube, so I'm going to see if when it comes up.
Okay, the first one is from Andrea. It says, I took leftover triangles and scraps of black fabric and arranged them in a circle on a 10-inch square. I didn't have heat and bond, so I glued them on, basket stitched around them. I am calling the block circle of friends. I hope to make enough to make a quilt. That is really cool, Andrea.
That is
really cool. Such a unique square.
That is super cool.
I like it.
I like it too. See how creative people are? Okay, and the next one is from Shirley from Alaska. She says, here are 4 of the 42 5 and dime blocks. Navy blue to 10-inch squares with fluidity 5-inch squares. That's pretty.
Is she still on the who made those again?
Shirley from Alaska.
I don't know if Shirley's still on, but Shirley, if you're still on, did you use the template or did you just cut them?
I think she went off.
Okay.
Yeah,
She
she
left.
went off. She just did a few minutes ago. You know what? Katie, could you show Andrea's hand stitching?
Back to it again. Okay, yeah, I can go backwards. Hang on.
The one that she posted with the cross.
You mean the one that we just showed?
No, the one before that.
Oh, hang on. I gotta find it first. Did she
I
just
know.
post it just now?
No, she posted it a few days ago, but it's,
All right. Well, I might as well share a picture. So hold on,
I know it's really,
because I haven't done it in a long time, and I've been promising and promising.
yeah, I think that would be a good idea to.
All right. So let's share some pictures.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see that? What do you see?
I
Looks like with
see
the inside of an old machine, some kind of
Looks like a-
spindle.
That's
a
actually
bobbin
not the-
winder.
Okay, nope, that is an overlock machine. This is what they use inside of the tannery to sew sealskins together.
Wow.
And they're pretty old. So I took a picture of these in 3 different ways so you can see. Yeah, and then there's this brother machine. Look at it. How often do you get to see something this ancient still running?
Right.
I'm looking on YouTube, so I gotta wait for a second for it to come up. Oh,
No,
wow.
I'll wait. Yeah,
That's
I'll wait.
pretty.
That's a yeah,
That
and
is pretty.
that is a good looking machine, huh?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, it is.
And then I'll show you, there's some side views of this little overlock. So I'm going to put my mouse up here. Right here is where the sewing area is. And they use a stiletto to push to make sure that the sealskins, the hair is going in the same direction as they sew it. That you don't want one side going one way and one going the other way. And these women have been, 2 of the women that are in the shop have been working there for 25 years.
That's a long time.
Yep. This is by Laura Sutt. She did some, Katie, this is what I just finished for an upcoming bridal shower. And this is by Laura Sutt.
That looks like you bought it in the store.
No, right? They look
Oh
professional.
my.
Wow.
Good.
Yep.
I mean, I know Laura, she's talked about her work before, but I've never seen it. That is incredible work.
That is.
Let's see. The next one is Andrea. She made a quilt label.
Yeah, that's her quilt label, but before that is her quilt. She has she has different
There's her masterpiece.
look at that. Look
Wow.
at that.
That's
Did
all
she
hand quilting.
that? I'm about to say that looks hand quilted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she did the big stitch on it. Looks
I-
like
That looks
Shashiko.
amazing.
Look, I want you to look at this smaller stuff though. Look at this.
Look at the
Dang.
pebbles that she did with the heart in the center. Look at that.
You see that?
I know, it's beautiful.
That is totally amazing.
Inspiring.
Very inspiring indeed. Makes me want. Yeah, I can't wait till I can get where I can hand quilt
And
like
I
that.
love the colors. I love the colors in that quilt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too. Let me shrink it back down again. It is beautiful.
Yep, she. Not
And
just,
here's the
oh,
whole-
that is pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
As a whole.
Oh
and here's-
yeah.
And here's the whole thing.
That's
Wow.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
Nice.
I love the fabrics that you chose, Andrea.
Yeah.
You,
Mm-hmm.
And more close up of it.
Jess.
Hey, Jess. But isn't that out? That's just awesome. Wow.
It is. It
I
is.
can't wait to learn how to do this.
And she makes me want to go ahead and do that. I have to get a stencil or something to draw it out.
Yeah.
Well, to keep it uniform.
Yep.
I don't know if she used a stencil or not, but all it is chalked in then, and then you can follow the lines. But
Mm-hmm.
I like the thread color that she chose.
Right. I love the thread color.
Uh-huh. It looks like she must have used, Andrea, did you use pearl cotton, or did you use embroidery thread? A couple of strands of that. Let us know.
Hey, Laura, I'm glad
Laura,
I'm
your
glad you're still
towels are
around.
beautiful.
The towels are stunning. They look like they were made in a store, girl.
You look like they were made in a store.
Oh, and Andrea says that pattern is hers and is available for free on her website. So you would go to mamajenterprises.com and you can and go on her website because she has patterns for sale, but she has free patterns also. And she'll show pictures of the things that she's done and made. It's worth going on.
I'm trying to see which colorway this is. Okay, this one's martingale. Okay, so this
Embroidery thread.
This picture is Cotton Cuts Puzzle Mystery Flyway martingale. Those blues are exceptional.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, dang, maybe I should have chose that one too. Huh?
I hadn't seen that put together yet. I'm still working on that. That's
Well,
what
I'm caught up. I've got 2 of my clues done. Now I just got to get the other 2 caught up, and then I'll be up with everybody.
Well, that's what I was going to finish. That was my project I was going to work on.
Oh no!
I
So
was
now
going to finish it up. Yesterday, I did 4 months worth.
How many of y'all recognize this bag up here? Because I have 2 of these. In fact, I can show.
Oh, that's for Betty.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I have one, and after I show you the pictures, I'll show you mine. Way back when Missouri Star had they were either, I think I got mine as a freebie because I spent a certain amount of money. I don't remember. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Were those the fat quarter bags?
Yeah, you could put fat quarters in it, or you could put, I've got Jolly Bars and layer cakes in them. Okay, this is from Linda also. Her son builds Legos. My goodness.
Wow.
Let me
That's a
shrink this
lot.
down. You see what he's
That
got?
looks like Nikolaj.
Wow, that's a
He
whole
has the-
ocean liner.
That's the Titanic. That
Jeez.
I forget how many pieces is in that, but it's humongous. I forget what the name of the rocket is. Okay, so that this is the Steamboat. This is one of the newer ones they just came out with. The Lego company did, called the Amelia. Okay, let's skip this. This is by Pat. She says, okay, let's try this again. Jack came for a visit and fixed my mistake on my other post. This is the block number 6 from the GQ 1000. I'm enjoying these blocks from the book. Thank you, Katie, for doing this quilt along. She's been putting out some beautiful blocks.
That's a nice block.
Yep, see, this was the mistake. And she
Okay, I see.
and I'll go back so you can see the fix. There you go. There's the fix.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that block before.
You didn't see it when I did it?
I don't think I saw you finish it.
Oh, well, I put pictures up for it. We can look at those pictures soon. Okay, because I posted the pictures of all of the, I forgot to update what I forgot to do. This is by Shelby. It's a little zip bag. Look at all
I love a little zip bag. Oh, I love that print. Whatever print she used on the inside, I love that fabric.
I like boxed bags that are even boxed on the top.
Yep.
I need to make another zipper bag. I haven't, yes, just like that. I haven't done one for a long time, and I need to keep practice with my zippers.
Yep. She took some good shots of it.
That is really good.
Yeah.
Really
I know that fabric line too.
Yeah, that fabric line's exceptional.
I think I have some of that.
Okay, this is also by Pat. It's another 1000 block. This one is called Pivot Point, I think. Hang on. Yeah, this is the Pivot Point block. This is the one where you have a partial seam in here.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, and this was a lot of fun. She did a great job. I think her use of colors are good.
I was about to say her color palette on this one is good. I love the way she paired that gray floral
Mhm.
plant print and that kind of Asian print. They go well together.
Oh, I like that.
The next one is by Opal Roberts, getting ready to quilt this. It's the largest quilt she's ever done. It's
Wow.
4 inches, king size. It's a wedding gift for her little sister.
Is that hanging diamonds?
Huh?
That looks like hanging diamonds. It looks like one of the or a variation of a cozy quilt pattern.
She didn't say what it was.
What are the chandelier?
Yeah.
The chandelier quilt.
Mhm.
They have the different size.
It looks different from
diamonds.
chandelier.
Yeah,
It looks a little different from that one.
it does. It does. You're right.
Similar concept though. I like what she did there.
Yeah, me too.
I love that green border is giving. That green border is awesome.
Yeah. And that green is just, I wouldn't have thought to use the green that way. Look, it's really nice.
I wouldn't have thought so either, but it really ties the whole thing together.
Yep, it sure does. See the dog sitting in the chair?
No, I completely didn't. Oh, look at the puppy.
Yeah, it looks like a poodle or something. Come on. Not skip that one. Skip that one. Y'all seen this one?
That's cute.
It's so cute. Okay, this one is by Pat.
Oh, a
She's
braid
showing
quilt.
quilting on the back.
Beautiful. Wow.
I have been dying to make a black and white quilt.
Yeah, I need to make one too. I guess we all need to make one at some point or another.
I have made a black and white. I don't have it anymore. That had the little red diamond in it, and
Yeah.
it was like a real fence almost, and then they had red accent.
I lied. I did make one.
Yeah, I want to do a white and red, or a blue and red.
I made one, but I made it for my son, so it doesn't really count.
So
I did. It's black and white, and it does have red in it. It's a variation of the jelly roll race quilt.
Okay. Now see, that's pretty with the chain.
Yeah, I've been dying to make a braid quilt too.
Yeah,
I love that.
Sherry, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that.
No problem. I haven't done it in a long time, so.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, let me see if I can shrink this back down again because yep, here we go. All right, so this is French twist on the top left right here. That's French twist. This one is the railroad crossing. This one is above and beyond, and this one is the nested bear paw.
The nested bear paw is 1000% my favorite of those.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are liking that bear paw for sure.
The way that pink just pops,
yep,
so
it
perfect.
Just like in your face. Yep.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Look at it up close. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's really doing a good job with these blocks.
That's that same Asian print that she mixed with the gray.
Yeah,
it looks completely different. Looks like a completely different fabric in this block.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jessica, if you're on here, you are on here, Jess. Not Jessica, but Jess. You need to, do you have a picture of Jess's quilt that she's just got done doing?
If she posted it in the channel.
I don't know.
I don't know if she posted it in the group or not.
I don't know if I can pull it in or not, but it's really nice. Oh, who's that?
This is by Shirley from Alaska. She says this was her first project completed at a weekend retreat. The panel quilt kit is called Astral Vision by Bound to Be Quilting Fabrics of Timeless Treasures, the Aurora Collection. That is gorgeous.
That is nice.
The next one is of Sherry's hand quilting.
Yeah. Not
You
as
do hand
impressive as Andres, but but I
Oh,
did.
hey, I think you did a damn good job.
You did a good job.
I mean,
What are you talking about? I think it looks great.
You did a great job.
thank
Yeah,
you.
let me
Look how straight your lines are. My lines aren't that straight with a machine.
hey, you see that? You can see how good they are. They
A
look
few
great.
of them had to be taken out and brought back through, and
We're all our worst critics, I
I
think.
know we are.
Mm,
Let's see. Let's see if I can get this. I'm looking for Jess's quilt. Oh, I see your Civil War.
This
The
is
Civil War quilt turned out beautiful.
this is from Linda's son's Lego kit that he built. I don't know the name of this one though. Nikolaj might know the name of it, but I don't.
Was that some kind of resort?
Yeah, and this looks like a swimming pool up here on the front.
It looks like there's another swimming pool over there on the side.
Yeah, like a little kiddie pool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nikolaj would probably know the name of this one because I see there's some stuff up here that looks, yeah. I bet this is a Lego city. Okay, this one is Linda Robertson's blocks. Wow, I want to do one of
Oh,
these.
wow.
Yeah.
I've seen that block and it
That's called,
terrifies me.
yeah, it looks
Wow.
terrifying.
Oh yeah, I have that quilt book. I haven't done it yet. I have the fabric picked out, but trying to get everything else done first. So
This is also by Shirley. Shirley says, I thought I would share my latest project I finished tonight, puff quilt for my daughter. She picked out the colors and designed it, and I used Tracy of the Sewing Channel's easy method she did about a year ago. Wow,
That's nice.
very nice.
I'm afraid to make a puff quilt.
Yeah, I haven't even thought about making one. This one is by Sylvia. Sylvia says this is a quilted pillowcase of smaller scraps.
cool.
Wow, there's so many different fabrics in that.
Yeah, there is. Let's see if we can't have a closer look. That's about as close as it's going to let me get. That's gorgeous.
That's like your bonus triangles.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
She
There's
did
some ugly fabrics in there too, but you can't tell that in the whole quilt.
No, you can't. That's great.
One of them, I swear, just looks like apples. But
This one's by Susan Yearout. She says, my first finished quilt for March. So far, I started the wool applique in 2015 and had it quilted at my local quilt shop. Normally, I hand quilt, but wanted to get it done.
Very pretty.
very much
So
so.
a needle turned.
I don't know. It didn't say.
Looks like it.
Y'all know more about applique than I do. This next, this was just fabric sharing. Okay, this is, oh my God.
Oh wow.
She's
Whoa.
working on, I
Courthouse
thought she was
stairs.
doing a star climber. So she's doing a star climber. So these are this is the other part of the pattern. These are courthouse steps block for the star climber. I'm waiting to see how Katie does the woven star blocks. After looking at the picture, I think I'll switch out the one block that shouts blue and put the extra red one in its place. I'm planning on making 2 table runners with the mix of the 2 blocks. I think I've found my favorite way of stitching. I see much more FPP in my future. Hope you all have a great day of sewing. Look at all this. There's some stars and stripes in here. Wow.
I wonder how long it took just to get the scraps together.
I don't know. If she's like me, she has plenty of them to use. Thank you for welcoming me into the group. Here's what she's working on, and this is by Karen Totten. She posted quite a few
Butterfly blocks.
Yeah, she's posted a few. Uh-oh, wrong way. Trying to shrink this back down. This is sea ice from the East Coast. Okay, this one is by Pat. 3rd block in our series. I'm having fun doing these with Katie. I found one in the book we might enjoy doing. It's called I'm So Happy, number 928, page 470. I need to write that down so I can go look at it. Let me write that down real quick. Need a pencil. What'd she say? Page 471? Okay. This one is by Judy Hebert. Wow, look at that.
Oh yeah.
Is it
I love
that
purple.
is Crown Royal. Look at it. Y'all see those bags?
Yep. Sure
I
do.
remember working on that.
Well, that's pretty colors.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah. I
I
was
love purple.
later on you can look, but I was able to copy the link to Jess's So Blessed by Jess, her quilt that she had worked on. Also, so there's an attachment that's in the chat though.
This is Sherry's block. Did you get more made?
That's the one I got all made. I need to take a picture of it, but I wanted to wait till I got it quilted.
I swear, I
still
think I
want to
have
see
that same fabric.
I love that fabric. I'm even using that fabric in my English paper piecing.
Sherry, you gotta let me have
I
a
think
sneak
I
peek.
think I have some of that fabric.
Okay, I'll get you a picture, Katie.
I want to see a sneak peek because I'm hooking
Okay.
it up. Yeah,
All right.
gotta see.
I know.
And this one is by Erin Ambrosi. Wow, that is gorgeous.
Oh, that is stunning.
That is very stunning. Man, any young little
Whatever
kid would
baby's
love
gonna
that.
get that.
Yeah. This is also by her of a different color. Someone was pretty creative.
Oh, now that one I like even better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
that's
the
nice.
colors are so like summer and in your face.
I like that.
I do too. This
There's
next
talent. There's
this one's
talent out there.
Yep. This one's by Erin. Also, look at that. Those colors.
Look at the
Oh.
rainbow.
Beautiful.
Oh, I like that.
Another one
Those are
by
batiks too.
You sure that's batiks?
They look like batiks to me.
Let me look. Oh, I think it.
Or maybe they're
Yeah.
just all one print.
Or it's a definitely a color line, but it may not be a batik. It might
like
be like
that.
Yeah, they might
wonder
just
how
be
they-
all one print,
yeah,
different colors.
it's gorgeous.
That is.
I like the dragonflies. I know someone would love that quilt. And here's another picture of more Legos. Somebody had some fun. That rocket is tall, man.
That ship is impressive.
It is. We've seen it in person, and it is crazy how big it is. This is by Judy Smith of the Railroad Crossing block. This was
Oh,
block
that's
number.
an interesting block.
Yeah. This was block number 2 from the book. This one says, "Hi all, this is from Opal Roberts." She says, "Hi all, I just wanted to introduce myself and share a photo I took. My current WIP, the Tranquility Quilt, all pin basted together and ready to quilt on my home domestic machine." That's pretty.
It is. Very pretty.
That is pretty. Good use of color too.
And this is by Judy Smith, also of the French Twist, which was block 1. The picture really doesn't show the colors all that well, but it is very pretty. On to the next one, she says. So that was the railroad crossing that we just showed. This is by Shirley from Alaska. It's one of those, what do you call it?
Oven net type things.
Yep.
That's pretty. Look at those tiny little squares. You see that?
I lost my thread.
Uh-oh.
I know, and it has a needle attached to it.
This is also by Shirley, but there's not a name for this one.
I've seen that pattern before.
I have too. You know what it reminds me of? You remember what was it called? Sticks and ladders or ladders and something? It was a game that would I don't
Shoots and
know.
ladders.
Shoots and
Shoots and
ladders.
ladders.
That's what it reminds me of.
I don't know if it's one of those me and my sister ones or if it's a cluck cluck sew. It's something like that. I've seen that one, but I haven't seen it worked up. I've only seen it like
Y'all see what she
on
used
the
for the
screen.
fabric?
That's pretty.
All florals.
Oh
Everyone
yeah, all
rectangle.
small scale florals. Looks like painterly or something.
Yeah. The next one is a Christmas tree skirt by Shirley.
I like that too.
Oh yeah, that's got some personality.
Yes, it does. This is also by Shirley, but there's not a name on it or what it's called. I mean, you definitely can
Oh,
tell.
that's one of those rag quilts.
Yep. This
I
one
used
is
to want to
also
make one
by
of those so
Shirley.
bad.
Wow, there's two different ones. Look at that. That's pretty. This one's by
Yeah.
Shirley also.
I love that border.
Yeah, me too. That's
That border
gorgeous.
fabric is nice.
Look what she used for the background. That's pretty.
I like that border. Yeah, I like that border too.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. This one is by Shirley also. Wow.
Shirley's been busy.
Yes, she has.
On my needle.
I haven't seen that pattern before. That's nice.
I'm about to
That
tell
must
you
be
what
one
it
of
is.
those row by rows.
Shirley says she posted in the comments section of this one. She says this was MSQC block of the month last year, summer strolls, and she has it on her bed.
That's a nice quilt.
Yeah, it is. Oh, look at that! I want to do one of those.
Wow.
Yeah.
I do one of those.
Maybe one day when I retire.
She said this was from a class she took called Why Not, like the letter Y. That quilt ended up being 115 inches long.
That's so she did
Whoa.
Y seams. I wonder.
I don't know.
Y seams aren't that hard if you mark where the 1/4 inch is,
Uh-huh.
and then you match up your little dots, then it's not hard.
And this is also by Shirley. It's a jelly roll rug. And she uses
I want to make one of those.
I don't know if I have the patience for that thick stuff.
Yeah, it's on my bucket list.
This is also by Shirley. It was her first log cabin quilt kit from Jordan Fabrics.
Like that.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
This one's also by Shirley. This is the first time she used a jelly roll, sent this to her eldest granddaughter. Look at the quilting, y'all.
Yeah, that quilting is nice.
That's nice.
Very nice.
And I love the minky on the back.
Yeah. And you can actually see the quilt design on that minky too.
Yeah, that's Minky will show it up. I'd love to do a backing for myself in Minky because it's so soft. But I haven't bought Minky.
I did one for my daughter.
Anyone who's watching this, if you have something you want to share in the channel, for me to share in the channel, go post it on my Facebook group and I'll show it tonight. This one's also by Shirley. This was a practice quilt doing half square triangles. Still does not have the binding on it, she said. But look at the
different colors in there.
Girl.
Looks like batiks, but it probably isn't. I think it might be something else.
It looks more like blender fabric, like
yeah.
What's that Moda line? You know what I'm talking about.
Yep. Maybe it's that ombre or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, some kind of ombre, but there's multiple fabrics, so I don't know if she cut if the fabric is ombre and she cut in different areas of the fabric to get the different color dimensions, or if she used different fabrics. That's what I can't tell.
Right here on this blue block, it looks like she used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different colorways, looks like. She definitely was working on that color going on. That's pretty.
I want to
The
make
next,
quilts like that, but I'm just worried. For me, it's the organization.
yeah,
Now, this is my kind of quilt right here.
this one's also by Shirley. This was done in a class. Picture taken before she put binding on it. She sent it to her sister in Michigan.
That's my kind of quilt right there. I love quilts like that.
Yeah, it's pretty.
You just cut it up and start sewing stuff together.
Yep.
Love it.
This next one is also by Shirley. She said this was done in a class. It was a mystery quilt. All we were given was what we needed with 3 contrasting fabrics. Wait, let me try rereading this again. This was done in a class, mystery quilt. All we were given was we needed 3 contrasting fabrics and were given cutting instructions. My colors I chose were inspired by a picture of a flower one of my granddaughters drew when she was starting 6th grade. Just as I finished the quilt, she and her
Significant other.
Oh, is that what that is? Bought a
Yeah.
house. So I sent it to them as a housewarming gift. I didn't know what that meant. Isn't that funny? Oops, sorry. The next one is by Shirley. Also, this what are you doing? Really? I did not cause that.
Okay, Katie, I sent a couple of pictures.
Okay, and
It may take a little bit for them to come on, but
all right, and I gotta
put it under photos.
Okay, and I gotta go pick up where we just lost. Dang it, where'd it go? Right there. I don't know why you've done that. Let me know if you can see this or if I have to start all over again.
I can see that.
I see it.
Okay.
Pretty.
It's very beautiful. So let's do the next one. Okay. This pillow pattern was in the MSQ Jenny Countdown to Christmas box. Cool. I recognize
like that.
fabric.
I like that a lot. Was that heart embroidered?
I think so. Hang on, let me go back.
Wow, for lace?
I guess it was. That's pretty cool.
It was some kind of applique. Some kind of, yeah.
This one, and let me shrink it back down. This random pillow I made, small thing like this, I will do straight line stitching. Nice friendship star.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is also by Shirley. She said this was supposed to be a Bargello, but I did not like the horizontal zigzag pattern, so I changed it to suit me. A gift to my daughter-in-law.
I like it.
Me too.
Good. The next one says this pattern, oh wow, this one actually has a name.
Oh,
wow. This pattern is called Blue Onion. Sent this to my son. That's pretty. Look at
I was working with some curves.
Yeah, look how she quilted it. She used the circular quilting motion to go with it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That came out great.
You did. This is also by Shirley. She says, oops, posted the picture on the pattern instead of the panel. Okay, this is by Pat.
That would be me.
This is the channel so long we're doing, I think. Yeah. I think. She says, I finished 4 of the 9 patch blocks. I think I'm going to do a table topper. The hourglass blocks will make the outside border. It's going to make a pretty Christmas table topper for the table. It's been fun doing these. Thanks, Katie. Yeah, this is the channel sew along that we're working on right now.
Yep.
You're supposed to be using up those scraps. And this is a, what do you call this, Sherry?
Oh, it's a needle, a needle, things. It's the thing that you put your needles in. I don't remember.
I love it.
Yeah, that I made
like
out
that
of.
Oh, that's adorable.
I
I
did
love
a
the buttons.
yeah. I took a orphan block and folded it in half, and then folded the sides in, and then I had wool. So that's what I did.
This one's by Frank, y'all.
Well, that's got a
I
lot
don't know
going
if
on.
That's
I don't know if y'all heard.
there.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I don't know if y'all heard, but Frank is moving from Florida to Pennsylvania. Something to do with family.
No.
That's why he's been absent lately. He said he would come back around when he got settled in Pennsylvania. But this quilt is by him.
Did good.
Yeah,
That's
he did.
really good.
Well, I worked.
And then Christine Stromberg says, here are my 2 scrappy blocks. See, she must be doing a star climber too.
Yeah.
She put a, oh, this is the top of that. Yeah, she did a good job. That looks great. I would love to see if she's done more yet. This was during the last live through YouTube with my wife and Jess. I was working with Jazz Club Lego set, and I made a sewing machine that fits perfectly to the live. And after I have shown it, I'm thinking of showing it again through here with a list of the parts to the Lego sewing machine. So if anyone wants to build it, so here is the list. So he posted the list of the things you needed.
Thank you.
This one is French Twist by Pat.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty.
It looks great. She said it was an easy block. This one is Chloe Morgan of her first courthouse step block using the 6-inch pound. She must be doing Star Climber too.
Patty's in here now.
She says,
Patty, Patty G. She's
Hey,
in here
Patty G.
in the chat
Hi,
now.
Patty G.
The comment she made was my first courthouse step block using the 6-inch foundation paper. It's time consuming but fun. Thanks to Katie and Sean for hosting this new solo. I would like to see where she's at on her Star Climber too. And this is a picture of one of my blocks for the Magnolia.
Oh, that's gonna be
Nice.
Yeah, this was a sample block to see if I liked this color, and yeah, I chose the other one instead. Yeah, this one. I like this fact that I decided to put yellow and red in this quilt. I think it makes everything work.
Definitely makes the colors pop more.
Mm-hmm. This one is by a tier, and I'm not even going to bother to say the last name. Let me see if
Wow.
this is a paper piecing that has 288 little individual pieces on it. It is done in 8 different sections, and each section has 18 pieces to it. The finished block measures 19.5 by 19.5. This was it was their very first time doing this, so he or she was not sure it would happen, but it did, and have achieved what she was looking for. It was something that would
That's a lot of small pieces of fabric.
Yeah, let me blow it up a little bit.
I like it. I like it.
I recognize
the fabric they chose. Has a lot of movement in it, so that the whole thing then has movement.
Yep. This one is by Ellen Penny Paint. Oh, this is by Ellen of what's the name of her channel? Hang it.
Is it a homesteader?
No, she's got a very long. Hang on a minute. Let me go look up her channel name. No, it's GQUAT for short. This is someone building the Titanic. This is from Linda. Her son was building it. I love how Lego makes all the parts of something look like it would have looked from the original. Space shuttle. My little spoiled girl. All right, let me see. This was supposed to have went on the Greenland quilt on the Living Greenland page, not the Greenland Quilter page. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I accidentally put them on the wrong place. This one is by Judy Smith. And I think this
houses.
Oh, look at that. What a unique house quilt. Oh my God.
I
They're
love
all
it.
different.
Yep.
I love that.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think that one right there is so cute.
There's so much character in that.
Yep.
There is. Who did this again?
Judy Smith.
No,
It was
Judy
her
did.
first quilt completed in 2025.
Wow. Yeah. I love
that.
I like that.
That's probably my favorite one of the night.
This one's also by Frank. And he used scraps.
He does a lot of different blocks.
Yep.
But
is that a cow up there? Let's see what that is. Inquiring minds want, oh, I can't tell what it is. I think it's a cow or a pig.
It is. It is some kind of cow.
Okay.
Some of the blocks, some of the pieces are fussy cut.
Yep. Wow, that's pretty. Okay, let's go to the next one. This one is also by a tier, a bigger shot of it or closer up. I like those colors, man. Closer up picture.
Some of the prints in that are so pretty. There's some outstanding prints in that.
Yep. Hey, look, there's oranges right there.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
That looks like solar system fabric right down here. Which means that probably, that right there, that blue with the stars in it, I bet that's part of that solar system fabric too.
One of my oldest UFOs is a solar system rail fence quilt that I made for a child who is now 23.
How many of you have ever seen an entire metal sewing machine?
I have.
Yeah, but you don't see them very often and them still be running. That's what's amazing.
I know. For Nina, I got that my husband got up and running. It's all metal. It's as heavy as can be.
Up underneath the table of these machines is this big, it's not an engine, a motor. There's this big motor up underneath the table, I guess, that drives all of this. Can you see right under the table of this picture right here?
Yeah.
This all goes to that machine. Yeah. And this picture, I stumbled onto this picture. You know when I took this picture? Was back in 2000, either 11, when I was there for a visit, because it's dark outside, or in 2012, I'm not sure which. But I'm pretty sure it's when I came for a visit, because I was like, wow, look at that machine. Okay. This is by Carissa. Sorry about the bad photo. Just finished paper piecing top. It looks like
wow.
Wow, angel wings. You could stand in the middle of that and be an angel.
Yep.
Yep.
Too cool.
This is by Jess.
Cute.
This is by Jess of So Blessed with Jess. She says this is a commission quilt for her pastor son It's an Elizabeth Hartman quilt called Dinosaurs. A small quilt was made, and she added flying geese to the top and the bottom to extend the borders. Fabric used was all from Andover, and it was definitely a fun make. Looking forward to getting it on the long arm.
Oh, I like that quilt.
This is by Jess too. It's called Stitch in Heaven New Year's Day Mystery Sew Along. Go.
Oh, I remember that. I didn't participate in it because I'm not the biggest fan of mystery quilts, but I do remember that comment that release.
I think this is Zaza's. I think that's her name, Alexandra. This is 3D printing. Little machine.
What is it?
She didn't say what it was.
What is
I guess one of us needs to ask, hey, what is this?
I don't know.
Let me put a comment in here because it don't look like anyone even saw it.
I mean, some kind of spiral thing, and it looks like they all go together. Like the spiral thing goes inside of the.
I wonder if she did it out of a 3D printer.
I think it was from a 3D printer because I think I heard her say she had one. Here's another piece, a different piece. She'll be, I'm just now seeing this. I don't know how I missed this. Those must be separate pieces of something. They look like bobbins.
And that's a bobbin holder. So those are individual bobbins. And then that little sticky thing is the bobbin holder. The bobbins can go on. And then the whole thing can go inside the little pill case.
That's really cool.
That is cool.
Well, we finally figured out what it was.
Thank you, Katie, because I was like, I don't know. I don't know.
Wait a minute, that looks like bobbins. I wouldn't have guessed that when it was all intact. And then, oh, see, it's all closed up now.
Yeah, that's a cute idea.
This is by Shelby. Katie inspired me to make this block. It still needs a bit of ironing. All the half squares are from her pre-made half square triangle scraps. So this block I made, oh my God. I'll have to find I can't remember the name of it, but the pattern came from the quilt maker's little cards, the box of cards. That's where that pattern came from, but I can't remember the name of this one. And January the 1st, look here, Shelby made the love block. Y'all, we need to do this as a channel. What I wanted to do now that spring is finally here is us do a love block swap. What do y'all think about that? Because this paper piecing is not hard to do, and the pattern gives you 4 different sizes that you can do. And
how would you do that with their?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Blocks?
Well, I guess we would all need to. I think what I would do if we can get everybody on the same page about doing the swap first is we could do a poll and see which size everybody's up for, and whichever one has the highest percentage, that's the block we make. And then they could create the block however they want it. But I wouldn't mind doing a block swap, and I guess it'll depend on how many people want to participate on how many blocks we would need to make.
Yeah.
Because I think that we need to, it needs to be enough that someone can create at least a mini quilt out of it. Anything mini and bigger. Unless you want to, or we could do, you know how you used to do the Secret Santa thing where you draw names and so gave so something?
Mm-hmm.
We could do it like that too, where we have everybody fill out a form, and then I take the bot to draw names and hook up 2 people, and they swap 1 block, and they can make like a coffee cup cozy or something like that, or a little mini love block that they can hang up. And then that would not be expensive for anyone because they would only be trading with one person instead of 12.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And they can make it to, you know, and then it's their decision on whether they want to make it a mini quilt or if they want to make it a cozy or whatever you call that you put up underneath your coffee
Coaster.
Yeah, like a coaster. Yeah. Now, if they want to get extravagant and make it fancy, they can do that on their own. You know, that might be a good idea doing it like that. We do like secret whatever, and then all we would have to do is hook two people up. They would have each other's email, and then they would get an address from each other, which I would help make sure that got done. And then they would just trade a block, and we give a certain amount of time to get everybody done. And maybe we could have an angel or two that can build a couple extra ones in case something falls apart with someone that, you know, where they can end up with a block anyway.
Yeah.
So that's something I need to revisit this subject because I forgot all about this and I keep forgetting about it because I meant to bring it up already. Love block swap because the sewing of this block is easy to me. Of course, y'all see how many I have hanging up behind me. That's where I've been. That I used that love block pad. This is from Moda Blockheads 3, and it was
I remember
20 something, I think. And it was my first exposure to paper piecing because I've never done it until then. I still, if I don't pay attention, I still get the E backwards. I always do. It's weird. This one says getting a head start
That's pretty
on my
fabric.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, pretty cool. This is by Shelby. She says getting a head start on my love FPP block.
That's pretty fabric.
And Zaza says, I've been playing with my 3D printer. I made this spool holder for hand sewing last night. Wow.
That's nice one.
I'm pretty sure that Alexandra is Zaza. And this is of another sewing machine made from Legos. Or Lego, or bricks anyway. I don't know if these are specifically Legos. But isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is by Carissa. This is her Halloween quilt. The coffins on the outside border are paper piecing. Wow. I saw this on someone else's Facebook page too, I think. Check it out. See that?
Wow. That's paper piecing?
That's what she said.
English paper piecing, I think.
This one is by Shelby. It's her dragon panel quilt that she made recently. And this was dated January 1st. So we have made it all the way back to January 1st. Okay, we're done with this part. So let me go see what's been added now. All right, how do I get out of here? No, I do not want to go that way. Why won't you let me get out? That's weird. Y'all, excuse me. I have to do this the hard way. Okay. Sherry's been busy posting pictures.
I did a few.
Okay, let's do these.
Some have seen it.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, my husband claimed it.
What's
I
the
don't
name?
blame him.
The arrow quilt. That was in Missouri Star.
That's beautiful, Sherry. Oh, look
Thanks.
at the quilting, y'all.
I think I got a closer
Oh, yeah.
up picture of it. Yeah.
Did you do that yourself?
Beautiful.
Computerized, but yeah, I quilted it, but I have computerized
Now
one.
there's your closer up.
I hope to have one of those one day.
I only have 16 quilts that need quilting right now.
No.
I know, right?
I know, you know, it's just adding up. That's pretty.
I like that.
Yeah. That's called the swoon pattern, and it is big blocks. Now,
Yeah,
there
like
should
those
have
are like
been
16-inch
couple
blocks or
more-
like 24
yeah,
inch
there
blocks.
should have been a couple more blocks, but I couldn't find it
I didn't have any more patterns, so I
I
just
love
put,
the heart quilting on it too.
yeah.
It's pretty.
I think
That's one of my bucket list patterns. That's one of the patterns on my list to make. I own that pattern.
yeah,
Look,
this one was easy to do.
look at that beautiful quilting.
Aw.
That looks so good. You're gonna have to tell me what the name of this one is because I don't know.
You know what? This is one I came up with where I just cut the blocks.
Yeah, this is my kind of quilt.
Yeah, I just cut it's a stack of whack, I'll say. You know, I cut it and then I moved it around. Then I sewed it together and cut it again.
Stack and whack, eh?
Yeah.
I love that name.
I know, stack and whack it. Stack them and whack them.
The quilting looks great on it too.
Thanks.
That is my kind of quilt. I love quilts like that.
Anyone commenting in the chat?
That's the back of the quilt. Yeah, they are. Love the patterns. Oh, and Patty G says that it's a EPP coffin templates. I thought it was EPP on that one of hers.
I know y'all keep seeing my personal Facebook. It's because it won't let me out the usual way for some weird reason. Okay, and I'm going to show you all the blocks we've done so far for the 1,000 block book. Since some of you haven't seen all of them. And what I did is I set this up so you could see the picture of what was in the book and then my block, the block I did. So that's how we're going to scroll through here. I don't know why the first two ended up ahead of the. Yeah, I'm not even going to explain that one. This is called French Twist. This was block number 1.
I remember you making that block.
Yeah, I had fun. That was so much fun making that. This one is Railroad Crossing.
Yep.
I'll skip these two. This one is Above and Beyond, block 3.
Love that block.
Me too. I love how the yellow made it pop. I know people are not a fan of purple and blue, but I'm sorry, purple and yellow.
Like
I meant yellow and purple, sorry.
Yellow and purple. I like yellow as a complementary color.
Yeah.
Purple is a variation of blue, so people use yellow and blue all the time, so it should be the same.
Yep, should be, but people sometimes don't like purple. It's funny. I'm amazed at the amount of people who don't like purple.
I love purple, especially when you put it with green.
Yep. This is my block 4 nested bear paw.
Thanks, Kathy.
Oh, look at it. It looks like it looks like there's fire in space.
Yeah. I thought, I don't know what I was thinking, but I'm like, let's heat this up right in the middle of it.
Thanks, Andrea.
This one is, here we go. Okay, so now I have 2 versions of Pivot Point. I used 2 different backgrounds because I was playing, because I had trouble with this block. So I actually have the original block, but I didn't take a picture of it because I struggled with it. But when I finally figured it out, I decided to make sure because I was trying to understand the mechanics of this block, because you have an open seam you have to play with. And so I made 2 different variations with 2 different backgrounds, but I finally understand the mechanics of the block. And this is the second one.
Nice.
So this is block 5 Pivot Point. The next one is, here we go. This one is block 6 Churn Star. And I need to correct that. Look what I wrote. I put start. Oh my gosh. Hang on a minute.
That was definitely my favorite block, I think.
I think a lot of people like that one.
Yeah.
I really do. All right. What in the world? Oh, here we go. And you know, this kind of looks red when it's actually a really rich pink and something else mixed together color. I don't even know what color you call it. And this looks like the camera's been weird lately. This is a dark blue, not a black. It looks black on here, but it's actually a dark blue. And this one is also a dark blue, not a black. This one's
I love
called
how those blues go together so nicely.
Thank you. I had fun making this one because this is the first time I've cut into that fabric. I've had this fabric, I've got like 4 yards of it, and I haven't cut it, and I've had it for 5 or 6 years because I didn't want to cut it, and I finally did.
I know what that's like.
Because I didn't know what I wanted to use it on. All right, the next one, which was yesterday's, this one is called 4 Patch Star. So this was block number 8.
It's amazing how you can just take a basic star and change the center of it and completely change the look of the block.
Yep. It looks different for sure. You know, when I got to look, I'm like, I hope, because to me, if I hadn't done it the way I did it last night on the live, it would have been messy. And I still, you see where my little mistake is right there? I still cut it off.
I can't tell.
I didn't mean to. Anyway, those are all the blocks so far. And the next block we're going to do, for those that want to know, is we are going to do, I think I already made an announcement. Did I make an announcement about it or no? I don't think so. Hang on. The block is going to be called, the next block we're doing is star checks. And for those who have the book, it's on page number 300 and it's block number 586. And I can show you which one it is because I put the pictures up for you to vote on. Hold on a minute. And then we'll get back to sewing. Where are you? That's not it. I have a lot of stuff in here now. There we go. The one we're going to do next is this one here in the center. That one. That's the next block we're going to do less than 2 weeks from now. Okay.
That's pretty.
It'll be fun. Well, see, I had everybody vote, and the two that had the highest vote was number 3, and the one I did yesterday, and then it was star checks, the 4 patch, and then it was this one labeled number 1. That was the 3rd position. The diamonds was 2nd position or 4th position, sorry, and this one down here was last again. So it's interesting the way people are.
That one, number 5, is the card trick, actually.
Yeah, they're calling it 4 patch star.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
That can be confusing, too, and because those ones that are at the points.
Yep.
It's just like the shapes never turn out the way they should.
Yeah, you know? I had to be really mindful of that didn't happen. Okay, let me show you my little star, and then I'm going to press it because y'all didn't see that I had finished sewing it together.
Oh yeah,
nice.
I like it.
So let me show you
it too.
Let me show you the other two. There's this one.
Yeah. Oh,
Lord, look at that. It's got pink and purple, so I'm already sold.
Yeah. And then there's this one.
I like that.
Oh, and okay, now we got some green.
So by the
brighter it is, the more I'm gonna like it.
Yeah. This was my first one, and this is where I had called fat quarter shop, because if you look at it, when I measured it, it was wrong. It was totally off. Now, if you look at this star and look at this star, can you see the difference in the size of the little legs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one I sewed on the wrong line.
Oh, you sold in a cut one.
I did, not the, yeah, I didn't sew, I sewed on the cut line, not the sew line.
Well, it can be on the back of the quilt.
Yes, and I'm not going to toss it out.
No.
Because if I cut it down, I will lose the points.
Right. I wouldn't.
But I can use it as a, what do you call it? A
Poster
orphan?
mug rug.
Yeah, or an orphan block.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You put it on the back near the label.
Okay,
Yep.
so it's 11:30 now, and I had intended upon going for a while. So Shonda, I thought you were going to go eat. Who was it that wanted to go eat?
I snuck a couple of bites while y'all weren't paying attention.
If you want to finish eating, go ahead and eat if you're still going to hang about, and I'll start on another star.
Yeah, I'm heating up my food, so you probably hear the timer go off.
Yeah, please eat. I'll just go ahead and start another star. So for those of you who are still hanging with me, I'm running this live for a little while because I need watch hours. So I should trim this up. Let me trim this up so it looks like the other two.
We'll see you, Robin. Robin's gonna go walk her dogs.
Okay, I'll be here probably when you get back. Are y'all able to see? No, I'll have Nikolaj look. Hey, Melanie, I didn't know you were here. Hello, hello. And Kathy Klein is also here. Hi, Kathy.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't see the chat when I'm doing this.
I greeted him.
Okay. That's the only, now if I had two monitors, I could have seen them.
It's too hard to do too many things at once.
Yep, sure is. I thought Nikolaj might come in here and build on Legos, but I guess he's still gaming.
He probably thought, hey, she's doing good. I'm going to let her go. The game must not be cheating on him.
Yeah. I mentioned about doing a longer live, and he's like, okay, I'll probably come in and play with Legos, but I think he's still gaming. And the other one is been trying to get me to take her, you know where.
Oh yeah. She's been good. She's been a good girl tonight.
Yeah, she has. She hasn't been too loud in my face.
Patient. Has she been with Nikolaj?
No, she's underneath the table here.
She's been with you this whole time.
Yep.
Wow, she's been really
quiet.
Yep. She came and tried to get my attention twice, and I told her to go away, and she went away.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I hope I didn't just cut this. Oh my God, please tell me I didn't. Oh my God, yes I did.
Okay, Andrea. We'll see ya. She says,
Andrea's
be blessed.
Thank you for coming, Andrea. I appreciate it.
Probably when my food's done, I'll probably stop and go ahead and eat.
I know I need to go to the bathroom because I haven't.
Yeah, you haven't been away, have you?
No, I haven't. Not as soon as I stood up, I'm like, I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm just making a steak and cheese, like a Philly steak and cheese sandwich that was pre-made, so I'm heating it up in the oven. My husband was going to come out here to the campground, but he had to work he works at the Clayton Center. It's a place where people come in and entertain and things like that, and he volunteers there. So by the time it was all said and done, I says, you know what, you're done at 5 o'clock. There's no reason why you can go. I'll be home tomorrow.
So it gave me a couple of days here by myself. Of course, I didn't realize that I'd been doing my English paper piecing, and I didn't realize I had left my project box at home until today, because the project box is my cotton cuts, the Wild West. I'm almost finished with it, but I thought I'd be able to finish it up this week. And here I left it at home. So my fingers was going to be a little stiff and sore, but I have some cream that I can put on them, and that helps. They're doing pretty good though today. They haven't hurt like normal days, so I must be holding them right today.
I don't know. I think I made a mistake. I think I might have.
On your second one or on your first one?
No, the one I just
Showed
finished.
us?
I think I cut on a line I shouldn't have cut on. Shit. Sorry.
Well, just put it aside. Go on to the next one and look at it later. And you'll
Sorry
know
for the
whether.
language, y'all.
Oh, is this one that you're starting that you think you cut
Yes,
on
the
the wrong line?
I just cut on the wrong line, I think. But
Oh, okay. That's not.
I don't know.
That's expected to happen in paper piecing. I always say you better have an extra block or whatever, because you're going to do a few of those little mistakes.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see. Wow, I'm sorry for the language, y'all. Shame on me, right? Sometimes that S word comes out of my mouth before I think about it.
I think it does in a few people. Yeah.
It's probably one of the main main naughty words I use a lot. Because the only time I ever use the really colorful ones is if I'm angry. And I have to be pretty angry to use a couple of them.
I've never used the colored ones. It just would not flow for me. I don't know. But the little ones I can use.
Yeah. I'll tell you a funny story. When I first moved here, I guess I'd been here, I don't know, about a year or two, probably 2 years. And I was in the kitchen. I don't even remember what I was cooking or what pissed me off. But all of a sudden, I had the F word coming out of my mouth. And Nikolaj heard it. And he comes in here and he says, that's the first time I've heard you use that word. What's going on? Because he had never heard me use that word. And he could tell I was feisty. And I told him, he's like, just breathe and don't worry about it. So you burnt something. I think it's because I burned something. And I don't like burning food.
Yeah.
That is a pet peeve with me.
I have a notorious potty mouth. I cuss all the time.
I never would have known.
Not right, because I don't do it on camera.
You do good at good self-control.
Yeah. Self-control.
Well, because I had kids, and so I had to learn. I had to learn because I had kids, and I didn't want them hearing, those words.
Yeah.
So I had to learn to not say them. But they're older now, and so it's like, I have a terrible potty mouth. It's probably one of the reasons why I don't, like I don't know. It's like I can't get too relaxed when I'm on camera, because then I'm afraid
it could come out like what just happened to me.
The words will start coming out.
Yeah. It slips out sometimes.
I had to come out and say that, because I know, like, I'm on mute, so you guys can't hear what's going on in my house, but I can still hear y'all talking. And I was like, oh, Katie just said an S word.
I've said it a couple times on a live, and I'm like, oh no. Let's see if YouTube's gonna nail me for it. The other one is sometimes I use the D word, and
I use all of the words, and so it's a completely different way of talking. I'm not fully myself. When I'm on this camera, I am not fully myself because my full self cusses a lot.
Patty G says, I have, she says she has a potty mouth at 68. She's earned it.
Well, Patty, mine started in third grade, so I was 8 years old.
Wow.
I've had a potty mouth since I was 8 years old.
Oh.
So y'all have heard me mention my friends in Syracuse quite often over the past year or so. There's a word, and I'm not going to say it on this channel. I'm not even going to imply it, but it's something that men like to call women's personal place.
Yeah, you implied it.
But you get the picture. I cannot stand that word.
No.
Because my father used it so profusely. I learned it. I hated that word.
The C word?
Yeah.
I hated that P word as much as I hated him using the N word, which is insulting.
It's okay. I can handle the P word. I can't handle the C word.
I can't handle the C word.
So, and the other one was the N word. And Shonda knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that at all.
Me neither. Because my dad was a racist.
In fact, if I'm around anybody and I'll call them out on it.
Yeah. So, Melanie knew that I couldn't stand the P word. So when I went up to New York the first time, she says, I'm going to teach you a really good lesson. I'm like, uh-oh. What? She says, we are going to say the P word so many times, they're going to want to just smack us. I'm like, what's the purpose of this? She says, you have let your dad's power of that word ruin your way you think. And we're going to teach you how to learn to just be okay with words and don't give power to them, and they won't bother you so much. And what she said made sense. Let me tell you what, when you get a group of women together and they're using that P word, and they were using it every 5 words.
It gets funny after a while.
They were not letting it go, boy.
That's funny.
By the time I came home, I'm like, okay, I'm so over this. Every now and then I still don't like it, but it doesn't bother me near as bad.
Yeah, because you have a different memory of it.
Yeah.
Yes. They replaced the memory.
Yep. They did all right. I mean, they showed no mercy with the word at all.
Well, I'm going to watch you on YouTube, but I'm going to get off of the live and I'm going to eat.
Okay.
I had a great time tonight with both of you.
Thank you for coming, Sherry.
It was nice meeting you, Sherry.
You too. You too. Have fun.
Yep. I'm going to work on another star.
Keep it
All right,
going.
Kitty, I'm going to go finish doing what I was doing, but I had to come down on the cussing. I couldn't miss the cussing. So I'm going to go finish. I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay. All right, let's see. I'm starting on another star, so give me a minute while I mark these papers. Patty says she's been here also. Laura says, I've been hanging out the whole life just dealing with stupid. I hope is your migraine any better, Laura? I hope you feel better. She's still going to be around, Patty. She's just not going to be on the live. I had told her I was going to run the live longer. Trying to get some watch hours. My watch hours have been a little bit low. Let's see here. This is not supposed to have fold here. Okay, yep. I mark these papers so that I can see the line when I'm sewing them because I don't have a light box where I can cheat with it. So this is my way of doing it, which fits my brain, put it that way. So Patty, what have you been working on? I need it. Patty says she's been in bed since Wednesday with knee issues. Ouch. That's not good. Laura says, Katie, it's not as bad as it was. I took my rescue meds about an hour ago and I think it's still working good. I hope you get past it soon. I used to have bad migraines, so bad that they would have to give me an injection for mine. And then they would do it through an IV because mine was so bad. Now I don't think I've had a nasty migraine in a long time. I just get oral migraines mostly and sinus headaches these days, that's something new. Sinus headaches. I'm pretty sure it's sinuses. But I remember how bad the migraines were, and it was debilitating. I've been working on squirrel projects. What are squirrel projects? Camera flipped weird. This camera's being very weird. It should be showing you guys horizontal, but it's not. It looks like it's showing it vertical. Literally making stuffed squirrel pin cushions. Oh, that sounds like fun. Maybe you could share a picture of one in the group, in the Facebook group. Laura says, Patty, I'm so sorry. I have back pain, but my knees are good. My husband had both knees replaced in 2023 because it was bone on bone. He had his shoulder done last year, and that's been worse. Okay, Patty. Well, y'all got to see all the pictures from January till now. I finally got around to doing that because I keep forgetting to do it. I wish I could figure out a way to, when pictures are posted, to put them in a folder on the group, so that when I share them on the YouTube channel, we can just see pictures and not have to rifle through the ones that don't matter. Hey, Becky, welcome. Welcome to the chat or the live. So right now I'm marking more paper or FPP paper so that I can start sewing on them. Making sure I get them in the right spot. And I know this seems like extra work, but this is how my brain works. until I figure out a better way. I did order a tracing wheel because John, I think it was John here, made the suggestion about using a tracing wheel to mark these so that I could see through it without having to use a pencil to do the same thing. And I think that's a great idea. So I've ordered one, and when Sherry's package gets here, I think there's a tracing wheel in it. Mark down when you stopped on the calendar. Thank you. I will do that right now. Today is Saturday. Okay, I marked it on the calendar. Patty says, doctor thought it was a blood clot, went to the ER and ultrasound showed a big bulging cyst. Oh, I know how cysts feel. I've had 5 of them. Gosh, Patty, I can understand the pain. Are they going to try to remove the cyst from your joint, Patty? The weather was crappy yesterday and today, Sherry, so it's probably in Nuke because you said it looked like it left the off wherever you were talking about. So if it's in Nuke, maybe Monday or Tuesday we'll get it because the weather, it was windy today, but not like it was yesterday and day before. Hey, Michelle, it's good to see you. Maybe some of y'all will hang with me for a while because I'm running a long live today. I'm going to sew until I'm too tired to sew. At some point, I'm going to make one more star, and then I think I'm going to switch over to, I don't know, maybe I'll make more stars. We'll see. Let's see how creative I want to get. Right now, I'm just marking my paper. So this is 3, 4, 1, 2, and 5. I don't know. I'm a diabetic and have high blood pressure. Hey, Zaza. You know what? We should. I don't know how I missed the post that you posted all the way back to January. Anyway, I commented on your pictures. Can you tell us on the Facebook page if it has a name or not? We figured it. I guess it was from your 3D printer. Good to see you in here, Zaza. I'm working on paper piecing right now, so I'm marking the paper so I can start on the next star. So how you been doing, Zaza? Janice stepped away. I mean, not Janice. Shonda stepped away for a minute to eat. So she'll be back directly. Hi, Patty. They can easily deal with both those health issues for surgery. Don't let that stop if you're in pain. Your surgeon can explain it all. Yeah, having a cyst is, and if it gets infected, that's a problem. I had a cystic abscess, and it was not cool what happened. Hi, Candace. Welcome, welcome. Zaza says she's good, thanks. I did a I shared pictures in the live today, Zaza, and I went all the way back to January 1st. That's when I stumbled on a set of pictures I didn't even see that you had posted. And I'm assuming it's from your 3D printer. Y'all hit that thumbs up like button if you don't mind. Please. Did y'all watch the replay of the sew that Nikolaj did on Thursday with me where he sewed? I hope y'all saw that. The ones that weren't on the live. He had a good time. He definitely did a good job. It was, yeah, I wasn't sure, was the little caddy, the round, were those bobbins? See, I never saw the pictures. I don't know how they slipped by me without me seeing them. No one, it looks like it slipped by everybody because there was no comments or likes on the picture. So it makes me think it got slipped through somehow and no one saw it. Yep, you saw it tonight because we shared it tonight. We all saw it. We were sitting there trying to figure out what it was. Weird thing is I never knew there was any issues with my knee. Well, a cyst can just show up suddenly. I'm not sure what they really don't. I've done some research about how cysts start. They really don't have a reason why some people get cysts and other people don't. I have a history of them, unfortunately. I need to go and look at the picture. I commented on one of them, Zaza. I think I commented on 2 of them actually, because I asked you if you could put a name on them. Either way, I think we guessed what it was. I think, unless I was wrong, because those look like bobbins to me. But I might be wrong. How you been doing, Michelle? Was it Michelle I saw come in here? Hi, Candace. How have you been doing? I thought I saw a Michelle come in here too. Yep, I did. So what I'm doing is I'm marking my paper, my foundation paper pieces because I'm for the woven star for a star climber. Because I was in the mood for doing some paper piecing tonight. And I'm getting better at this. I think I'm gonna have to order more paper though, because I think that I've made enough mistakes that I'm gonna need more paper, I think. Oh, that's number 5. 2, 3, and 4. Hi, Lori. How are you? It's a traveling sewing kit. You obviously put thread on the bobbins and the post they sit on. Because we watched it in the order that backwards instead of the order you posted it in. So you did order it. Okay. Thanks, Sherry. Wasn't sure if I did or not. Lori says, good. What y'all been working on today? Have you been just chilling or you been working on something? Y'all missed it. I had the little mini chainsaw out earlier today. The other one holds scissors on the side of the sewing machine. I stick it on with the command hook. Oh, cool. Have you been selling any of those, Zaza? Two more to go, and then I'll be ready to start sewing. Hit that thumbs up button. Y'all that have channels, if you want to show your channel, you can type exclamation selfie. Please share your channels. That bot just woke up. Wow. Type exclamation selfie to share your channel. Oh, one more to go after I finish this one, and then we'll start working on another star. I'm doing good today, thanks. We were supposed to get thunderstorms, but only got rain. I cleaned and sorted 4 fabric bins today and watched YouTube videos all day. My husband made dinner. Cool. We had the rest of the soup that my husband made last night for dinner. That's what we had today. We finished it off from last night's soup. It was good too. Right now, Nikolaj's in the bedroom gaming. He did take Nora out though. Sherry, he took Nora out. She's been good tonight. So we tried a new experiment with Nora. This is day number 3, or yeah, I think it's day number 3. A lot of times when I'm in pain, I don't want her in bed with us. So she ends up sleeping in the foyer. And 3 nights ago, I decided to see what would happen if I let her sleep next to my bed on the floor. So I moved her little bed, or it's just what she sleeps on, to the side, my side of the bed, and see what happens. See if she would sleep on it or wander around all night and be irritating, and me have to put her in the foyer anyway. Turns out she went to sleep next to my bed with no problem. So I think I'm going to pull up the mat and everything that's in the foyer, and we're going to do away with it. And she's going to start sleeping in our room from now on, because I think that works out really good for us. And I won't have to worry about putting her in a foyer anymore, except when I leave the house. And we do have a cot. I bought a really big cot so that her and Coda could sleep on it. And I've been thinking about what I could do because we can rearrange our bedroom a little bit where we can put that cot in there. But I got to figure out how I can wash the canvas to get the smell of coda off of it. Anyone got an idea of how to wash canvas? Let me know, because it's canvas on the outside part of the, it's a cot off the floor, and the outer out is about this wide. All the outer edge of it that attaches to the PVC is canvas, and then right in the middle of it is like a screen that I don't know why it's different, but I don't know what the purpose of the screen is for. But I thought about taking it apart and go hang it up outside and soak it down with a mop and then get the water hose to it to rinse it off and try doing it that way. I don't think I want to stick it in the wash machine because I think the wash machine would eat it. Babe, can I have some more? I don't know if the ice is frozen in the refrigerator yet. Probably not. I mean, freezer. I should have done that hours ago and I forgot. Okay, I need it. You gonna come play the Legos, or you gonna just keep gaming?
Gaming.
Okay. Because I'm now pretty good into the live.
1.5 hours.
Yeah. Maybe look to see this.
No. Oh, didn't fill it up much because ice.
Thanks, babe. Do you think it would bother Nora to have CODIS? I don't know. That we have this big mat that's on the floor, like the kind of mat you would exercise on, and I know it smells of coda. And the cot we pulled up, or the cot is like standing up, not being used right now because of the mat we put down, because I was trying to make coda more comfortable. And so I don't know whether it would bother her or not. The scent, yeah. So that's why I thought about washing it. Try to get much of the smell off them. I know that the cot smells like her too, though, because she slept on it too. But I think it would be great to get a cot in there so that I could put her bedding on top of the cot, and it'll get her off the heated flooring, because the floor is warm. And I've already turned the thermostat down once, but probably in the middle of June, I'm going to turn the thermostat further down where it's not coming on as much. If you don't want to take it apart, then a carpet upholstery machine or steam cleaner would work. It's not too hard to take apart. I just didn't think I could stick that thing in the wash machine because I think it would ruin it. All right, time to, let's see, we need 4 of these. All right. What do these all look like this?
19.
Okay, babe, thank you.
It was 21.
Not now? Yeah. Okay. Probably because there's another live starting. Did you enjoy your meal?
Okay.
Shonda, she went to eat.
I left my earbud upstairs. One second. Hold on.
Okay. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is glue these on first, get that done, and then we'll start dealing with the color. I have to move things around again. All right, now I can get my design board right here. All right, I'm gonna glue these triangles on first because this is the main background.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Y'all, my house is so warm, it's giving me a headache.
So, what did I just do? All right, there we go. That's better.
Now I can hear you good.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Hey,
Did you
I
enjoy your,
did.
what did you
I
have?
did. I had a leftover piece of a sub from Jersey Mike's.
What is that?
A sub sandwich, like a,
Oh,
a
gotcha.
hoagie,
Okay. Because I didn't know what Jersey Mike was.
Yeah. They sell, sub sandwiches. I had went there, well, today is Saturday, so it would have been Thursday. No, yesterday. It was yesterday. Yesterday I went there and me and Adrian met there for lunch and we shared it and there was still some left over. So that's what I'm having for dinner tonight.
Also says she might find the scent comforting. I hadn't thought of that. She might. I definitely want to put it in the room. We've already talked about moving. We have a foot trunk in or a big trunk in our bedroom. And I think if I take the mat out of the foyer and move, take the mat out and then move the trunk into the foyer, and then that spot that the trunk was in is where I could put the cot, because the cot and that trunk are almost the same size as far as width and length. Talking about Nora, I moved her to we moved her to the bedroom 3 nights ago because I don't always let her, when I'm in pain, I don't let her sleep with me because she wants to get up against me, and I think that's just her trying to comfort me, and I don't want to be touched when I'm in pain.
That's understandable.
Yeah, this nerve pain that runs down my leg from those 2 discs, sometimes it could be something as simple as there's a little tiny, how sometimes you get things on your sheets because you track it onto your sheet, like from your feet or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
A little pebble will cause pain.
Wow.
Or the sheets or a little doggy hair from her is on a sheet and it pokes me like a needle. It's only when my pain levels are through the roof. And I get grumpy.
So do you have some kind of like autoimmune issue?
No, it's caused from I have 2 discs in my lower lumbar in L4 and L5 that have prolapsed. And I also think that I was diagnosed a long time ago with fibromyalgia, but I don't take any medicine for it because I don't like the side effects of the medicine for fibro. So whenever my back is, so what's happened is I have 2 discs and they're one above the other one, and they're pushed down like, see how I got my fingers?
Yeah.
They're pushed like this. And they're sitting on a nerve, or they're pressing on a nerve that runs down my hip, or like behind my hip or through my hip. I'm not exactly sure because it's hard to describe where it's at. And then so half my leg, half of my left thigh leg is numb.
Okay.
And then the outside perimeter of the numbness is hyperactive. And then there's this one little spot sitting in the middle of the numbness that if you touch me with a cold hand, it feels like someone shoved a knife in my leg.
Jeez.
Yeah, and it's because of that nerve being pressed upon by the disc. Hey, Flicky Chicky, it's good to see you. And so whenever I have excessive pain, I don't want Nora in bed with me because she wants to lay right on me. When I'm not in pain, I let her in the bed with me. And I think she's just trying to comfort me. I think
Probably.
I think she knows I'm in pain.
She probably does. Dogs can sense stuff like that, especially with people they're connected to.
Yep. And she doesn't like it when I put her off the bed. It's like, Mom, I really need to stick around. And I'm like, no, you cannot.
Yeah.
If she wouldn't lay against me, if she would just like stay a few inches away from me, I would leave her in there. But no, she wants to lay up on me.
Yeah, because she doesn't know, you know?
Yep. I also think she can tell when I'm having a sad day. I think she's more observant than I thought she was.
Dogs are very intuitive.
And and like I said, she's happy that Nikolaj, is her buddy. She adores him, but she's not in there. She's in here with me, which is funny. So she still camps out with me when it comes to sewing time.
Sometimes they know what you need. And sometimes, just like kids, they want to be around you when you don't want to be around them. Like when you're not paying them any attention, at least that's what human children do. When you're
Yep.
not paying them any attention, that's when they want to be all up under you.
Yep. They're like, I'm gonna come in here and bother you. Nora is a Dotson. Yes, Flicky. She's a standard Dotson. Zaza says, Katie, nerve pain is awful. When pain is bad, the pain receptors in the brain go into overdrive and make us super sensitive to anything. Yes, it's the craziest thing I have ever seen. Sheets that make me hurt, blankets that make me hurt. I have to wear the lightest of clothing when I'm in pain, because every little thing irritates me. And people don't know I'm in pain because I don't tell them. Or I don't say anything about, like right now I'm in pain, but I'm ignoring it.
Well, that explains why she's next to you, because she knows.
Yeah, I'm ignoring it right now. I do that sometimes. I'll just ignore it. I refuse to let it put me in the bed. Okay, we need to come up with some new colors here. Let's see what I can get in. Let's see what kind of trouble I can get into.
Where's my ruler?
Let's see here. We're going to mix something. All right. Let's use this color. Let's see this. And we're going to put this with, I think this would go with this. Yep, that would work. And then I saw something earlier that looked cool together. And then we're going to take this one and put it with maybe the green. I haven't decided yet. Y'all probably can see what I'm doing right. Well, I don't know. I got quite a mess going on. Can you see what I'm doing? I'm picking colors for this next star. And they're like groups of two. So I'm going to put this salmon with this whatever color that is. It's like a purple pink. I don't know if I want to use that color or not. What about use this one with how's your project going, Shonda?
So I finished one project. So I finished the pressing and cutting for one of my projects that I wanted to get done. So I did that. And then I
Okay.
put together the box, but I did it wrong. But
Uh-oh.
it's together, but I did it wrong because I have a bad habit of not reading.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a box, I have a little basket, but I did it wrong.
Uh-oh.
But it'll still do the job it's supposed to do. I just put it together incorrectly. And so now I'm putting together my third project, which is this little zipper pouch thing here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm working on that now. We'll see how that goes.
Flicky says she's digging out her seam ripper. I'm pet sitting and it's not in my sewing bag. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Flicky says my hounds are extremely touchy if I'm having a bad pain day. They're such pack breeds and they cuddle for comfort. Yeah, you guys, Nora's hilarious because most people wouldn't think that a dog knows what spooning is. She does. She automatically will spoon you. She always makes me laugh when she does, especially when she does it with Nikolaj. I'm like, I don't know how she knows that he likes that, but she knows. He knows. 2, 4. Okay. Hopefully these will look okay as a star. All right. Now, let me see here.
I found an interesting documentary that I'm gonna watch when I'm done here.
What you gonna watch?
It's on Netflix. I think it's called An American Murder. I like a lot of true crime,
Uh-huh.
and this one happened in North Carolina. But apparently, a woman and her husband were home
Yeah.
um, with their 2 kids, and her parents, the woman's parents, were in the basement. And so the story is, I haven't watched the documentary, but they're saying that so the dad is saying, so the mom is saying that the daughter had a nightmare. She woke up in the middle of the night and accidentally woke up the father, and he was upset and irate, and he started to, try to attack her physically. And then things happened that we don't want to
Oh,
talk about on stream because
yep, gotcha.
so um I'll be watching that tonight.
Did you see
I'm
that documentary about quilting?
no, no.
You,
I'm not really a documentary person.
yeah, but this is
Usually,
worth watching. You need to see it.
what's it about?
So, it's about a prison in Missouri, and about inmates. I don't know what level 5 means because I'm not a prison person, But these
I'm pretty
men,
sure those are the dangerous ones.
these guys make quilts, and all these quilts are given to children who are homeless, who have experienced some kind of trauma where they're in a foster care system. They've made hundreds of them. And it's a very short video. I think it was about 30 minutes the length. It was very short video, but it was pretty amazing that all the fabric that they had was donated, and they were making quilts with the fabric. It was their way of giving back to society what they had taken that ended them in the prison to begin with. There was a couple of them for 25 years.
Yeah, because I'm saying level 5, I'm pretty those are your serious crimes right there.
Yeah, there was 2 or 3 of them. And the only way, yeah, and the only way they could be in the sewing room is if they had no write-ups, which means if they got a write-up, they got kicked out.
Okay.
They would go back to where they would come from. So they had to basically behave themselves at all times, and if they broke the rule and got wrote up, then they would get removed from the sewing.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
It was very interesting and very informative, and I thought it was, when I first saw it was going to be at the prison, I'm like, oh, come on, really? But then I said, nope, we're going to sit and watch this, and I did. I'm like, oh, that's very interesting, because all the quilts they made were, went to, and they actually showed some of the kids that those quilts went to, and the reaction from a couple of the kids, it was really cool.
Okay. All right, well, I'll check that out then.
Yeah, it's not like your standard 2-hour long documentary kind of thing that you usually see. I only like wildlife documentaries.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of documentaries in general, but sometimes like I don't want to get into a series. I want something to watch, but I don't want a commitment. I don't want to watch a series. And
yeah,
if
it's not a series.
Yeah, because it takes so much more time. It's a longer commitment. But also I like to watch things where I don't always have to be looking at the screen, because a lot of times I'm crocheting while I'm watching. And so if I'm watching like some kind of Hollywood movie, I have to kind of look at the screen to know what's going on and follow along. So I kind of like documentaries because they allow me to look away and still be able to pay attention to the story.
I think you would find it interesting, because one of the
I think so too.
One of the sewers, I think he said he was serving 25 years, and he was young when he got put in prison, and now he's 60 something, or I don't know exactly what his age was. I think he said he was either in his 50s or 60s.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
And all the guys,
Cheryl in the chat said that it was good.
It was very good. And all the guys that were doing this straight up said that they were taking responsibility for how they broke the law and that they did wrong, and they're serving their terms out, and they didn't say anything negative at all.
So the chat is confirming that level 5 those are the bad boys.
Yep. I didn't know what it meant, but I assumed it meant that they were naughty.
And so the chat is agreeing that the dogs can be very sensitive to our moods and emotions. That was Zaza that said that. And Flicky Chicky, great name. She said that her hounds are extremely touchy if she's having a bad pain day. And they like to cuddle for comfort. Laura says she completely understands.
Yeah. Sorry.
She said she was diagnosed in 2000 with chronic pain after having spinal meningitis. Oh, that's rough, Laura. She said later they said it was fibromyalgia. I can't say the word right now. And she's had a few days where even a hug from her husband hurts.
Yep. Nikolaj can tell when I'm pain. He'll say, "You're in pain, aren't you? Because I can tell, and you've been ignoring it, haven't you?" I'm like, "Yep." But it's hard to ignore it when you try to go to bed and can't go to sleep because you're in pain. It's like this little vicious little circle. Let's meet.
Clumber spaniels. I've never even heard of a Clumber spaniel.
Those are the Clumber. I think has the. Isn't it the Clumber that has the curly hair?
I don't know. Flicky Chicky said that she loves Clumber spaniels, and she asked, "Are the GBVGs, whatever that? Oh, Grand Basset Griffin Van D's, and the petite ones."
Those Griffons are supposed to be anti-allergy dogs. Bichon Griff, I forget how you pronounce the word. She says, "Oh, I'm sewing again. I'm just having personalization versus
As per pattern. So whether she wants to do it the way it's written or if she wants to go her own way. I say go your own way.
Go your own. You know that song by Fleetwood Mac?
Go
your own way.
Definitely go your own way.
Yep, you do it the way you want to do it. Make it yours.
Absolutely.
That's the best advice. Wait a minute, what happened here? I didn't move it over enough. Darn it. I didn't think that looked right. Tomorrow is Sunday, and tomorrow the chainsaw is getting brought out.
The little baby chainsaw.
I don't know, something just coming in, so they haven't seen my little mini chainsaw. That's what got people started, didn't it?
It was such a little itty bitty thing.
Yeah, when I told you it was tiny, I wasn't lying. We bought that in Denmark. I told Nikolaj I needed to see what it was. Is we have two trees. They're up against the house, and we needed a chainsaw, but we couldn't use a really huge. Well, we couldn't buy a gas-driven or fuel-driven one because they didn't have any to sell, and so we still have the trunk of that one tree in the ground, and because it's the reason I want to take the tree out is because it's up against the house, and we noticed that the root is going up underneath the foundation of the house, and that is not a good thing. And I don't know what the person, whoever planted the tree there, what Nikolaj. That tree's been here forever. It's a teeny tiny chainsaw, Flicky.
It's a little bitty thing. Well, not that small, but it's a little baby chainsaw.
Use it. I'm gonna prune trees tomorrow is what I'm gonna do. And I thought I'd get Nikolaj to video me trimming them. Because spring has sprung here, but hopefully the weather will be good where I can get out there and do it. The lake is thawed now, thank God. Now it'll start getting warm. The only downside to the lake thawing out is the mosquitoes are gonna come.
Well, mosquitoes are something. I live in North Carolina. We deal with mosquitoes all the time.
I've seen the mosquitoes here, Shonda. I thought we had bad mosquitoes in Florida. No.
No, I'm sure ours aren't as big. We just have them for longer.
Yeah, they're the biggest darn mosquitoes I think I've ever seen in my life. It's a good thing they only last about 6 or 8 weeks. Otherwise, that would just be total crazy. And some of the biggest flies I've ever seen.
Like horsefly big?
No, like these are house flies, but they're freaking enormous.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to gauge the size. Are they like the size of horseflies?
If you had to gauge the size between, do you know what a yellow fly looks like?
No, I know what a yellow jacket looks like.
A yellow jacket's a bee. but there's a yellow
Yeah.
fly that bites you like a horsefly, but it's smaller than a horsefly, but it hurts just as bad.
Okay, so they're a little smaller than a horsefly,
Yeah.
but
So
hurt
those,
more.
yeah. So those
Oh,
those flies we have around here are about the size of a yellow fly.
oh, no, thank you.
And it's like, oh, they're like bombers. I know. I'm
Inappropriate. Zaza says, "Are you disposing of something? I need to see the chainsaw, Katie."
Hang on, I'll go get it. Nikolaj's getting it out.
Zaza, Flicky Chicky says they have mosquitoes year round in Southern California, and their flies are medium sized.
Never saw a mosquito in the whole time I was in Hanford, that whole summer, I never saw one mosquito. See my mini chainsaw? Yep, Scandinavian mosquitoes are absolutely gigantic, says Zaza. You are so right, girlfriend.
Then I have mosquitoes love to bite me. I have no business being out there then. No
Yeah,
business.
I'm having too much fun with this thing. How did you get this back on it?
It slides easy.
Oh, there we go. So anyway, this is my little mini chainsaw. Salsa says, I need to see the chainsaw, Katie. She wants to know if we're disposing of something.
Nikolaj better treat you right. You got a chainsaw.
You can't. You should see the look he just gave me. So he said it set somewhere close in case I have to see it again. Horse flies, or clegs as we call them in Scotland, are horrible bugs that give nasty, dirty bites. Yuck. Oh. Sean says, for some reason, American mosquitoes don't like me much. Australian mosquitoes love me. My wife is the exact opposite. Seems they like native blood. That's funny, Sean.
You got spiral meningitis from a mosquito bite?
Yeah, that's what spinal meningitis comes from.
Does it really?
Yep. When I had horses, I had to vaccinate my horses against encephalitis because which is the same as spinal meningitis.
Yeah, that makes sense. I knew about the encephalitis, but I forgot that's like akin to spinal meningitis.
Yep. And it comes from mosquitoes.
I have been bitten so many times. They love me. I will say, at least it seems now that I've entered menopause, they like me a little bit less. I don't know if it's hormonal. I don't know what it is, but it's not quite as bad now.
Well, that's good. There's that part. I know it don't look like much right now, everybody, but here's 2 colors so far. I did have to put this. This looks orange in the in one. Let me see. That looks orange in that camera. It looks salmon in this camera, and it looks like salmon in my eyeballs. Salsa says, that's cute. Katie, that sounded questionable. Yeah, we're gonna have too much. When we brought it home, we had entirely too much fun with it to begin with. It was we stood out there laughing every time we did something. But it's not big enough to cut the trunk of the tree that we're trying to get rid of. But I might have to resort to drilling holes in it and making me a concoction of kerosene and Epsom salt and pour it down the holes and see if we can't kill it that way. It's just that I hate doing that because kerosene is bad for our environment. If I had a bigger chainsaw, we would have been able to cut it, all the way flush to the ground, and then eventually, got rid of the roots out of it. All right, we got that one done. Let's get the next one done. Oh, I still got to put two. Right. You need to move up a little bit, baby. Otherwise, I'm going to accidentally tag you with my chair. And I don't think you'll be happy if I do that. Laura says, yes, we were watching the fireworks and I came with hundreds of bites. My husband had 0 bites. 3 weeks later, I was in the ICU for, oh my God.
Wow.
That's terrible. Hey, Denise. Good to see you.
I've never had hundreds. I've never had hundreds. I've had, 30 in the low 30s, but I've never had hundreds.
I can tell you that mosquitoes don't like 2 smells. One of them is Skin So Soft, and the other one is Irish Spring soap.
Yeah, and it was the original green Skin So Soft that they hated.
Yeah, the original, not the made up stuff that's probably out there these days.
Yeah, they've come up with other scents and flavors since then, but I know that original Skin So Soft, they hated it.
Yeah, it's the original that works, not that other stuff. And it's the same thing with the Irish Spring. It has to be the original Irish Spring. Flies don't like the original Irish Spring either. They will avoid you. In case y'all didn't know that. You can rub it around.
I'm doing this all wrong. I'm gonna put it aside. I'm gonna put that project aside.
I'm O negative. I don't always get chomped by mosquitoes, just sometimes.
I'm O positive. I'm O positive, and they love me. But like I said, I will say last summer was one of the best summers I ever had mosquito bite wise. And I haven't gotten bitten yet. And it's May. It's mid-May and I haven't gotten a bite. So it seems like, at least for now, popping over into menopause has made the mosquitoes treat me like a normal person. Because me and Adrian, we could go outside and I would come in, I'll have like 10, 12 bites and he would have none. But now I'm not really getting bit as much. Hey, Denise.
I need to have a look at this.
Looky Cheeky said there's a ton of cops out outside that she can hear, and I guess the dogs can hear, and so they're going nuts. So she's gonna go lock them in.
I wonder why there's cops out there.
Who knows? And Susan, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce your last name because I don't want to be disrespectful. But she says, "Hi, ladies." Hi, Susan. Is it year out?
We showed your quilts tonight, or your pictures tonight on the live of some of your handiwork. Well, all your handiwork from January till now, anyway.
Flicky Chicky, I'm so mad that I'm not O negative and that I'm O positive because I want it to be a universal donor. I believe in blood donation. I try to donate blood whenever I can. I was rejected so many times when I was younger because my iron was low and it always hurt my feelings. But I got my iron levels up, and so I try to donate every 3 months.
I used to donate all the time. And then because my blood was special, it went to the NICUs where it went. But then they talked me into doing freezes. And let me tell you what, after about a year doing freezes, I was done. Because every time I did freezes, I felt like my life force got took. It was the most unpleasant thing. I didn't get that feeling when I donated blood. But and I think it's just because they take your blood out and then put the red back in after they take the plasma out. And it made me feel weird.
I don't think I've done that. I think I've just done blood and platelets.
Yeah. Well, freesis is platelets. Sorry.
Oh, is that the same thing? I didn't know. I don't be knowing the technical terms.
It was the most unpleasant thing. I did not
I was fine with that. I didn't mind that.
I don't know. It made me feel weird for like 3 or 4 days. And I talked to somebody about it. I said, I feel like my life force got took or something. And after 3 or 4 days, I was back to feeling okay. But
you've got other things going on, so it might have just been too much. Your body is like, we need that. We need that for Katie.
Yeah, apparently
because nobody else.
I did it an entire year. I was doing it I forget how they were calling me in every time the the time frame went by. We need your plasma. Please come. Because we need to send it to the NICU for cancer patients. And I'm like, okay. And then after a year, they called me one day wanting it. And I told them, I said, you know what? I can't do this anymore. It's running me down. And every time I would do it, it would be worse the next go around. The blood, just giving regular blood wasn't doing that. It was giving platelets yeah. They call it freezes in Florida.
No, I never did it with the frequency that you're allowed. For me, it was 4 times a year. I felt like that was enough for me.
Yeah, they would call me because they were desperate.
Oh yeah, I just ignore those calls, Katie. The caller ID would say Red Cross, and I'd be like, nope.
My mother was what you call a quadruple gallonier or whatever you call it, because her blood was O negative too, and she was constantly giving. She had given enough that if she needed blood for surgery, there was some for her. Or for, and so I don't know. I think Thomas has given blood because all of my kids have negative blood, O negative blood. And but I don't know if the girls have. I haven't asked them if they've given blood or not. But they should have been doing it while they were young, because I stopped doing it when I think I stopped doing it. I did it all through my 30s. And then when they started doing the freezes part of it, it just, like I said, I just couldn't do it anymore.
I couldn't donate it all in my 20s. I tried in high school for the first time. I was rejected, low iron, and all through my 20s, I had low iron. Every time I tried to donate blood in my 20s, low iron. It wasn't until I couldn't donate blood with regularity until I was in my mid-30s.
They used to wouldn't take you if you had asthma. That's why I didn't do it when I was younger. There was some stupid rule about if you're an asthmatic, you don't go. I'm like, what difference does it make I have asthma? My mother was giving blood. It didn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't see what asthma has to do with it, but.
And so for a long time, I didn't do it. And then one day I went in and I said, is there a particular reason why asthmatic can't give blood? And she's like, what are you talking about? I said, I was told I couldn't give blood because I'm an asthmatic. She says, are you on medication right now other than an inhaler? No. When's the last time you had steroids? A long time ago. She's like, you can give blood. She says,
Zaza and Laura, they're not allowed to give blood anymore because they've had too many transfusions.
who?
Zaza and Laura.
Oh, see, I've never had a transfusion.
Me neither, but people in my family have, which is why I felt compelled to give blood in the first place.
Yeah.
I'm like, I felt like I at least need to put back what people I know took, right?
Yeah.
Like
Makes good sense to me. I wanted to give something. It was my way of giving something. I thought, especially when I found out my blood was going to the NICU because it was missing something that a lot of human beings carry in their blood, so it can't be given to newborns, and mine could. And so, and that made me feel good because that meant, oh, so babies get to use my blood. And they always had a shortage of it because not that many people can give blood for newborns.
yeah, if somebody told me that my blood was going to sick babies, I might have felt more compelled to do it more often.
Yeah, they'll tell you right up front when they test your blood or when you've done the first. I didn't know about it until after the first donation, and they called me and they told me that would I have a problem with them sending my blood to the NICU? And I'm like, well, I don't know what that means. And when she explained it to me, I'm like, oh, yeah, sure, go for it. And then, when they would run short, if I hadn't given, maybe I skipped one appointment or something, within 2 or 3 days, I was getting a phone call. We really need you to give so we can send it to the NICU. And I'm like, okay. But it was one of them that talked me into doing the freezes. It's like,
Yeah, the first time I did that, I was actually because my job does blood drives once a quarter, and so that's what I would just do it. I would do it when they would come to my job because they would allow us. We didn't have to clock out. They would allow us to donate blood on the clock, right? So it was like, well, I don't have to take off work. I don't have to drive anywhere. It's not costing me anything. So why not do this, right? Why not do it? And so when I gave platelets, I went back to work. I drank some orange juice, had some roll gold pretzels, and went right back to work.
it's good that you didn't experience what I was talking about. It was a very weird thing. I don't think I was making it up either. I just think I actually felt that way and I just didn't understand why.
No, I 1000% believe it because when you consider like there are things that are going on in your body that other people don't have going on. Like the pain issues that you have. I would imagine that having less blood than you need could exacerbate some of the things that were going on with your body. So that just makes sense to me. I'm not a doctor, but it just seems logical that having less circulating blood cells would exacerbate whatever's going on physically. Post rabies. Wait, what? I'm sorry. What the hell is going on in the chat? Hold on.
Wait a minute. Let's see. Let's backtrack here a minute. Flicky says, I'm on too many meds. I can't donate anymore. Flicky also said, I'm back. The chihuahuas are being made more obnoxious about everything than the Bouvier. I'm pet sitting for dogs or pet sitting away from my dogs. That's what she said. And then Salsa says, I'm not allowed to donate blood. I have had too many transfusions. Then Laura says, also same here. I have O negative, but have had too many blood transfusions. They wouldn't take mine anymore. And I'm anemic to boot. They definitely won't take you if your iron's down. Zaza says they shouldn't just they should have just taken the whole blood, Katie, and separated it. They were doing that, Zaza, and it would still make me feel like that. Because there's a machine that separates the platelets from your blood and puts the red blood cells back into your body. Susan says I used to donate blood every time I'm O positive. The cancer and had a couple of lymph nodes in my right side removed. Can't constrict my right arm. Have tendon right next to my vein in my left arm. Zaza says I wasn't allowed to allowed for a year after getting my ears pierced. Then I had to get a letter from my liver specialist to say that my PLD wasn't an issue for transfusions. And then Flicky says I had to get post-rabies exposure series, and that permanently removes you from donation. Oh, that's interesting.
Are you serious?
Wow. And then also says my friend had rare blood and has been called up if they have a shortage. She's allowed to give blood more often too. Yeah, I no longer give blood anymore. I think my age would probably take me out of it now. I think I did my part.
Well, yeah, if you were going in every 6 to 8 weeks, then yeah, you did your part.
Yep, I was doing what my mom did. My mom gave that often too. I really didn't preach too much to the kids about doing it when I probably should have. But Thomas was the only, I definitely knew Thomas was giving because he told me he was.
Well, I know my oldest one, I know she felt a responsibility. I never really talked to her about it, but she felt a responsibility and she told me she was doing it. And I was like, I think that's a good thing. I agree with that. I give blood as well. My middle daughter, she always had issues with the anemia. She was never able to give blood. My son, I don't think it's ever crossed his mind to do anything like that for another person.
Yeah.
Be honest.
He might do it if it, like if there was some kind of emergency where bad things happened in your area and they needed people to donate, he might do it then, but
Well, yeah, I think like if someone had a conversation with him, but like
yeah,
for me, no one asked me to give blood. No one,
same,
I
yeah,
just felt like when I heard
no,
about that it was a thing, I
yep,
just felt the responsibility as a healthy person to
yep,
donate blood for people who weren't healthy. That was just the way that I was wired. And my
yep,
oldest daughter, my daughters were the same way. My son, not as much.
different with men.
Well, I also think it's just generational.
Yeah,
My son was born in 2007. So he wouldn't have even been allowed to donate blood until, I guess we'll see what happens, right? Because you got to be at least 17, I believe. So he just turned 17 in December of last year. So we'll see.
someone's reminding me to take medicine. Thank you, babe.
Well, that does make sense, Flicky. So Flicky says that uh, because rabies is basically 100% fatal, and some lifesaviruses have a longer delay in showing, so it's a permanent restriction. And I do, yeah, that I mean, when you think about it that way, that does make sense. Um, I do remember watching some kind of documentary about a young girl, like a teenage girl who got rabies and managed to survive. And it was a long, hard fought battle.
That rabies thing is nothing to play with, that's for sure. I'll be right back, Shonda.
All right.
Bathroom patrol.
Oh, Flicky, you're a vet tech? So I'm a vet tech. We have a neurological cat in. I avoided the teeth, didn't avoid the drool soap claws, Q post exposure. Okay. So Susan, you've had one transfuse, age 4. 4? 4. You had to get a blood transfusion at age 4? Lord have mercy. You people have been through it. Woke up with a severe nosebleed that had soaked my pillow, and my mother couldn't get it to stop, was taken to the hospital. Wow. Your mother must have been traumatized. Did she was she like extra helicoptery after that? Because I would be. If my kid woke up age 4 with a nosebleed that required a blood transfusion. Um, I don't think that I would ever like be, I don't know, like you want to play sports? What if you get hit with a ball? That would be rough for me. That would be rough for me. I hope your mother was able to recover from that, Susan, because I don't know if I would have been. That's crazy.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
No, I was just reading the chat. Susan said that she was 4 years old and she woke up with a severe nosebleed that soaked her pillow and her mother couldn't get it to stop. She had to go to the hospital and get a blood transfusion. And I
Oh,
was like, if that
wow.
ever happened to one of my kids, I don't know that I would be comfortable with them ever going outside again.
Did they figure out what caused it? That's
I don't
crazy.
know.
That's a lot for a young child to go through. I can't even imagine what kind of trauma that caused.
She said she was not allowed to ride the school bus, no games like tetherball. That's what I'm saying. Like
Wow.
if my kid had a spontaneous nosebleed that could not be stopped and required a blood transfusion, like you're not playing sports. There's no pool. You better learn how to play pool.
Yep. Or bowling.
Right.
That's what my kids did. They bowled. I didn't want them in contact sports because I didn't want to end up with one of my kids having a brain injury.
I'm with you there.
I
I'm
don't
with you there.
understand parents who let their kids go play football and risk brain injuries. I don't get that. Because once
I
it's
was
in,
worried about that with my son, but fortunately, he wasn't really interested in any of that. I mean, he did play football one year, but it was like outside of school.
yeah,
It was flag football, no contact. So, yeah.
those contact sports are just once your brain is injured, you can't undo it.
No, you cannot. You only get one of those.
That's exactly right.
Oh, so Susan said that's how her allergies manifested. She got a really dry nose. It's crazy how allergies manifest differently in different people.
Yep. I'm constantly battling my nose and have been for the last 4 years. It seems to never ending. The never ending. You know that story, never ending story?
Atreyu! Of course, I remember the never ending story. How many times I watched that as a kid?
We watched it so many times. I watched it so many times with my kids.
That came out when I was a kid. And so we watched that so many times.
It might have been out when I was a kid. I don't know what year was the original. It originally came out in.
My gut is saying 84-ish.
Yeah, I was already an adult by then, a young adult.
Maybe 86.
Yeah.
But it was definitely the 80s because the graphics.
Do you remember the animated movie called oh my god, Fern Gully? I freaking love that little animated movie.
Now, Fern Gully was more my kids than it was me. But
It
I
was
saw all of those movies because I watched all of the Fern Gully movies with my
There was only
kids.
one fun. There was only one Fern Gully that I know about.
No, there were several movies.
Really?
I thought there was. Let me go test my memory here. I'm pretty sure there were several. I feel like there was a TV show and
I didn't
several
know there was a
movies.
TV show. See, what do I know? My kids will be shocked if there was actually a TV show about it.
So we
I'm,
have Fern Gully, The Last Rainforest in 1992.
yep, that sounds about right.
And then there was a Fern Gully 2, The Magical Rescue in 1998.
And I didn't know about that one. Wow. Was that a made from theater movie or was it a TV thing?
I do not know. It was probably probably a TV thing. Let me click on it.
Yeah, because the original Fern Gully for was a movie that we watched in the theater first.
I think it was just a like straight to DVD type of thing.
Oh, interesting. I'll have to look that up and see what the price is of it in Amazon and watch it.
Yeah, because in 92, I would have been in high school, so I wouldn't have watched that. But my first child was born in 96, and I feel like that's something I watched with her.
It was a good movie. I liked it. I'm not a big animation person, but that one I enjoyed. And I enjoyed like the Little Mermaid. That one was fun for me for a while. But when they started doing remakes, I'm like, how many times do you need to make The Lion King?
Yeah, the remakes came later, but the original Lion King,
It was
the
great.
Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast,
Yeah.
all of those like classic Disney animated movies that they made in the 90s and early 2000s, those
Hmm.
were all really good movies.
And when they did
And
the
I'm
remake,
and I'm a Broadway person. I love Broadway. I
yeah.
love play, so I love musicals. So I love the musical component of those Disney animated series. I love that. I love that.
When they did the remake of Beauty and the Beast, I really didn't understand what they were doing.
Yeah, I didn't watch any of the remakes.
I
Mulan was great. That
I
was a
liked
good
Mulan
movie.
too. Mulan was good.
And I know Shrek, I believe, was DreamWorks, but all of that was good. Most of the Toy Story movies were good. Most of the original
Yeah.
animated Up was great. It's
Nikolaj
the one
enjoyed
that made
Shrek.
me cry. I cried at Up.
Gotta love it, Eddie Murphy doing the Shrek thing. It was fun.
Oh yeah. Mushu.
Yep.
That was a great role. But once they started remaking it, it just was it's not good.
Nope.
It's not good.
I'm like, can't they create movies with new imaginative stuff in it without continually remaking the same old story over and over again? I mean, where's the creativity in that?
Well, that's the thing. They don't care about creativity. They don't care about making anything good. They just care about making money. So
Yeah.
it's like if we can make more money by badly remaking something that we did before, we could probably make more money on that by trading on people's what do you call nostalgia. You're trading on nostalgia.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Yep. And I haven't even bothered to watch the latest Lion King one.
I'm not watching that.
I'm not either. I'm like, I'm not interested.
I didn't watch Aladdin. I'm not trying to watch that Snow White trash they put out. I'm not trying to watch. It was just a bad movie. Everything I've heard about that movie was that it was just a poorly written movie. And so I have no interest in seeing that. I have no interest in seeing they did what's there's another live action movie they did. See, there was Aladdin, Lion King, the new Snow White. There was another piece of Disney garbage they put out that I can't remember.
Did you see what Zaza said? Zaza said that
Uh-uh.
redheads bleed more. I didn't know that. Susan said she grew up with light brown, dirty blonde hair. Flicky says I wasn't allowed to watch it as a kid and as adult, meh. And then Susan, I just wondered, as redheads bleed more, I don't know why they do. That's interesting. Beauty and the Beast was my favorite as a little girl, says Raven. Hey, Raven, welcome, welcome.
Hey, Raven. Look, Angela Lansbury is goated, okay? I still watch Murder, She Wrote to this day.
My husband doesn't like Angela Lansbury for some weird.
I do.
I know, he doesn't. I'm like, why are you, when he gets on a rant about it, I'm like, why are you ranting about it? What difference does it make? But there was
I mean, I don't really know a lot about her, but I love
but you want to get him really fired up? Show him a Columbo movie.
I love Columbo. Girl, I love me some Columbo. Man, a lot of that stuff came out. I wasn't even born yet, or I was a wee toddler, okay? But I was like 24 watching Columbo marathons, and I get this from my mother, watching Murder, She Wrote marathons. Now, I didn't like Murder, She Wrote when I was a kid. When it first came out and I was a kid, I didn't like Murder, She Wrote. I didn't like that until I became an adult, but I always loved Columbo.
His comment was, "Why does he always keep on picking and picking?" I said, "That's the whole
because
thing."
Because he knows they're guilty.
Yeah, because he knows they've done wrong and he's trying to prove it. I said, "That's the
I
whole
love
reason
it
for it." And I think it might be because there's a language. Maybe it's a culture. I think part of it has to do.
It's probably cultural. That
He doesn't
keep
understand
that in your keep being in somebody's face, keep asking them questions, keep coming around when you're not wanted.
Exactly. See, here in Greenland, one of the things that is very cultural about Greenlanders is in fact, there's a video of where a Greenlander's talking about this because of all the stuff that's been going on between the United States and here. Greenlanders don't believe in getting loud and in your face. That's not their culture. They're quiet, they're laid back, they're happy. And when something aggravates them, they don't go and start World War III over it. They go and have a discussion about it, and then that's the end of it. They don't scream at each other except when they're drinking, you know. So it's part of the culture. So maybe I think it's the culture that's part of the barrier for Nikolaj. And I also think it's his age is a reason behind it too. He doesn't understand the why so many people like watching Columbo.
But it's like it's different because you know that the person he's picking at is guilty of murder. And that's what makes it okay. Like Americans don't like that either. But when you're watching it and you know the person he's picking at is a murderer, it makes it okay.
Yep. See, I knew halfway. I've been learning over the last 14 years. I'm starting to get a really good understanding of the culture here. Now, sometimes there's things. One of the biggest chief complaints Nikolaj will hear me say is, "Why do they take so long to do something about something?" And he said, "I don't know." That's his answer. I don't know. Or why doesn't Denmark have military already here in this country just in case? Again, I don't know. I would like to know the answer to that. Why is there no Danish boots on the ground here? There's not. Only on sea ships. And I think a lot of it has to do with it. Greenland's been in peace for a long, long time, and they haven't needed it.
And Greenland doesn't meddle with other countries.
Exactly.
They mind their business. So if you're meddling in other countries' business, then you might want to be prepared if they get mad about it. But y'all don't do that. So you don't have to worry in the same way. We're constantly meddling.
Yeah, we meddle too much.
I mean, Henry Kissinger, I mean, just meddle. But guys, it is 10 p.m. I am gonna have to drop. I'm gonna have to drop.
Thank you for coming, Shonda. I so appreciate it. Don't forget, I sent you an email about the 27th, right?
Yes. The Fox and the Hound was good, Raven. That was good. And Flicky Chicky says she loves Golden Girls. I said the Golden Girls is goated. That is one of my favorite shows of all time.
Now, see, I'm not a sitcom watcher, so I never watched any of them.
I didn't watch it because it came out when I was still an actual child.
Mm-hmm.
So when I watched it as an adult, like I went on a Golden Girls marathon probably like around 08, 09,
Mm-hmm.
where that's all I watched because there was some channel and it would just be on all day. And I watched it so much that to this day, my kids can sing you that theme song.
That's funny.
But good night, everybody. Good night, Raven. Good night,
for
Flicky
coming,
Chicky. Good night,
Shonda.
Zaza. Good night, Robin. And good night, Laura, and everyone else who's in the chat. Good night, Susan. I had a great time.
Me too.
But it is 10 p.m. my time, and I am ready to cuss, which I can't do on live.
Yeah, I know you can't.
I can't keep it in anymore.
Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it.
All right,
And
bye everyone. It was so good
see
seeing you.
you.
Oh, not seeing you. Good seeing some of you. Good chatting with the rest of you. And I will see you guys on the next one.
Yep, and that'll be on May the 27th. She'll be coming over on a Tuesday on the 27th to do some crocheting with me and Andy and Amanda. Amanda,
And I'm looking forward to that because I'm using that as motivation to finish my friggin' star blanket.
someone asked about that earlier, and I meant to ask you if you were finished with it or not.
No, I'm not. I'm not. And I told the story, but I had to frog a bunch of work and it was demoralizing. And I haven't been able to pick it up since. But I'm gonna try to work on it tonight, which is why I'm popping off this live stream because
Okay.
I'm gonna watch that documentary and try to do some crochet on this blanket.
Okay. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you so much, sweetie.
Bye.
Have a nice night. And I'm getting close to finishing this next star too. We're coming along on the star. Greenland is also out of the wait a minute. Zaza says Greenland is also out of the way. It's only under threat now because it has very valuable resources. Yeah, the biggest the most recent thing was came out in the news this past week here in Greenland. Down here in Narsok, which is like a 2-hour boat ride or a 20-minute helicopter flight, maybe not even that long. That's where that uranium is. So back in 2022, they voted, the people of Greenland voted that uranium would not get mined anywhere in the country, especially down here. And so everybody was at ease, especially the people who live in Narsok. Well, this company has been hanging around here for the last 2 years in Narsok, trying to coax the people into changing their mind in Narsok. So on the news the other day, there were several Greenlanders who were a little bit irate about it, said that they wanted that company to leave Narsok, that they were sick and tired of people trying to talk them into destroying what they love so much for money. So I don't know. I don't know why the company. I guess the company thought if it stayed long enough that people would just capitulate to them, and right now they're not. But it's interesting how all this stuff works. I think they're more interested in. I think the biggest thing that Greenland wants to do is do rare mineral stuff and leave oil and uranium alone, because they don't want this country to be destroyed by that, and it would get destroyed by it. especially down here. And I told Nikolaj, they cracked that mountain, we're moving. Because it's too close. Yes, it does, Raven. That's why the Greenlandic people are saying no. Good night, Patty G. Have a nice evening. Yeah, it does, Raven. There's no way for them to prevent pollution of the environment if they start doing it. That whole town, there's the population in Narsok is, I think the population is around 1,200, I believe. Narsok has a cooking school, or what you call a chef school. That's what you call it. They teach chefs, or teach you to be a chef, and all of that would go down the toilet. There's an area, there's a part of Narsok that's part of the Norse stuff, and a lot of tourists come through to see all of that as well. So there's a lot to be lost by all of this. So that's why they're saying no. And I don't know why this company that's trying to coax them into changing their mind is still hanging around antagonizing them. Because they made a complaint to the government this week about it. They want them kicked out. Because they're making them feel uncomfortable and unsafe. It's not the U.S. company. It's not a U.S. company. It's a different country's. It's Australia, I think, is the company, which I find surprising. Okay, I got. Let me show you what this is going to look like before I sew it together. Let me show you this one, and then we'll sew it together. This is what I'm sewing together next. What do y'all think? You like the colors? They push through the pipeline in northern Wisconsin. People are mad. If there's a leak, it will go into Lake Superior watershed, screw 3 reservations in national and state parks. Yep. And Susan says, good for the people. You know who wants Greenland for our defense is lying through his teeth. Again, as always, he wants the rare minerals and the uranium. They all want the uranium. Every one of them want. Every rich country wants to get their hands on that uranium mountain. You don't have to apologize, Susan. I was going to say something. What was I going to say? I'll think of it'll come back to me in a minute. It's always about money's off. Of course it is. You know, Greenlanders know that if they were to crack that mountain, that the infrastructure in this country maybe might improve. Or the rich countries who are trying to get their hands on it will do what they've done to people in Africa and take advantage, steal all their stuff, and they end up leaving everybody in poverty anyway. Oh, I know what I was going to say. How many of you saw a thing come across any of your timelines that said that there was a dinosaur found in Greenland? Did any of you see that? Let me know if you saw it. They had found a completely intact dinosaur that hadn't fossilized. Yep, I'm going somewhere with this. Thank you, Zaza. It's going to be really cute, I think. Did anyone see that come across either your Facebook or whatever social media that you have? Saw it on TikTok, says Flicky. Anyone else? It's a big fat lie. Just so you know, it is not true. Whoever made this story up is lying because there has been no dinosaur found. Yeah, it was on my news feed. Yep, I saw it. I'm like, what the hell is this? It was some baby dinosaur. I don't remember what supposed species it was, but it was an intact baby dinosaur that hadn't fossilized, that was found frozen. So anyway, it's not true. It was a lie, is what I'm pointing out. For those that didn't know that, they did not find such a thing. So when you see stuff like that, that has to do with Greenland, and you're like, I'm not so sure I believe that, ask me and I'll tell you. Because I keep up with everything that's going on here. And that definitely ain't one of them. It was a little too Jurassic Park, says Flicky. Yes, it was. I'm like, why are they making it's the other thing that I've been seeing a lot of coming across my timeline on and off is there's this one Facebook page that posts pictures of Greenlanders in their national suit. They started out calling it sweaters. It's not sweaters. And the fact that they even said that let me know that it must be an AI. Someone's using an AI to show these pictures. And some of the pictures are of people that I actually know who are dressed in. The fake story was about a baby, an intact baby dinosaur being found frozen underneath the ice that had melted away from it here in Greenland. It was fake. But the other day, a picture of one of the Greenlandic women who live here in Greenland, down here where I live at, this Facebook page posted a picture of her in her national suit. And I put, and I noticed she commented on it, and I commented back. I said, did you give them permission to post your picture on their Facebook page? And she wrote back, she says, no, I didn't. And they've been posting pictures of little kids in their national suits. And I'm like, these people are doing wrong. It's not even their pictures they're stealing. And since Facebook has stopped monitoring all this stuff, they're just getting away with it. Cindy Surette Zaza, thank you for coming and hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Hey Zaza, the next time I see you, can we talk? I want to find out where you buy your cutting mats from on this side of the pond. Rest well, Zaza. Sherry's going to. Good night, Sherry. Sweet dreams. Thank you for hanging out. And thank you for coming on the live too. I appreciate it. I had to redo this part again. All right, we need to put these, we need to put a pin in here. We'll have a star here directly. Okay, now we got these pinned. All right, let's get this other one pinned. And then we'll have half of it done, and then we can put the rest of it together. I just need to make sure I'm lining up something so I don't end up having to rip it out again and fix it. I need to make sure these are lined up right. Okay, there's that one. Have y'all had any of you started any new projects recently? And by the way, if you want to share some more pictures on the Facebook group or email them to me, here's my email address in case you're not on Facebook. I can post them on the community tab so I can show them on a live. Or you can go over to my Instagram, which is I think it's K Jolson. This is Instagram. And you can send your pictures to that part of the messenger if you want, if you're not a Facebook user. I'm just pinning this so that I can sew it. I'm Flicky says she's pattern testing right now. Whose pattern are you testing? Is that allowed to be asked? Okay, let's get this done. I sent in to join Facebook group. Okay. Did you answer all the questions? If not, I'll go look and make sure that you get put in. Let me go have a peek real quick. It looks like the bot probably let you in. I sent in to join the Facebook group. Thank you, Flaky. I appreciate that. Because I love to share y'all's pictures. We had a good time with the little sharing everybody else's work. Just working on finishing a quilt and basting hexagon, says Susan. Answered as best as I could. There's no wrong or right answer. It's just you just had to answer all the questions. That way the bot would just automatically let you in, because there's no right answer or wrong answer. It's to keep the trolls out of the channel. I mean, out of the group. Because I know everybody wants to feel safe. Okay, let's have a peek at this and see what it looks like. Oh, this one's off. Why is this off? Nope, this one's fine, but this other one isn't. It's way off. Boy, like by a eighth of an inch. This is bad. And taking out paper without ripping the paper is a pain. Have y'all seen any new interesting things that you would like to do that you haven't done before? You know, as far as quilting's concerned? Anyone? Finishing a top now and then cutting the next text test size. Cool. I nibbled on so many flying geese in this. Yeah, I hear you on that. Flying geese drive me crazy. I would rather do half square triangles any day to a flying geese. I'm just trying to get this lined up. I'm sorry to be so quiet. I'm just trying to get it lined up. Trying to get this to work for me. It's giving me a bit of a hard time. I'm not sure why. And despite carefully cutting and pinning, pattern match well at all. I'm blaming the fabric. It wasn't printed right, I don't think. Do you think that maybe you need to maybe the size of the half triangles need to be bigger going on the flying geek or going on the big triangle? Do you think that might be the problem? Katie, what time is it where you are? It is now 1:34 in the morning. As soon as I finish this star, I probably should stop. Maybe. We'll see. I'm just trying to get some watch hours on my channel. Plus, I just wanted to talk. And so, only thing I want to experience to see is if I like it is freezer paper. I've only done freezer paper a couple of times. Okay, I think I fixed it. Yay! All right, let me go press these and then I'll show the top of the two together and then I'll sew the whole thing together. I'm almost done over here. Oh gosh, it's so hot. Okay, so this is one side of it. And here's the bottom half of it. All I gotta do is sew them together. Raven says, night everyone. I'm going to turn in so I can get up early. Sleep well, Raven, and thank you for hanging out with us. There, I just posted the top. Okay, let me go have a quick look. Oh, that's a cool looking quilt top. Wait a minute, where'd he go? Okay. All right, let's get back up here. Okay, I'm going to show everybody that's here in the chat. Hold on a minute. Let me share the screen so you can see what Flicky's working on. Okay, I'm going to share the screen for a minute, so I won't be able to see the chat for a couple minutes, okay, everyone? And then I'll show you what Flicky just posted. Can everybody see this? I'm going to take a real quick swipe at the chat so I can see. Let me know if you can see this okay. Okay, so let me see if she wrote anything about it. She says a test baby quilt, lots of nibbled geese, but oh well. I think it looks great. What are those postage? Kind of like postage stamps on one side? That's really cool. Y'all let me know if you see it. Okay, everybody sees it. She says, I like that. Nice, Flicky, says Robin. It looks great. Yeah, it looks like a lot of fabric postage stamps in the quilt. Yep. Everyone's saying they like it. And Laura says she's seen the panel before. That's cool. Uh-oh. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to unshare the screen. Or not. Oh, I got to go up there. There we go. Okay. Thank you for sharing, Flicky. Yeah, I was wondering about the fabric line. It looks like Alaskan fabric, is it? I'm just trying to get all this lined up, you guys. Oh, it's mountain or Mothman fabric. Got it. I didn't know it was called. That's an interesting name to call it. Mothman. I thought it had like, yeah. I think it's part of the National Parks line, says Flicky. Laura says she thinks her husband would love it. I wonder who comes up with all these different interesting fabric lines, like this national park stuff. Okay, let's get this part lined up next. It doesn't look right for some weird reason. My dog is snoring under the desk. Legends of National Parks from Riley Blake Designs. That's cool. All right, let's get this sewn. And then we'll see what it looks like. I do know my butt is telling me to stop sitting in the chair. Some of the line is the U.S. National Parks and some of it is critters. And this is not lined up right. Oh my gosh. One side is, but the other side isn't. That doesn't make any sense. Probably because I pulled the pins too soon. I don't know why this one's giving me such a hard time. It shouldn't be giving me a hard time at all, since it's on paper. Thank you, Becky. Let me see if the bot let you in. Looks like it let you in. Otherwise, I would have got a notification about it not. Yeah. Let me make sure. Because sometimes it refuses because it's weird. Yep, you were approved. All of y'all were approved. Yep, you're there. All good. Some reason the center seam and the side seam didn't match, so I'm having to take it out on one side. The other side is fine, which is weird. So I don't know what the heck. All right, so we got past this one. This one's lined up, so here's where I need to line it up. Thank you for joining the group. I appreciate y'all joining. Thank you so much. You can post any of your quilty things that you want to, or crafty things. The only thing I ask you to do is don't share. I'm sure you've seen like quilty t-shirts that are for sale. We don't do that on this group. We only want you to share what you make, not sell something. We've had a little bit of problem with people doing that because we don't know if those links are accurate and they might be scams. So I don't want to be responsible for that. Laura says, oh my goodness, Susan, I'm a bit jealous. I love their channel and their shop. Have you been there before? What shop? Oh, the Fabric Patch. My maker space got a free Spirit account, which is extremely meaning you might not be able to control your spending. As soon as my new debit card gets here, we'll be ordering the Bigfoot panel. Okay, let me see if I can get these lined up properly. Okay, let's try again. Okay, let's see what we got now. Let's see. You're still off. Got it. The center is the only. Oh, maybe it isn't off. Oh, okay. It should be okay. All right, let me go press it and we'll see. We'll have a good look at it, okay? I still think it looks off to me. Whew, it's hot. Okay, here's the next star. What do y'all think? Awesome. I haven't trimmed it up yet, to the proper size yet. Okay, so I think since it is now 2 a.m. in the morning, I'm going to talk about that poll up there because I didn't get around to it. Okay, so the question was, which one do you love most, Scrappy FPP or Organized Color PP? And thank you for the compliments on the star. I think this quilt top's going to be pretty by the time I'm done with it. At least I hope so. It'll either be pretty or it'll be a dud. Oh my gosh. All right, so which one do you love most, Scrappy FPP or Organized Color FPP? So I gave 3 choices, Scrappy FPP, Organized Color FPP, or you don't do FPP. 34% said Scrappy, 39% said Organized, and 27% said they don't do FPP. And that was out of 59 votes. That's interesting because of the numbers being so close together the way they were. Thank you for participating in the poll, y'all. All right. So let me update you a little bit on what's going to be coming up. Next week, Tuesday, I will be doing a pre-recorded podcast interview with Tasha. And then on Thursday, we are going to continue on with our channel sew along. I haven't made a decision on what I'm sewing on Friday yet. I'm probably either going to work on Tula or my Phoenix. Because I have 2 more clues to do of my Phoenix. I may just do my Phoenix. And then Saturday, I'll be working on Tula again. And then the following week, I have a live that's going to be with Shonda, Andy, and Amanda that's related to crocheting, and that's on the 27th. That's on a Tuesday. I'm also doing a pre-record podcast interview with Blessed to Crochet on Monday, the 26th. And then we have 5 weeks we have 5 Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays in May. So I'm going to use this week to see if I can't catch up on some things I'm behind on. I definitely know that Friday we will be doing block number 9 for the 1000 block, which will be star checks, which is on page number 586. No, sorry. It's on page 300 and it's number 586. It's called star checks. But on the other 2 days, I'm going to work on catching up on either a UFO or a WIP, one of the two. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining me on the live tonight. I appreciate all of y'all so much. And I will see you next week on the live. Unless I might do an impromptu live before then. We'll see. It depends on what I got going on. I definitely plan on trying to go prune trees tomorrow. If the weather behaves itself, if it doesn't, then I'm going to sew. So have a nice night. Thank you for coming. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with all that? You create something. Good night, everyone. Thank you for coming.